This is section 15 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Money, Its Use and Abuse. Read by John Greenman. Not for to hide it in a hedge, nor for a train attendant, but for the glorious privilege of being independent. Burns. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. Shakespeare. Whoever has a sixpence is sovereign over all men to the extent of that sixpence, commands cooks to feed him, philosophers to teach him, kings to guard over him, to the extent of that sixpence. Carlyle. How a man uses money, makes it, saves it, and spends it, is perhaps one of the best tests of practical wisdom. Although money ought by no means to be regarded as the chief end of man's life, neither is it a trifling matter to be held in philosophic contempt, representing as it does to so large an extent the means of physical comfort and social well-being. Indeed, some of the finest qualities of human nature are intimately related to the right use of money, such as generosity, honesty, justice, and self-sacrifice, as well as the practical virtues of economy and providence. On the other hand, there are their counterparts of avarice, fraud, injustice, and selfishness, as displayed by the inordinate lovers of gain, and the vices of thriftlessness, extravagance, and improvidence on the part of those who misuse and abuse the means entrusted to them. So that, as is wisely observed by Henry Taylor in his thoughtful Notes from Life, a right measure and manner in getting, saving, spending, giving, taking, lending, borrowing, and bequeathing would almost argue a perfect man. Comfort in worldly circumstances is a condition which every man is justified in striving to attain by all worthy means. It secures that physical satisfaction which is necessary for the culture of the better part of his nature, and enables him to provide for those of his own household, without which, says the Apostle, a man is worse than an infidel. Nor ought the duty to be any the less pleasing to us that the respect which our fellow men entertain for us in no slight degree depends upon the manner in which we exercise the opportunities which present themselves for our honorable advancement in life. The very effort required to be made to succeed in life with this object is of itself an education, stimulating a man's sense of self-respect, bringing out his practical qualities, and disciplining him in the exercise of patience, perseverance, and such like virtues. The provident and careful man must necessarily be a thoughtful man, for he lives not merely for the present, but with provident forecast makes arrangements for the future. He must also be a temperate man, and exercise the virtue of self-denial, than which nothing is so much calculated to give strength to the character. John Sterling says truly that the worst education which teaches self-denial is better than the best, which teaches everything else and not that. Hence the lesson of self-denial, the sacrificing of a present gratification for a future good, is one of the last that is learned. Those classes which work the hardest might naturally be expected to value the most the money which they earn, yet the readiness with which so many are accustomed to eat up and drink up their earnings as they go renders them to a great extent helpless and dependent upon the frugal. There are large numbers of persons among us who, though enjoying sufficient means of comfort and independence, are often found to be barely a day's march ahead of actual want when a time of pressure occurs, and hence a great cause of social helplessness and suffering. On one occasion a deputation waited on Lord John Russell respecting the taxation levied on the working classes of the country, when the noble lord took the opportunity of remarking, "You may rely upon it that the government of this country does not tax the working classes to anything like the extent to which they tax themselves in their expenditure upon intoxicating drinks alone. Providence, frugality, and good management," said Samuel Drew, the philosophical shoemaker, "are excellent artists for mending bad times. They occupy but little room in any dwelling, but would furnish a more effectual remedy for the evils of life than any reform bill that ever passed the Houses of Parliament." Socrates said, "Let him that would move the world move first himself." Any class of men that lives from hand to mouth will ever be an inferior class. They will necessarily remain impotent and helpless, hanging on to the skirts of society, the sport of times and seasons. Having no respect for themselves, they will fail in securing the respect of others. In commercial crisis, such men must inevitably go to the wall. Wanting that husbanded power, with a store of savings no matter how small, invariably gives them, they will be at every man's mercy, and if possessed of right feelings, they cannot but regard with fear and trembling the future possible fate of their wives and children. "The world," said Mr. Cobden, "has always been divided into two classes, those who have saved and those who have spent, the thrifty and the extravagant. The building of all the houses, the mills, the bridges, and the ships, and the accomplishment of all other great works which have rendered man civilized and happy, has been done by the savers, the thrifty, and those who have wasted their resources have always been their slaves. It has been the law of nature and of Providence that this should be so, and I were an impostor if I promised any class that they would advance themselves if they were improvident, thoughtless, and idle." Equally sound was the advice given by Mr. Bright to an assembly of working men, when, after expressing his belief that, so far as honesty was concerned, it was to be found in pretty equal amount among all classes, he used the following words: "There is only one way that is safe for any man, or any number of men, by which they can maintain their present position, if it be a good one, or raise themselves above it, if it be a bad one. That is, by the practice of the virtues of industry, frugality, temperance, and honesty. There is no royal road by which men can raise themselves from a position which they feel to be uncomfortable and unsatisfactory as regards their mental or physical condition, except by the practice of those virtues by which they find numbers amongst them are continually advancing and bettering themselves. There is no reason why the condition of the average workman should not be a useful, honorable, respectable, and happy one. The whole body of the working classes might be as frugal, virtuous, well-informed, and well-conditioned as many individuals of the same class have already made themselves. What some men are, all without difficulty might be. Employ the same means, and the same results will follow. The healthy spirit of self-help created amongst working people would more than any other measure serve to raise them as a class, and this, not by pulling down others, but by leveling them up to a higher and still advancing standard of religion, intelligence, and virtue. "All moral philosophy," says Montaigne, "is as applicable to a common and private life as to the most splendid. Every man carries the entire form of the human condition with him." When a man casts his glance forward, he will find that the three chief temporal contingencies for which he has to provide are want of employment, sickness, and death. The two first he may escape, but the last is inevitable. It is, however, the duty of the prudent man so to live and so to arrange that the pressure of suffering, in the event of either contingencies occurring, shall be mitigated to as great an extent as possible, not only to himself, but also to those who are dependent upon him for their comfort and subsistence. Viewed in this light, the honest earning and the frugal use of money are of the greatest importance. Rightly earned, it is the representative of patient industry and untiring effort, of temptation resisted and hope rewarded, and rightly used, it affords indications of prudence, forethought, and self-denial, the true basis of manly character. Though money represents a crowd of objects without any real worth or utility, it also represents many things of great value, not only food, clothing, and household satisfaction, but personal self-respect and independence. Thus, a store of savings is to the working man as a barricade against want. It secures him a footing, and enables him to wait, it may be in cheerfulness and hope, until better days come round. The very endeavor to gain a firmer position in the world has certain dignity in it, and tends to make a man stronger and better. At all events, it gives him greater freedom of action, and enables him to husband his strength for future effort. But the man who is always hovering on the verge of want is in a state not far removed from that of slavery. He is in no sense his own master, but is in constant peril of falling under the bondage of others, and accepting the terms which they dictate to him. He cannot help being in a measure servile, for he dares not look the world boldly in the face, and in adverse times he must look either to alms or the poor's rates. If work fails him altogether, he has not the means of moving to another field of employment. To secure independence, the practice of simple economy is all that is necessary. Economy requires neither superior courage nor eminent virtue. It is satisfied with ordinary energy and the capacity of average minds. Economy, at bottom, is but the spirit of order applied in the administration of domestic affairs. It means management, regularity, prudence, and the avoidance of waste. Francis Horner's father gave him this advice on entering life: "Whilst I wish you to be comfortable in every respect, I cannot too strongly inculcate economy. It is a necessary virtue to all, and however the shallow part of mankind may despise it, it certainly leads to independence, which is a grand object to every man of a high spirit." It was a maxim of Lord Bacon that when it was necessary to economize, it was better to look after petty savings than to descend to petty gettings. The loose cash which many persons throw away uselessly, and worse, would often form a basis of fortune and independence for life. These wasters are their own worst enemies, though generally found amongst the ranks of those who rail at the injustice of the world. But if a man will not be his own friend, how can he expect that others will? Orderly men of the moderate means have always something left in their pockets to help others, whereas your prodigal and careless fellows who spend all never find an opportunity for helping anybody. It is poor economy, however, to be a scrub. Narrow-mindedness in living and in dealing is generally short-sighted and leads to failure. The penny soul, it is said, never came to twopence. Generosity and liberality, like honesty, prove the best policy after all. The proverb says that an empty bag cannot stand upright. Neither can a man who is in debt. It is also difficult for a man who is in debt to be truthful. Hence it is said that lying rides on debt's back. The debtor has to frame excuses to his creditor for postponing payment of the money he owes him, and probably also to contrive falsehoods. It is easy enough for a man who will exercise a healthy resolution to avoid incurring the first obligation, but the facility with which that has been incurred often becomes a temptation to a second, and very soon the unfortunate borrower becomes so entangled that no late exertion of industry can set him free. The first step in debt is like the first step in falsehoods. almost involving the necessity of proceeding in the same course, debt following debt, as lie follows lie. Haydn, the painter, dated his decline from the day on which he first borrowed money. He realized the truth of the proverb, "Who goes a-borrowing, goes a-sorrowing." The significant entry in his diary is, "Here began debt and obligation, out of which I have never been and never shall be extricated as long as I live." His autobiography shows but too painfully how embarrassment in money matters produces poignant distress of mind, utter incapacity for work, and constantly recurring humiliations. The written advice which he gave to a youth when entering the Navy was as follows: "Never purchase any enjoyment if it cannot be procured without borrowing of others. Never borrow money, it is degrading. I do not say never lend, but never lend if by lending you render yourself unable to pay what you owe. But under any circumstances, never borrow." Fichte, the poor student, refused to accept even presents from his still poorer parents. Dr. Johnson held that early debt is ruin. His words on the subject are weighty and worthy of being held in remembrance. "Do not," said he, "accustom yourself to consider debt only as an inconvenience. You will find it a calamity. Poverty takes away so many means of doing good, and produces so much inability to resist evil, both natural and moral, that it is by all virtuous means to be avoided. Let it be your first care, then, not to be in any man's debt. Resolve not to be poor. Whatever you have, spend less. Poverty is a great enemy to human happiness. It certainly destroys liberty, and it makes some virtues impracticable and others extremely difficult. Frugality is not only the basis of quiet, but of beneficence. No man can help others that wants help himself. We must have enough before we have to spare. It is the bounden duty of every man to look his affairs in the face, and to keep an account of his incomings and outgoings in money matters. The exercise of a little simple arithmetic in this way will be found of great value. Prudence requires that we shall pitch our scale of living a degree below our means. But this can only be done by carrying out faithfully a plan of living by which both ends may be made to meet. John Locke strongly advised this course. "Nothing," said he, "is likelier to keep a man within compass than having constantly before his eyes the state of his affairs in a regular course of account." The Duke of Wellington kept an accurate detailed account of all the money received and expended by him. Washington was very particular in matters of business detail, and it is a remarkable fact that he did not disdain to scrutinize the smallest outgoings of his household, determined as he was to live honestly within his means, even when holding the high office of President of the American Union. Admiral Jervis has told the story of his early struggles, and amongst other things of his determination to keep out of debt. "My father had a very large family," said he, "with limited means. He gave me £20 at starting, and that was all he ever gave me. After I had been a considerable time at the station I drew for 20 more, but the bill came back protested. I was mortified at this rebuke, and made a promise, which I have ever kept, that I would never draw another bill without a certainty of it being paid. I immediately changed my mode of living, quitted my mess, lived alone, and took up the ship's allowance, which I found quite sufficient, washed and mended my own clothes, made a pair of trousers out of the ticking of my bed, and having by these means saved as much money as would redeem my honor, I took up my bill, and from that time to this I have taken care to keep within my means." Jervis for 6 years endured pinching privation, but preserved his integrity, studied his profession with success, and gradually and steadily rose by merit and bravery to the highest rank. Middle-class people are too apt to live up to their incomes, if not beyond them, affecting a degree of style, which is most unhealthy in its effects upon society at large. There is an ambition to bring up boys as gentlemen, or rather genteel men, though the result frequently is only to make them gents. They acquire a taste for dress, style, luxuries, and amusements, which can never form any solid foundation for manly or gentlemanly character, and the result is that we have a vast number of gingerbread young gentry thrown upon the world, who remind one of the abandoned hulls sometimes picked up at sea, with only a monkey on board. There is a dreadful ambition abroad for being genteel. We keep up appearances, too often at the expense of honesty, and, though we may not be rich, yet we must seem to be so. We must be respectable, though only in the meanest sense, in mere vulgar outward show. We have not the courage to go patiently onward in the condition in life in which it has pleased God to call us, but must needs live in some fashionable state to which we ridiculously please to call ourselves, and to gratify the vanity of that unsubstantial, genteel world of which we form a part. There is a constant struggle and pressure for front seats in the social amphitheatre, in the midst of which all noble self-denying resolve is trodden down, and many fine natures are inevitably crushed to death. What waste, what misery, what bankruptcy come from all this ambition to dazzle others with the glare of apparent worldly success, we need not describe. The mischievous results show themselves in 1,000 ways, in the rank frauds committed by men who dare to be dishonest, but do not dare to seem poor. There are rogues innumerable who are ready to sell their bodies and souls for money and for drink. Who has not heard of the elections which have been made void through bribery and corruption? This is not the way to enjoy liberty, or to keep it. The men who sell themselves are slaves. Their buyers are dishonest and unprincipled. Freedom has its humbugs. "I'm standing on the soil of liberty," said an orator. "You ain't," replied a bootmaker in the audience. "You are standing on a pair of boots you never paid me for." The ignorant and careless are at the mercy of the unprincipled, and the ignorant are as yet greatly in the majority. When a French quack was taken before the correctional tribunal at Paris for obstructing the Pont Neuf, the magistrate said to him, "Sirrah, how is it you draw such crowds about you, and extract so much money from them in selling your infallible rubbish?" "My lord," replied the quack, "how many people do you think cross the Pont Neuf in the hour?" "I don't know," said the judge. "Then I can tell you, about 10,000. And how many of these do you think are wise?" "Oh, perhaps 100. "It is too many," said the quack. "But I leave the 100 persons to you, and take the 9,900 for my customers." Aristides was called the Just from his unbending integrity. His sense of justice was spotless, and his self-denial unimpeachable. He fought at Marathon, at Salamis, and commanded at the Battle of Plataea. Though he had borne the highest offices in the state, he died poor. Nothing could buy him, nothing could induce him to swerve from his duty. It is said that the Athenians became more virtuous from contemplating his bright example. In the representation of one of the tragedies of Aeschylus, a sentence was uttered in favor of moral goodness, on which the eyes of the audience turned involuntarily from the actor to Aristides. Phocion, the Athenian general, a man of great bravery and foresight, was surnamed the Good. Alexander the Great, when overrunning Greece, endeavored to win him from his loyalty. He offered him riches and the choice of 4 cities in Asia. The answer of Phocion bespoke the spotless character of the man. "If Alexander really esteems me," he said, "let him leave me my honesty." Yet Demosthenes, the eloquent, could be bought. When Harpalus, one of Alexander's chiefs, came to Athens, the orators had an eye upon his gold. Demosthenes was one of them. What is eloquence without honesty? On his visit to Harpalus, the chief perceived that Demosthenes was much pleased with one of the king's beautiful engraved cups. He desired him to take it in his hand, that he might feel its weight. "How much might it bring?" asked Demosthenes. "It will bring you 20 talents," replied Harpalus. That night the cup was sent to Demosthenes, with 20 talents in it. The present was not refused. The circumstance led to the disgrace of the orator, and he soon after poisoned himself. Cicero, on the other hand, refused all presents from friends, as well as from the enemies of his country. Some time after his assassination, Caesar found one of his grandsons with a book of Cicero's in his hands. The boy endeavored to hide it, but Caesar took it from him. After having run over it, he returned it to the boy, saying, "My dear child, this was an eloquent man, and a lover of his country." Goldsmith also was a man who would not be bought. He had known the depths of poverty. He had wandered over Europe paying his way with his flute. He had slept in barns and under the open sky. He tried acting, ushering, doctoring. He starved amid them all. Then he tried authorship, and became a gentleman. But he never quite escaped from the clutches of poverty. He described himself as "in a garret writing for bread, and expecting to be dunned for a milk-score." One day Johnson received a message from Goldsmith, stating that he was in great distress. The doctor went to see him, and found that his landlady had arrested him for his rent. The only thing he had to dispose of was a packet of manuscript. Johnson took it up, and found it to be the Vicar of Wakefield. Having ascertained its merit, Johnson took it to a bookseller and sold it for £60. Poor though he was then, and poor though he was at the end of his life, for he died in debt, Goldsmith could not be bought. He refused to do dirty political work. About $250,000 annually was then expended by Sir Robert Walpole in Secret Service money. Daily scribblers were suborned to write up the acts of the administration, and to write down those of their opponents. In the time of Lord North, Junius was in opposition. It was resolved to hire Goldsmith to baffle his terrible sarcasm. Dr. Scott, chaplain to Lord Sandwich, was deputed to negotiate with him. "I found him," says Dr. Scott, "in a terrible suite of chambers in the Temple. I told him my authority. I told him how I was empowered to pay for his exertions, and, would you believe it, he was so absurd as to say, 'I can earn as much as will supply my wants without writing for any party. The assistance you offer is therefore unnecessary to me,' and so I left him in his garret." Nothing is more creditable to American statesmanship than the fact that most of our presidents at death have left their families in very moderate circumstances. Garfield and Lincoln, whose positions would have enabled them, by accepting gifts and bribes, to have accumulated immense wealth, died poor and in debt, although they were rich in the affection of a grateful people. The same is true of our most honored statesmen. That bribery and corruption exists in our politics, and often controls legislation, cannot be denied, but it should also be said, to the great credit of a vigilant popular censorship, that corrupt and venal statesmen, when they become known as such, are promptly relegated to private life. The young man, as he passes through life, advances through a long line of tempters ranged on either side of him, and the inevitable effect of yielding is degradation in a greater or less degree. Contact with them tends insensibly to draw away from him some portion of the divine electric element with which his nature is charged, and his only mode of resisting them is to utter and act out his "no" manfully and resolutely. He must decide at once, not waiting to deliberate and balance reasons, for the youth, like the woman who deliberates, is lost. Temptation will come to try the young man's strength, and, once yielded to, the power to resist grows weaker and weaker. Yield once, and a portion of virtue is gone. Resist manfully, and the first decision will give strength for life. Repeated, it will become a habit. It is in the outworks of the habits formed in early life that the real strength of the defense must lie, for it has been wisely ordained that the machinery of moral existence should be carried on principally through the medium of the habits, so as to save the wear and tear of the great principles within. It is good habits which insinuate themselves into the 1,000 inconsiderable acts of life that really constitute by far the greater part of man's moral conduct. Hugh Miller has told how, by an act of youthful decision, he saved himself from one of the strong temptations so peculiar to a life of toil. When employed as a mason, it was usual for his fellow workmen to have an occasional treat of drink, and one day 2 glasses of whiskey fell to his share, which he swallowed. When he reached home he found, on opening his favorite book, Bacon's Essays, that the letters danced before his eyes, and that he could no longer master the sense. The condition, he says, into which I had brought myself was, I felt, one of degradation. I had sunk, by my own act, for the time, to a lower level of intelligence than that on which it was my privilege to be placed. And, though the state could have been no very favorable one for forming a resolution, I in that hour determined that I should never again sacrifice my capacity of intellectual enjoyment to a drinking usage, and, with God's help, I was enabled to hold by the determination. It is such decisions as this that often form the turning points in a man's life, and furnish the foundation of his future character. And this rock, on which Hugh Miller might have been wrecked, if he had not at the right moment put forth his moral strength to strike away from it, is one that youth and manhood alike need to be constantly on their guard against. It is about one of the worst and most deadly, as well as extravagant, temptations which lie in the way of youth. Sir Walter Scott used to say that, "Of all vices, drinking is the most incompatible with greatness." Not only so, but it is incompatible with economy, decency, health, and honest living. Dr. Johnson said, referring to his own habits, "Sir, I can abstain, but I can't be moderate." Many popular books have been written for the purpose of communicating to the public the grand secret of making money, but there is no secret whatever about it, as the proverbs of every nation abundantly testify. Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves. Diligence is the mother of good luck. No pains, no gains. No sweat, no sweet. Work, and thou shalt have. The world is his who has patience and industry. Better go to bed supperless than rise in debt. Such are specimens of the proverbial philosophy, embodying the hoarded experience of many generations, as to the best means of thriving in the world. They were current in people's mouths long before books were invented, and, like other popular proverbs, they were the first popular morals. Moreover, they have stood the test of time, and the experience of every day still bears witness to their accuracy, force, and soundness. The Proverbs of Solomon are full of wisdom as to the force of industry, and the use and abuse of money. He that is slothful in work is brother to him that is a great waster. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise. Poverty, says the preacher, shall come upon the idler as one that travelleth, and want as an armed man. But of the industrious and upright, the hand of the diligent maketh rich. The drunkard and the glutton shall come to poverty, and drowsiness shall clothe a man with rags. Seest thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings. But above all, it is better to get wisdom than gold, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it. Simple industry and thrift will go far towards making any person of ordinary working faculty comparatively independent in his means. Even a working man may be so, provided he will carefully husband his resources, and watch the little outlets of useless expenditure. A penny is a very small matter, yet the comfort of thousands of families depends upon the proper spending and saving of pennies. If a man allows the little pennies, the results of his hard work, to slip out of his fingers, some to the beer shop, some this way and some that, he will find that his life is little raised above one of mere animal drudgery. On the other hand, if he takes care of the pennies, putting some weekly into a savings bank, and confiding the rest to his wife to be carefully laid out, with a view to the comfortable maintenance and education of his family, he will soon find that this attention to small matters will abundantly repay him in increasing means, growing comfort at home, and a mind comparatively free from fears as to the future. And if a working man have high ambition and possess richness in spirit, a kind of wealth which far transcends all mere worldly possessions, he may not only help himself, but be a profitable helper of others in his path through life. That this is no impossible thing even for a common laborer in a workshop may be illustrated by the remarkable career of Thomas Wright of Manchester, who not only attempted but succeeded in the reclamation of many criminals while working for weekly wages in a foundry. Accident first directed Thomas Wright's attention to the difficulty encountered by liberated convicts in returning to habits of honest industry. His mind was shortly possessed by the subject, and to remedy the evil became the purpose of his life. Though he worked from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, still there were leisure minutes that he could call his own, more especially his Sundays, and these he employed in the service of convicted criminals, a class then far more neglected than they are now. But a few minutes a day, well employed, can effect a great deal, and it will scarcely be credited that in 10 years this working man, by steadfastly holding to his purpose, succeeded in rescuing not fewer than 300 felons from continuance in a life of villainy. He came to be regarded as the moral physician of the Manchester Old Bailey, and where the chaplain and all others failed, Thomas Wright often succeeded. Children he thus restored, reformed, to their parents, sons and daughters otherwise lost to their homes, and many a returned convict did he contrive to settle down to honest and industrious pursuits. The task was by no means easy. It required money, time, energy, prudence, and, above all, character, and the confidence which character invariably inspires. The most remarkable circumstance was that Wright relieved many of these poor outcasts out of the comparatively small wages earned by him at foundry work. He did all this on an income which did not average, during his working career, $500 per annum, and yet, while he was able to bestow substantial aid on criminals, to whom he owed no more than the service of kindness which every human being owes to another, he also maintained his family in comfort, and was, by frugality and carefulness, enabled to lay by a store of savings against his approaching old age. Every week he apportioned his income with deliberate care, so much for the indispensable necessaries of food and clothing, so much for the landlord, so much for the schoolmaster, so much for the poor and needy, and the lines of distribution were resolutely observed. By such means did this humble workman pursue his great work, with the results we have so briefly described. Indeed, his career affords one of the most remarkable and striking illustrations of the force of purpose in a man, of the might of small means carefully and sedulously applied, and above all, of the power which an energetic and upright character invariably exercises upon the lives and conduct of others. There is no discredit, but honor, in every right walk of industry, whether it be in tilling the ground, making tools, weaving fabrics, or selling the products behind a counter. A youth may handle a yardstick or measure a piece of ribbon, and there will be no discredit in doing so unless he allows his mind to have no higher range than the stick and ribbon, to be as short as the one and as narrow as the other. "Let not those blush who have," said Fuller, "but those who have not a lawful calling." And Bishop Hall said, "Sweet is the destiny of all trades, whether of the brow or of the mind." One of our presidents, when asked what was his coat of arms, remembering that he had been a hewer of wood in his youth, replied, "A pair of shirt-sleeves." Nothing is more common than energy in money-making, quite independent of any higher object than its accumulation. A man who devotes himself to this pursuit, body and soul, can scarcely fail to become rich. Very little brains will do. Spend less than you earn, add guinea to guinea, scrape and save, and the pile of gold will gradually rise. John Foster has cited a striking illustration of what determination will do in money-making. A young man who ran through his patrimony, spending it in profligacy, was at length reduced to utter want and despair. He rushed out of his house intending to put an end to his life, and stopped on arriving at an eminence overlooking what were once his estates. He sat down, ruminated for a time, and rose with the determination that he would recover them. He returned to the streets, saw a load of coal which had been shot out of a cart onto the pavement before a house, offered to carry it in, and was employed. He thus earned a few pence, requested some meat and drink as a gratuity, which was given him, and the pennies were laid by. Pursuing this menial labor, he earned and saved more pennies, accumulated sufficient to enable him to purchase some cattle, the value of which he understood, and these he sold to advantage. He proceeded by degrees to undertake larger transactions, until at length he became rich. The result was that he more than recovered his possessions, and died an inveterate miser. When he was buried, mere earth went to earth. With a nobler spirit, the same determination might have enabled such a man to be a benefactor to others as well as to himself. But the life and its end in this case were alike sordid. To provide for others and for our own comfort and independence in old age is honorable and greatly to be commended, but to hoard for mere wealth's sake is the characteristic of the narrow-souled and the miserly. It is against the growth of this habit of inordinate saving that the wise man needs most carefully to guard himself, else what in youth was simple economy may in old age grow into avarice, and what was a duty in the one case may become a vice in the other. It is one of the defects of business, too exclusively followed, that it insensibly tends to a mechanism of character. The business man gets into a rut, and often does not look beyond it. If he lives for himself only, he becomes apt to regard other human beings only in so far as they minister to his ends. Take a leaf from such a man's ledger, and you have his life. Respectability, in its best sense, is good. The respectable man is one worthy of regard, literally worth turning to look at. But the respectability that consists in merely keeping up appearances is not worth looking at in any sense. Far better and more respectable is the good poor man than the bad rich one, better the humble silent man than the agreeable, well-appointed rogue who keeps his gig. A well-balanced and well-stored mind, a life full of useful purpose, whatever the position occupied in it may be, is of far greater importance than average worldly respectability. The highest object of life we take to be to form a manly character, and to work out the best development possible of body and spirit, of mind, conscience, heart and soul. This is the end. All else ought to be regarded but as the means. Accordingly, that is not the most successful life in which a man gets the most pleasure, the most money, the most power or place, honor or fame. but that in which a man gets the most manhood, and performs the greatest amount of useful work and of human duty. Money is power after its sort, it is true, but intelligence, public spirit, and moral virtue are powers too, and far nobler ones. When Sir Humphrey Davy, after great labor, invented his safety lamp, for the purpose of mitigating the dangers to colliers working in inflammable gas, he would not take out a patent for it, but made it over to the public. A friend said to him, "You might as well have secured this invention by a patent, and received your 5,000 or 10,000 a year for it." "No, my good friend," said Davy, "I never thought of such a thing. My sole object was to serve the cause of humanity. I have enough for all my views and purposes. More wealth might distract my attention from my favorite pursuits. More wealth could not increase either my fame or my happiness. It might undoubtedly enable me to put 4 horses to my carriage, but what would it avail me to have it said that Sir Humphrey drives his carriage and 4? The making of a fortune may no doubt enable some people to enter society, as it is called, but to be esteemed there they must possess qualities of mind, manners, or heart, else they are merely rich people, nothing more. There are men in society now as rich as Croesus, who have no consideration extended towards them, and elicit no respect. For why? They are but as money-bags. Their only power is in their till. The men of mark in society, the guides and rulers of opinion, the really successful and useful men, are not necessarily rich men, but men of sterling character, of disciplined experience, and of moral excellence. Even the poor man, like Thomas Wright, though he possess but little of this world's goods, may, in the enjoyment of a cultivated nature, of opportunities used and not abused, of a life spent to the best of his means and ability, look down, without the slightest feeling of envy, upon the person of mere worldly success, the man of money-bags and acres. End of chapter 15. Money, Its Use and Abuse. Read by John Greenman. This is section 16 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them by Samuel Smiles, Chapter 16, Habits of Thrift, read by John Greenman. We are taxed twice as heavily by our pride as by the state. Poor Richard. Economy is of itself a great revenue. Cicero. Thrift, or private economy, began with civilization. It began when men found it necessary to provide for tomorrow as well as for today. It began long before money was invented. While it is the object of private economy to create and promote the well-being of individuals, it is the object of political economy to create and increase the wealth of nations. Private and public wealth have the same origin. Wealth is obtained by labor. It is preserved by savings and accumulations, and it is increased by diligence and perseverance. It is the savings of individuals which compose the wealth and well-being of every nation. On the other hand, it is the wastefulness of individuals which occasions the impoverishment of states. So that every thrifty person may be regarded as a public benefactor, and every thriftless person as a public enemy. Prodigality is much more natural to man than thrift. The savage is the greatest of spendthrifts, for he has no forethought, no tomorrow. The prehistoric man saved nothing. He lived in caves or in hollows of the ground, covered with branches. He subsisted on shellfish, which he picked up on the seashore, or upon fruits which he gathered in the woods. He killed animals with stones. He lay in wait for them, or ran them down on foot. Then he learned to use stones as tools, making stone arrowheads and spear points, thereby utilizing his labor, and killing birds and animals more quickly. The original savage knew nothing of agriculture. It was only in comparatively recent times that men gathered seeds for food and saved a portion of them for next year's crop. When minerals were discovered and fire was applied to them, and the minerals became smelted into metal, man made an immense stride. He could then fabricate hard tools, chisel stone, build houses, and proceed by unwearying industry to devise the manifold means and agencies of civilization. The dweller by the ocean burned a hollow in a felled tree, launched it, went to sea in it, and fished for food. The hollow tree became a boat held together with iron nails. The boat became a galley, a ship, a paddle boat, a screw steamer, and the world was opened up for colonization and civilization. Man would have continued a savage but for the results of the useful labors of those who preceded him. The soil was reclaimed by them, and made to grow food for human uses. They invented tools and fabrics, and we reap the useful results. They discovered art and science, and we succeed to the useful effects of their labors. The history of industry is uniform in the character of its illustrations. Industry enables the poorest man to achieve honor, if not distinction. The greatest names in the history of art, literature, and science are those of laboring men. By the working man we do not mean merely the man that labors with his muscles and sinews. A horse can do this. But he is preeminently the working man who works with his brain also, and whose whole physical system is under the influence of his higher faculties. The man who paints a picture, who writes a book, who makes a law, who creates a poem, is a working man of the highest order, not so necessary to the physical sustainment of the community as the plowman or the shepherd, but not less important as providing for society its highest intellectual nourishment. Having said so much of the importance and the necessity of industry, let us see what uses are made of the advantages derivable from it. It is clear that man would have continued a savage but for the accumulations of savings made by our forefathers, the savings of skill, of art, of invention, and of intellectual culture. It is the savings of the world that have made the civilization of the world. Savings are the result of labor, and it is only when laborers begin to save that the results of civilization accumulate. We have said that thrift began with civilization. We might almost have said that thrift produced civilization. Thrift produces capital, and capital is the conserved result of labor. The capitalist is merely a man who does not spend all that is earned by work. But a large proportion of men do not provide for the future. They do not remember the past. They think only of the present. They preserve nothing. They spend all that they earn. They do not provide for themselves, nor for their families. They may make high wages, but eat and drink the whole of what they earn. Such people are constantly poor and hanging on the verge of destitution. The men who economize by means of labor become the owners of capital which sets other labor in motion. Capital accumulates in their hands, and they employ other laborers to work for them. Thus trade and commerce begin. The thrifty build houses, warehouses, and mills. They fit manufactories with tools and machines. They build ships, and send them to various parts of the world. They put their capital together and build railroads, harbors, and docks. They open up mines of coal, iron, and copper, and erect pumping engines to keep them clear of water. They employ laborers to work the mines, and thus give rise to an immense amount of employment. All this is the result of thrift. It is the result of economizing money and employing it for beneficial purposes. The thriftless man has no share in the progress of the world. He spends all that he gets, and can give no help to anybody. No matter how much money he makes, his position is not in any respect raised. He husbands none of his resources. He is always calling for help. He is, in fact, the born slave of the thrifty. Competence and comfort lie within the reach of most people, were they to take the adequate means to secure and enjoy them. Men who are paid good wages might also become capitalists and take their fair share in the improvement and well-being of the world, but it is only by the exercise of labor, energy, honesty, and thrift that they can advance their own position or that of their class. Society at present suffers far more from waste of money than from want of money. It is easier to make money than to know how to spend it. It is not what a man gets that constitutes his wealth, but his manner of spending and economizing. And when a man obtains by his labor more than enough for his personal and family wants, and can lay by a little store of savings besides, he unquestionably possesses the elements of social well-being. The savings may amount to little, but they may be sufficient to make him independent. There is no reason why the highly paid workman of today may not save a store of capital. It is merely a matter of self-denial and private economy. Indeed, the principal industrial leaders of today consist, for the most part, of men who have sprung directly from the ranks. Thrift of time is equal to thrift of money. Franklin said, "Time is gold." If one wishes to earn money, it may be done by the proper use of time. But time may also be spent in doing many good and noble actions. It may be spent in learning, in study, in art, in science, in literature. Time can be economized by system. System is an arrangement to secure certain ends so that no time may be lost in accomplishing them. Every businessman must be systematic and orderly. So must every housewife. There must be a place for everything, and everything in its place. There must also be a time for everything, and everything must be done in time. Thrift does not require superior courage, superior intellect, nor any superhuman virtue. It merely requires common sense, and the power of resisting selfish enjoyments. In fact, thrift is merely common sense in everyday working action. It needs no fervent resolution, but only a little patient self-denial. Begin is its device. The more the habit of thrift is practiced, the easier it becomes, and the sooner it compensates the self-denier for the sacrifices which it has imposed. The question may be asked, is it possible for a man working for small wages to save anything and lay it by in a savings bank when he requires every penny for the maintenance of his family? But the fact remains that it is done by many industrious and sober men, that they do deny themselves and put their spare earnings into savings banks, and the other receptacles provided for poor men's savings. And if some can do this, all may do it under similar circumstances, without depriving themselves of any genuine pleasure or any real enjoyment. How intensely selfish is it for any one in the receipt of good pay to spend everything upon himself, or if he has a family, to spend his whole earnings from week to week, and lay nothing by. When we hear that a man who has been in the receipt of a good salary has died and left nothing behind him, that he has left his wife and family destitute, left them to chance, to live or perish anywhere, we cannot but regard it as the most selfish thriftlessness. And yet comparatively little is thought of such cases. Perhaps the hat goes round, subscriptions may produce something, perhaps nothing, and the ruined remnants of the unhappy family sink into poverty and destitution. Money represents a multitude of objects without value or without real utility, but it also represents something much more precious, and that is independence. In this light it is of great moral importance. No class ever accomplished anything that lived from hand to mouth. People who spend all that they earn are ever hanging on to the brink of destitution. They must necessarily be weak and impotent, the slaves of time and circumstance. They keep themselves poor. They lose self-respect as well as the respect of others. It is impossible that they can be free and independent. To be thriftless is enough to deprive one of all manly spirit and virtue. But a man with something saved, no matter how little, is in a different position. The little capital he has stored up is always a source of power. He is no longer the sport of time and fate. He can boldly look the world in the face. He is, in a manner, his own master. He can dictate his own terms. He can neither be bought nor sold. He can look forward with cheerfulness to an old age of comfort and happiness. What a serious responsibility does the man incur who marries! Not many seriously think of this responsibility. Perhaps this is wisely ordered, for much serious thinking might end in the avoidance of married life and its responsibilities. But once married, a man ought forthwith to determine that, so far as his own efforts are concerned, want shall never enter his household, and that his children shall not, in the event of his being removed from the scene of life and labor, be left a burden upon society. When economy is looked upon as a thing that must be practiced, it will never be felt as a burden, and those who have not before observed it will be astonished to find what a few pence or shillings laid aside weekly will do towards securing moral elevation, mental culture, and personal independence. There is a dignity in every attempt to economize. Its very practice is improving. It indicates self-denial, and imparts strength to the character. It produces a well-regulated mind. It fosters temperance. It is based on forethought. It makes prudence the dominating characteristic. It gives virtue the mastery over self-indulgence. Above all, it secures comfort, drives away care, and dispels many vexations and anxieties which might otherwise prey upon us. The number of well-paid workmen in this country has become very large, who might easily save and economize to the improvement of their moral well-being, of their respectability and independence, and of their status in society as men and citizens. They are improvident and thriftless to an extent which proves not less hurtful to their personal happiness and domestic comfort than it is injurious to the society of which they form so important a part. In prosperous times they spend their gains recklessly, and when adverse times come they are at once plunged in misery. Money is not used, but abused, and when people should be providing against old age, or for the wants of a growing family, they are, in too many cases, feeding folly, dissipation, and vice. Let no one say that this is an exaggerated picture. It is enough to look around in any neighborhood, and see how much is spent, and how little is saved. What a large proportion of savings goes to the beer shop, and how little to the savings bank. Prosperous times are very often the least prosperous of all times. There are demands for higher wages, and the higher wages, when obtained, are spent as soon as earned. Intemperate habits are formed, and, once formed, the habit of intemperance continues. Increased wages, instead of being saved, are, for the most part, spent in drink. Thus, when a population are thoughtless and improvident, no kind of material prosperity will benefit them. Unless they exercise forethought and economy, they will alternately be in a state of hunger and burst. When trade falls off, as it does after exceptional prosperity, They will not be comforted by the thought of what they might have saved, had it ever occurred to them that the prosperous times might not have proved permanent. "Where are all the workmen?" said a master to his foremen on going the rounds among his builders. "This work must be pushed on and covered in while the fine weather lasts." "Why, sir," said the foreman, "this is Monday, and they have not spent all their money yet." The difference in thriftiness between the English working people and the inhabitants of Guernsey is thus referred to by Mr. Denison. "The difference between poverty and pauperism is brought home to us very strongly by what I see here. In England we have people faring sumptuously while they are getting good wages, and coming on the parish as paupers the moment those wages are suspended. Here people are never dependent on any support but their own, but they live, of their own free will, in a style of frugality which a landlord would be hooted at for suggesting to his cottagers. We pity Hodge, reduced to bacon and greens, and to meat only once a week. The principal meal of a Guernsey farmer consists of cabbage and peas, stewed with a little dripping. This is the daily dinner of men who own perhaps 3 or 4 cows, a pig or 2, and poultry. But the produce and flesh of these creatures they sell in the market, investing their gains in extension of land or stock, or in rent charges on land, certificates of which are readily bought and sold in the market. No one can reproach the American workman with want of industry. He works harder and more skillfully than the workman of any other country, and he might be more comfortable and independent in his circumstances were he as prudent as he is laborious. But improvidence is unhappily the defect of the class. Even the best-paid American workmen, though earning more money than the average of professional men, are still for the most part poor because of their thoughtlessness. In prosperous times they are not accustomed to make provision for adverse times, and when a period of social pressure occurs, they are rarely found more than a few weeks ahead of positive want. Franklin, with his shrewd common sense, observed, "The taxes are indeed very heavy, and if those laid on by the government were the only ones we had to pay, we might more easily discharge them, but we have many others, and much more grievous to some of us. We are taxed quite as much by our idleness, 3 times as much by our pride, and 4 times as much by our folly, and from these taxes the commissioners cannot ease or deliver us by allowing an abatement." It is difficult to account for the waste and extravagance of working people. It must be the hereditary remnant of the original savage. It must be a survival. The savage feasts and drinks until everything is gone, and then he hunts, or goes to war. Or it may be the survival of slavery in the state. Slavery was one of the first human institutions. The strong man made the weak man work for him. The warlike race subdued the less warlike race, and made them their slaves. Thus slavery existed from the earliest times. In Greece and Rome the fighting was done by freemen, the labor by helots and bondsmen. But slavery also existed in the family. The wife was the slave of her husband, as much as the slave whom he bought in the public market. Matters have now become entirely different. The workman, no matter what his trade, is comparatively free. The worst slavery from which he suffers is his passion for drink. In this respect he still resembles the Eskimo and the North American Indians. Would he be really free? Then he must exercise the powers of a free, responsible man. He must exercise self-control and self-restraint, and sacrifice present personal gratifications for prospective enjoyments of a much higher kind. It is only by self-respect and self-control that the position of the workman can be really elevated. Thrift is the spirit of order applied to domestic management and organization. Its object is to manage frugally the resources of the family, to prevent waste and avoid useless expenditure. Thrift is under the influence of reason and forethought, and never works by chance or by fits. It endeavors to make the most and the best of everything. It does not save money for saving's sake. It makes cheerful sacrifices for the present benefits of others, or it submits to voluntary privation for some future good. Mrs. Inchbald, author of The Simple Story, was, by dint of thrift, able to set apart the half of her small income for the benefit of her infirm sister. There were thus about £2 a week for the maintenance of each. Many times, she says, during the winter, when I was crying with cold, have I said to myself, "Thank God my dear sister need not leave her chamber. She will find her fire ready for her each morning, for she is now far less able than I am to endure privation." Mrs. Inchbald's family were, for the most part, very poor, and she felt it right to support them during their numerous afflictions. There is one thing that may be said of benevolence, that it has never ruined anyone, though selfishness and dissipation have ruined thousands. The words, "Waste not, want not," carved in stone over Sir Walter Scott's kitchen fireplace at Abbotsford, expresses in a few words the secret of order in the midst of abundance. Order is most useful in the management of everything, of a household, of a business, of a manufactory, of an army. Its maxim is, "A place for everything, and everything in its place." Order is wealth, for whoever properly regulates the use of his income almost doubles his resources. Disorderly persons are rarely rich, and orderly persons are rarely poor. Order is the best manager of time, for unless work is properly arranged, time is lost, and once lost, is gone forever. Thrift is the spirit of order in human life. It is the prime agent in private economy. It preserves the happiness of many a household, and as it is usually woman who regulates the order of the household, it is mainly upon her that the well-being of society depends. It is therefore all the more necessary that she should early be educated in orderly habits. Upon an income not exceeding 200 a year, the 10th Earl of Buchan brought up a numerous family of children, one of whom afterwards rose to be Lord Chancellor of England. It is not the amount of income so much as the good use of it that marks the true man, and viewed in this light, good sense, good taste, and sound mental culture are among the best of all economists. The late Dr. Ayton said that his father brought a still larger family up on only half the income of the Earl of Buchan. The following dedication, prefixed to his work on Clerical Economics, is worthy of being remembered. This work is respectfully dedicated to a father, now in the 83rd year of his age, who, on an income which never exceeded £100 yearly, educated, out of a family of 12 children, 4 sons to liberal professions, and who has often sent his last shilling to each of them in their turn, when they were at college. Many men, in order to advance themselves in the world and to raise themselves in society, have scorned delights and lived laborious days. They have lived humbly and frugally in order to accomplish greater things. They have supported themselves by their hand labor until they could support themselves by their head labor. When Lord Elcho addressed the East Lothian colliers, he named several men who had raised themselves from the coal-pit, and first of all he referred to Mr. MacDonald, member for Stafford. "The beginning of my acquaintance with Mr. MacDonald," he said, "was when I was told a miner wanted to see me in the lobby of the House of Commons. I went out and saw Mr. MacDonald, who gave me a petition from his district, which he asked me to present. I entered into conversation with him, and was much struck by his intelligence. He told me that he had begun life as a boy in the pit at Lanarkshire, and that the money he saved as a youth in the summer he spent at Glasgow University in the winter, and that is where he got whatever book-learning or power of writing he possesses. I say that is an instance that does honor to the miners of Scotland. Another instance was that Dr. Hogg, who began as a pitman in this country, worked in the morning, attended school in the afternoon, then went to the university for 4 years, and to the theological hall for 5 years, and afterward, in consequence of his health failing, he went abroad, and is now engaged as a missionary in Upper Egypt. Or take the case of Mr. Elliot, member for North Durham, who has represented the miners all the better for having had practical knowledge of their work. He began as a miner in the pit, and he worked his way up till he has in his employment many thousand men. He has risen to his great wealth and station from the humblest position, as every man who now hears me is capable of doing, to a greater or lesser degree, if he will only be thrifty and industrious. George Stephenson worked his way from the pit-head to the highest position as an engineer. George began his life with industry, and when he had saved a little money he spent it in getting a little learning. What a happy man he was when his wages were increased to 12 shillings a week. He declared upon that occasion that he was a made man for life. He was not only enabled to maintain himself upon his earnings, but to help his poor parents, and to pay for his own education. When his skill had increased, and his wages had advanced to £1 a week, he immediately began, like a thoughtful, intelligent workman, to lay by his surplus money, and when he had saved his first guinea, he proudly declared to one of his colleagues that he was now a rich man. And he was right, for the man who, after satisfying his wants, has something to spare, is no longer a poor man. It is certain that from that day Stephenson never looked back. His advance as a self-improving man was as steady as the light of sunrise. A person of large experience has indeed stated that he never knew, among working people, a single instance of a man having out of his small earnings laid by £1, who had in the end become a pauper. When Stephenson proposed to erect his first locomotive, he had not sufficient means to defray its cost. But in the course of his life as a workman he had established a character. He was trusted. He was faithful. He was a man who could be depended on. Accordingly, when the Earl of Ravensworth was informed of Stephenson's desire to erect a locomotive, he at once furnished him with the means for enabling him to carry his wishes into effect. Watt, also, when inventing the condensing steam engine, maintained himself by making and selling mathematical instruments. He made flutes, organs, compasses, anything that would maintain him until he had completed his invention. At the same time he was perfecting his own education, learning French, German, mathematics, and the principles of natural philosophy. This lasted for many years, and by the time Watt developed his steam engine and discovered Matthew Boulton, he had by his own efforts become an accomplished and scientific man. These great workers did not feel ashamed of laboring with their hands for a living, but they also felt within themselves the power of doing headwork as well as handwork, and while thus laboring with their hands, they went on with their inventions, the perfecting of which has proved of so much advantage to the world. Hugh Miller furnished, in his own life, an excellent instance of that practical common sense in the business of life which he so strongly recommended to others. When he began to write poetry and felt within him the growing powers of a literary man, he diligently continued his labor as a stone-cutter. A man who feels he has some good work in him, which study and labor might yet bring out, is fully justified in denying himself and in applying his energies to the culture of his intellect. And it is astonishing how much carefulness, thrift, the reading of books, and diligent application will help such men onward. Franklin long maintained himself by his trade of printing. He was a hard-working man, thrifty, frugal, and a great saver of time. He worked for character as much as for wages, and when it was found that he could be relied on, he prospered. At length he was publicly recognized as a great statesman, and as one of the most scientific men of his time. Samuel Richardson, while writing his novels, stuck to his trade of a bookseller. He sold his books in the front shop while he wrote them in the back. He would not give himself up to authorship because he loved his independence. "You know," he said to his friend Defreval, "how my business engages me. You know by what snatches of time I write in order that I may preserve that independence which is the comfort of my life. I never sought out of myself for patrons. My own industry and God's providence have been my whole reliance. The great are not great to me unless they are good, and it is a glorious privilege that a middling man enjoys who has preserved his independence and can occasionally tell the world what he thinks of that world, in hopes to contribute, by his might, to mend it." Lowe, the English sculptor, is another instance of self-denial and hard work. When a boy he was fond of drawing. At school he made drawings of horses, dogs, cows, and men for pins. That was his first pay, and he used to go home with his jacket sleeve stuck full of them. He and his brother next made figures in clay. Pope's Homer lay on his father's window. The boys were so delighted with it that they made thousands of models, one taking the Greeks and the other the Trojans. An odd volume of Gibbon gave an account of the Colosseum. After the family were in bed, the brothers made a model of the Colosseum, and filled it with fighting gladiators. As the boys grew up, they were sent to their usual outdoor work, following the plow, and doing the usual agricultural labor, but still adhering to their modeling at leisure hours. At Christmas time, Lowe was very much in demand. Everybody wanted him to make models in pastry for Christmas pies, the neighboring farmers especially. It was capital practice, he afterwards said. At length Lowe went from Newcastle to London to push his way in the world of art. He obtained a passage in a collier, the skipper of which he knew. When he reached London, he slept on board the collier as long as it remained in the Thames. He was so great a favorite with the men that they all urged him to go back. He had no friends, no patronage, no money. What could he do with everything against him? But, having already gone so far, he determined to proceed. He would not go back, at least not yet. The men all wept when he took farewell of them. He was alone in London, alone under the shadow of St. Paul's. His next step was to take a lodging in an obscure first floor in Burleigh Street, over a greengrocer's shop, and there he began to model his grand statue of Milo. He had to take the roof off to let Milo's head out. There Haydn found him, and was delighted with his genius. "I went," he says, "to young Lowe, the sculptor, who has just burst out, and has produced great effect. His Milo is really the most extraordinary thing, considering all the circumstances, in modern sculpture. It is another proof of the efficacy of inherent genius." That Lowe must have been poor enough at this time is evident from the fact that, during the execution of his Milo, he did not eat meat for 3 months, and when Peter Cox found him out, he was tearing up his shirt to make wet rags for his figure, to keep the clay moist. He had 1.5 bushels of coal during the whole winter, and he used to lie down by the side of his clay model of the immortal figure, damp as it was, and shiver for hours till he fell asleep. End of chapter 16. Habits of Thrift. Read by John Greenman. This is section 17 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Methods of Economy, read by John Greenman. The only true secret of assisting the poor is to make them agents in bettering their own condition. Archbishop Sumner. The methods of practicing economy are very simple. Spend less than you earn. That is the first rule. A portion should always be set apart for the future. The person who spends more than he earns is a fool. The civil law regards the spendthrift as akin to the lunatic, and frequently takes from him the management of his own affairs. The next rule is to pay ready money, and never on any account to run in debt. The person who runs in debt is apt to get cheated, and if he runs in debt to any extent, he will himself be apt to get dishonest. Who pays what he owes enriches himself. The next is never to anticipate uncertain profits by expending them before they are secured. The profits may never come, and in that case you will have taken upon yourself a load of debt which you may never get rid of. It will sit upon your shoulders like the old man in Sinbad. Another method of economy is to keep a regular account of all that you earn and of all that you expend. An orderly man will know beforehand what he requires, and will be provided with the necessary means for obtaining it. Thus his domestic budget will be balanced, and his expenditure kept within his income. John Wesley regularly adopted this course. Although he possessed a small income, he always kept his eyes upon the state of his affairs. A year before his death he wrote, with a trembling hand, in his Journal of Expenses, "For more than 86 years I have kept my accounts exactly. I do not care to continue to do so any longer, having the conviction that I economize all that I obtain, and give all that I can, that is to say, all that I have." It is the duty of all persons to economize their means, of the young as well as of the old. The Duke of Sully mentions in his memoirs that nothing contributed more to his fortune than the prudent economy which he practiced, even in his youth, of always preserving some ready money in hand for the purpose of meeting circumstances of emergency. Is a man married? Then the duty of economy is still more binding. His wife and children plead to him most eloquently. Are they, in the event of his early death, to be left to buffet with the world unaided? The hand of charity is cold. The gifts of charity are valueless compared with the gains of industry and the honest savings of frugal labor, which carry with them comforts, without inflicting any wound upon the feelings of the helpless and bereaved. Let every man, therefore, who can, endeavor to economize and to save, not to hoard, but to nurse his little savings, for the sake of promoting the welfare and happiness of himself while here, and of others when he has departed. There is a dignity in the very effort to save with a worthy purpose, even though the attempt should not be crowned with eventual success. It produces a well-regulated mind. It gives prudence a triumph over extravagance. It gives virtue the mastery over vice. It puts the passions under control. It drives away care. It secures comfort. Saved money, however little, will serve to dry up many a tear, will ward off many sorrows and heart-burnings, which otherwise might prey upon us. Possessed of a little store of capital, a man walks with a lighter step, his heart beats more cheerily. When interruption of work or adversity happens, he can meet it. He can recline on his capital, which will either break his fall or prevent it altogether. By prudential economy we can realize the dignity of man. Life will be a blessing, and old age an honor. We can ultimately, under a kind of providence, surrender life, conscious that we have been no burden upon society, but rather, perhaps, an acquisition and ornament to it. Conscious also that, as we have been independent, our children after us, by following our example and availing themselves of the means we have left behind us, will walk in like manner through the world in happiness and independence. Every man's first duty is to improve, to educate, and elevate himself, helping forward his brethren at the same time by all reasonable methods. Each has within himself the capability of free will and free action to a large extent, and the fact is proved by the multitude of men who have successfully battled with and overcome the adverse circumstances of life in which they have been placed, and who have risen from the lowest depth of poverty and social debasement, as if to prove what energetic man, resolute of purpose, can do for his own elevation, progress, and advancement in the world. Is it not a fact that the greatness of humanity, the glory of communities, the power of nations, are the results of trials and difficulties encountered and overcome? Let a man resolve and determine that he will advance, and the first step of advancement is already made. The first step is half the battle. In the very fact of advancing himself, he is in the most effectual possible way advancing others. He is giving them the most eloquent of all lessons, that of example, which teaches far more emphatically than words can teach. He is doing what others are by imitation incited to do. Beginning with himself, he is in the most emphatic manner teaching the duty of self-reform and of self-improvement. And if the majority of men acted as he did, how much wiser, how much happier, how much more prosperous as a whole would society become. For society, being made up of units, will be happy and prosperous, or the reverse, exactly in the same degree as the respective individuals who compose it. Complaints about the inequality of conditions are as old as the world. In the Economy of Xenophon, Socrates asks, "How is it that some men live in abundance and have something to spare, while others can scarcely obtain the necessaries of life, and at the same time run into debt?" "The reason is," replied Isamachus, "because the former occupy themselves with their business, while the latter neglect it." The difference between men consists, for the most part, in intelligence, conduct, and energy. The best character never works by chance, but is under the influence of virtue, prudence, and forethought. There are, of course, many failures in the world. The man who looks to others for help instead of relying on himself will fail. The man who is undergoing the process of perpetual waste will fail. The miser, the extravagant, the thriftless will necessarily fail. Indeed, most people fail because they do not deserve to succeed. They set about their work in the wrong way, and no amount of experience seems to improve them. There is not so much in luck as some people profess to believe. Luck is only another word for good management in practical affairs. Richelieu used to say that he would not continue to employ an unlucky man, in other words, a man wanting in practical qualities and unable to profit by experience. For failures in the past are very often the auguries of failures in the future. Some of the best and ablest of men are wanting in tact. They will neither make allowance for circumstances nor adapt themselves to circumstances. They will insist on trying to drive the wedge the broad end foremost. They raise walls only to run their own heads against. They make such great preparations and use such great precautions that they defeat their own object, like the Dutchman, mentioned by Washington Irving, who, having to leap a ditch, went so far back to have a good run at it, that when he came up he was completely winded, and had to sit down on the wrong side to recover his breath. No idle or thriftless man ever became great. It is among those who never lost a moment that we find the men who have moved and advanced the world by their learning, their science, or their inventions. Labor of some sort is one of the conditions of existence. The thought has come down to us from pagan times that labor is the price which the gods have set upon all that is excellent. The thought is also worthy of Christian times. Most men have it in their power, by prudent arrangements, to defend themselves against adversity, and to throw up a barrier against destitution. They can do this by their own individual efforts, or by acting on the principle of cooperation, which is capable of an almost indefinite extension. People of the most humble condition, by combining their means and associating together, are enabled in many ways to defend themselves against the pressure of poverty, to promote their physical well-being, and even to advance the progress of the nation. A solitary individual may be able to do very little to advance and improve society, but when he combines his fellows for the purpose, he can do a very great deal. Civilization itself is but the effect of combining. Mr. Mill has said that almost all the advantages which man possesses over the inferior animals arise from his power of acting in combination with his fellows, and of accomplishing, by the united efforts of numbers, what could not be accomplished by the detached efforts of individuals. The secret of social development is to be found in cooperation, and the great question of improved economical and social life can only receive a satisfactory solution through its means. To effect good on a large scale, men must combine their efforts, and the best social system is that in which the organization for the common good is rendered the most complete in all respects. The middle classes have accomplished more by the principle of cooperation than the classes who have so much greater need of it. All the joint stock companies are the result of association. The railways, the telegraphs, the banks, the mines, the manufactories, have for the most part been established, and are carried on by means of the savings of the middle classes. The working classes have only begun to employ the same principle, yet how much might they accomplish by this means? They might cooperate in saving as well as in producing. They might, by putting their saved earnings together, become, by combination, their own masters. Within a few years past, many millions sterling have been expended in strikes for wages. $500 million a year are thrown away upon drink and other unnecessary articles. Here is an enormous capital. Men who expend or waste such an amount can easily become capitalists. It requires only will, energy, and self-denial. So much money spent on buildings, plant, and steam engines would enable them to manufacture for themselves instead of for the benefit of individual capitalists. The steam engine is impartial in its services. It is no respecter of persons. It will work for the benefit of the laborer as well as for the benefit of the millionaire. It will work best for those who make the best use of it, and who have the greatest knowledge of its powers. The greater number of workmen possess little capital save their labor, and, as we have already seen, many of them uselessly and wastefully spend most of their earnings, instead of saving them and becoming capitalists. By combining in large numbers for the purposes of economical working, they might easily become capitalists, and operate upon a large scale. As society is now constituted, every man is not only justified, but bound in duty as a citizen to accumulate his earnings by all fair and honorable methods, with a view of securing a position of ultimate competence and independence. We do not say that men should save and hoard their gains for the mere sake of saving and hoarding. That would be parsimony and avarice. But we do say that all men ought to aim at accumulating a sufficiency, enough to maintain them in comfort during the helpless years that are to come, to maintain them in time of sickness and of sorrow, and in old age, which, if it does come, ought to find them with a little store of capital in hand, sufficient to secure them from dependence upon the charity of others. Workmen are for the most part disposed to associate, but the association is not always of a healthy kind. It sometimes takes the form of unions against masters, and displays itself in the strikes that are so common, and usually so unfortunate. Workmen also strike against men of their own class, for the purpose of excluding them from their special calling. One of the principal objects of trades unions is to keep wages at the expense of the lower paid and unassociated working people. They endeavor to prevent poor men learning their trade, and thus keep the supply of labor below the demand. This system may last for a time, but it becomes ruinous in the end. It is not the want of money that prevents skilled workmen from becoming capitalists, and opening the door for the employment of laboring men who are poorer and less skilled than themselves. The working people threw away $2.5 millions during the Preston strike, after which they went back to work at the old terms. The London building trades threw away over $1.5 million during their strike, and even had they obtained the terms for which they struck, it would have taken 6 years to make up for their loss. The colliers in the Forest of Dean went back to work at the old terms after 11 weeks' play, at the loss of $250,000. The iron workers of Northumberland and Durham, after spending a third of a year in idleness and losing $1 million in wages, went back to work at a reduction of 10%. The colliers and ironworkers of South Wales during the recent strike were idle for 4 months, and, according to Lord Aberdare, lost in wages alone not less than $15 million. Here, then, is abundance of money within the power of working men, money which they might utilize, but do not. Think only for a solitary $1,000,000 out of the $15 million which they threw away during the coal strike, being devoted to the starting of collieries, or iron mills, or manufactories, to be worked by cooperative production for the benefit of the operatives themselves. With frugal habits, says Mr. Gregg, the well-conditioned workman might in 10 years easily have £500 in the bank, and combining his savings with 20 other men similarly disposed, they might have $50,000 for the purpose of starting any manufacture in which they are adepts. The annual expenditure of the working classes alone, on drink and tobacco, is not less than $300 million. Every year, therefore, the working classes have it in their power to become capitalists, simply by saving wasteful and pernicious expenditure, to an extent which would enable them to start at least 500 cotton mills, or coal mines, or ironworks on their own account, or to purchase at least 500,000 acres, and so set up 50,000 families each with a nice little estate of their own of 10 acres on fee simple. No one can dispute the facts. No one can deny the inference. That this is not an impracticable scheme is capable of being easily proved. The practice of cooperation has long been adopted by working people throughout England. A large proportion of the fishery industry has been conducted on that principle for hundreds of years. Fishermen join in building, rigging, and manning a boat. The proceeds of the fish they catch at sea is divided among them, so much to the boat, so much to the fishermen. The Company of Oyster Dredgers of Whitstable has existed time out of mind, though it was only in 1793 that they were incorporated by Act of Parliament. The tin miners of Cornwall have also acted on the same principle. They have mined, washed, and sold the tin, dividing the proceeds among themselves in certain proportions, most probably from the time that the Phoenicians carried away the produce to their ports in the Mediterranean. In our own time, cooperation has been practiced to a considerable extent. In 1795, the Hull Anti-Mill Industrial Society was founded. The reasons for its association are explained in the petition addressed to the mayor and aldermen of Hull by the first members of the society. The petition begins thus: "We, the poor inhabitants of the said town, have lately experienced much trouble and sorrow in ourselves and families on the occasion of the exorbitant price of flour. And though the price is much reduced at present, yet we judge it needful to take every precaution to preserve ourselves from the invasions of covetous and merciless men in the future." They accordingly entered into a subscription to build a mill, in order to supply themselves with flour. The corporation granted their petition, and supported them by liberal donations. The mill was built, and exists to this day. It now consists of more than 4,000 members, each holding a share of 25 shillings. The members belonged principally to the laboring classes. The millers endeavored by action at law to put down the society, but the attempt was successfully resisted. The society manufactures flour, and sells it to the members at market price, dividing the profits annually among the shareholders according to the quantity consumed in each member's family. The society has proved eminently remunerative. Many years passed before the example of the poor inhabitants of Hull was followed. It was only in 1847 that the co-operators of Leeds purchased a flour mill, and in 1850 that those of Rochdale did the same, since which time they have manufactured flour for the benefit of their members. The corn millers of Leeds attempted to undersell the Leeds Industrial Society. They soon failed, and the price of flour was permanently reduced. The Leeds mill does business amounting to more than $500,000 yearly. Its capital amounts to $110,000, and it paid more than 8,000 pounds of profits and bonuses to its 3,600 members in 1866, besides supplying them with flour of the best quality. The Rochdale District Cooperative Corn Mill Society has also been eminently successful. It supplies flour to consumers residing within a radius of about 15 miles around Rochdale. It also supplies flour to 62 cooperative societies numbering over 12,000 members. Its business in 1866 amounted to $1,120,000, and its profits to over $90,000. The Rochdale Corn Mill grew out of the Rochdale Equitable Pioneers Society, which formed an epoch in the history of industrial cooperative institutions. The Equitable Pioneer Society was established in the year 1844, at a time when trade was in a very bad condition, and working people generally were heartless and hopeless as to their future state. Some 28 or 30 men, mostly flannel weavers, met and formed themselves into a society for the purpose of economizing their hard-won earnings. It is pretty well known that working men generally pay at least 10% more for the articles they consume than they need to under a sounder system. Professor Fawcett estimates their loss at near 20% than 10%. At all events, these working men wished to save this amount of profit, which before went into the pockets of the distributors of the necessaries, in other words, into the pockets of the shopkeepers. The weekly subscription was 2 pence each, and when about 52 calls of 2 pence each had been made, they found that they were able to buy a sack of oatmeal, which they distributed at cost price among the members of the society. The number of members grew, and the subscription so increased that the society was enabled to buy tea, sugar, and other articles, and distribute them among the members at cost price. They superseded the shopkeepers, and became their own tradesmen. They insisted from the first on payments in cash. No credit was given. The society grew. It established a store for the sale of food, firing, clothes, and other necessaries. In a few years the members set on foot the cooperative corn mill. They increased the capital by the issue of £1 shares, and began to make and sell clothes and shoes. They also sold drapery. But the principal trade consisted in the purchase and sale of provisions, butcher's meat, groceries, flour, and such like. Notwithstanding the great distress during the period of the cotton famine, the society continued to prosper. From the first, it set apart a portion of its funds for educational purposes, and established a newsroom and a library, which now contains over 6,000 volumes. The society continued to increase until it possessed 11 branches for the sale of goods and stores in or near Rochdale, besides the original office in Toad Lane. At the end of 1866 it had 6,246 members, and a capital of $499,540. Its income for goods sold and cash received during the year was $1,245,610, and the gross profit $159,655. But this was not all. 2.5% were appropriated for the net profits to support the newsrooms and library, and there are now 11 news and reading rooms at different places in or near the town where the society carries on its business, the sum devoted to this object amounting to over £700 per annum. The members play at chess and draughts, and use the stereoscopic views, microscopes, and telescopes placed in the libraries. No special arrangements have been made to promote temperance, but the newsroom and library exercise a powerful and beneficial influence in promoting sobriety. It has been said that the society has done more to remove drunkenness from Rockdale than all that the advocates of temperance have been able to effect. The example of the Rockdale pioneers has exercised a powerful influence on working men throughout the northern counties of England. There is scarcely a town or village but has a cooperative institution of one kind or another. These societies have promoted habits of saving, of thrift, and of temperance. They have given the people an interest in money matters, and enabled them to lay out their earnings to the best advantage. They have also given the working people some knowledge of business, for the whole of their concerns are managed by committees selected at the general meetings of the members. One of the most flourishing cooperative societies is that established at Over-Darwin. The society has erected a row of handsome buildings in the center of the town. The shops for the sale of provisions, groceries, clothing, and other necessaries occupy the lower story. Over the shops are the library, reading rooms, and classrooms, which are open to the members and their families. The third story consists of a large public hall, which is used for lectures, concerts, and dances. There are 6 branches of the society established in different parts of the town. A large amount of business is done, and the profits are very considerable. These are divided among the members in proportion to the purchases made by them. The profits are for the most part reinvested in joint stock paper mills, cotton mills, and collieries in the neighborhood of Darwin. One of the most praiseworthy features of the society is the provision made for the free education of the members and their families. 2.5% of the profits are appropriated for the purpose. While inspecting the institution a few months ago, we were informed that the science classes were so efficiently conducted that one of the pupils had just obtained a government scholarship of £50 a year for 3 years, including free instruction at a school of mines, with a free use of the laboratories during that period. There are also 2 other cooperative institutions in the same place, and we were informed that the working people of Darwin are for the most part hard-working, sober, and thrifty. The sole secret of its success consists in ready money. It gives no credit. Everything is done for cash, the profit of the trade being divided among the members. Every businessman knows that cash payment is the soundest method of conducting business. The Rockdale pioneers, having discovered the secret, have spread it among their class. In their advice to members of this and other societies, they say, "Look well after money matters. Buy your goods as much as possible in the first markets, or, if you have the produce of your industry to sell, contrive, if possible, to sell it in the last. Never depart from the principle of buying and selling for ready money. Beware of long reckonings." In short, the cooperative societies became tradesmen on a large scale, and besides the pureness of the food sold, their profit consisted in the discount for cash payments, which was divided among their members. Land and building societies constitute another form of cooperation. By their means portions of land are bought and dwelling houses are built. By means of a building society, a person who desires to possess a house enters the society as a member, and instead of paying his rent to the landlord, pays his subscriptions and interest to a committee of his friends, and in course of time, when his subscriptions are paid up, the house is purchased and conveyed to him by the society. The building society is thus a savings bank where money accumulates for a certain purpose. But even those who do not purchase a house receive a dividend and bonus on their shares, which sometimes amount to a considerable sum. The accumulation of property has the effect which it always has upon thrifty men. It makes them steady, sober, and diligent. It weans them from revolutionary notions, and makes them conservative. When workmen, by their industry and frugality, have secured their own independence, they will cease to regard the sight of others' well-being as a wrong inflicted on themselves, and it will no longer be possible to make political capital out of their imaginary woes. It is said that there is a skeleton in every household. The skeleton is locked up, put away in a cupboard, and rarely seen. Only the people inside the house know of its existence, but the skeleton, nevertheless, cannot long be concealed. It comes to light in some way or another. The most common skeleton is poverty. Poverty, says Douglas Jerrold, is the great secret, kept at any pains by one half of the world from the other half. When there is nothing laid by, nothing saved to relieve sickness when it comes, nothing to alleviate the wants of old age, then is the skeleton hidden away in many a cupboard. In a country such as this, where business is often brought to a standstill by over-trading and over-speculation, many masters, clerks, and work-people are thrown out of employment. They must wait until better times come round. But in the meantime, how are they to live? If they have accumulated no savings, and have nothing laid by, they are comparatively destitute. It often happens that workmen lose their employment in bad times. Mercantile concerns become bankrupt. Clerks are paid off, and servants are dismissed when their masters can no longer employ them. If the disemployed people have been in the habit of regularly consuming all their salaries and wages without laying anything by, their case is the most pitiable that can be imagined. But if they have saved something, at home or in the savings bank, they will be enabled to break their fall. They will obtain some breathing time before they again fall into employment. Suppose they have as much as $50 saved. It may seem a very little sum, yet in distress it amounts to much. It may even prove a man's passport to future independence. We do not value money for its own sake, and we should be the last to encourage a miserly desire to hoard among any class. But we cannot help recognizing in money the means of life, the means of comfort, the means of maintaining an honest independence. We would, therefore, recommend every young man and every young woman to begin life by learning to save, to lay up for the future a certain portion of every week's earnings, be it little or much, to avoid consuming every week or every year the earnings of that week or year. And we counsel them to do this as they would avoid the horrors of dependence, destitution, or beggary. We would have men and women of every class able to help themselves, relying upon their own resources, upon their own savings. For it is a true saying that a penny in the purse is better than a friend at court. The first penny saved is a step in the world. The fact of its being saved and laid by indicates self-denial, forethought, prudence, wisdom. It may be the germ of future happiness. It may be the beginning of independence. It is not the highly paid class of working men and women who invest money in the savings banks, but those who earn comparatively moderate incomes. Thus the most numerous class of depositors in the Manchester and Salford Savings Bank is that of domestic servants. After them rank clerks, shopmen, porters, and miners. Only about a third part of the deposits belongs to the operatives, artisans, and mechanics. It is the same in manufacturing districts generally. A few years since, it was found that of the numerous female depositors at Dundee, only one was a factory worker. The rest were, for the most part, servants. There is another fact that is remarkable. The habit of saving does not so much prevail in those counties where wages are the highest as in those counties where wages are the lowest. Previous to the era of post-office savings banks, the inhabitants of Wilts and Dorset, where wages are about the lowest in England, deposited more money in the savings banks per head of the population than they did in Lancashire and Yorkshire, where wages are about the highest in England. Taking Yorkshire itself, and dividing it into manufacturing and agricultural, the manufacturing inhabitants of the West Riding of York invested about 25 shillings per head of the population in the savings banks, while the agricultural population of the East Riding invested about 3 times that amount. A magistrate at Bilston, not connected with the employment of workmen, has mentioned the following case. "I prevailed," he says, "upon a workman to begin a deposit in the savings bank. He came most unwillingly. His deposits were small, although I knew his gains to be great. I encouraged him by expressing satisfaction at the course he was taking. His deposits became greater, and at the end of 5 years he drew out the fund he had accumulated, bought a piece of land, and has built a house upon it. I think if I had not spoken to him, the whole amount would have been spent in feasting, or clubs, or contributions to the trades unions. That man's eyes are now open. His social position is raised. He sees and feels as we do, and will influence others to follow his example." From what we have said, it will be obvious that there can be no doubt as to the ability of a large proportion of the better-paid classes of working-men to lay by a store of savings. When they set their minds upon any subject, they have no difficulty in finding the requisite money. A single town in Lancashire contributed $150,000 to support their fellow workmen when on a strike in an adjoining town. At a time when there are no strikes, why should they not save as much money on their own account for their own permanent comfort? Many workmen already save with this object, and what they do, all might do. We know of one large mechanical establishment situated in an agricultural district, where the temptations to useless expenditure are few, in which nearly all the men are habitual economists, and have saved sums varying from $1,000 to $2,500 each. Many factory operatives, with their families, might easily lay by from 5 to 10 shillings a week, which in a few years would amount to considerable sums. At Darwen, only a short time ago, an operative drew his savings out of the bank to purchase a row of cottages, now become his property. Many others in the same place and in the neighboring towns are engaged in building cottages for themselves, some by means of their contributions to building societies, and others by means of their savings accumulated in the bank. A respectably dressed working-man, when making a payment one day at the Bradford Savings Bank, which brought his account up to nearly £80, informed the manager how it was that he had been induced to become a depositor. He had been a drinker, but one day, accidentally finding his wife's savings bank deposit book, from which he learned that she had laid by about $100, he said to himself, "Well, now, if this can be done while I am spending, what might we do if both were saving?" The man gave up his drinking, and became one of the most respectable persons of his class. "I owe it all," he said, "to my wife and the savings bank." The penny bank reaches a class of persons of very small means, whose ability to save is much less than that of the highly paid workmen, and who, if the money were left in their pockets, would in most cases spend it in the nearest public house. When a penny bank was established at Putney, and the deposits were added up at the end of the first year, a brewer who was on the committee made the remark, "Well, that represents 30,000 pints of beer not drunk." But the principal supporters of the penny banks are boys, and this is their most hopeful feature, for it is out of boys that men are made. At Huddersfield, many of the lads go in bands from the mills to the penny banks. Emulation is well as example, urging them on. They save for various purposes, one to buy a chest of tools, another a watch, a third a grammar or a dictionary. Thus, these institutions give help and strength in many ways, and besides enabling young people to keep out of debt and honestly to pay their way, furnish them with the means of performing kindly and generous acts in times of family trial and emergency. It is an admirable feature of the ragged schools that almost every one of them has a penny bank connected with it, for the purpose of training the scholars in good habits, which they most need. And it is a remarkable fact that in 1 year not less than $44,000 was deposited in 25,637 sums by the scholars connected with the Ragged School Union. And when this can be done by the poor boys of the ragged schools, what might not be accomplished by the highly paid operatives and mechanics of England? But another capital feature in the working of penny banks, as regards the cultivation of prudent habits among the people, is the circumstance that the example of boys and girls depositing their spare weekly pennies has often the effect of drawing their parents after them. A boy goes on for weeks paying his pence and taking home his passbook. The book shows that he has a ledger folio at the bank expressly devoted to him, that his pennies are all duly entered, together with the respective dates of their deposits, that these savings are not lying idle, but bear interest at 2.5% per annum, and that he can have them restored to him at any time, if under 20 shillings, without notice, and if above 20 shillings, then after a week's notice has been given. The book is a little history in itself, and cannot fail to be interesting to the boy's brothers and sisters, as well as to his parents. They call him Good Boy, and they see he is a well-conducted boy. The father, if he is a sensible man, naturally bethinks him that if his boy can do so creditable a thing, worthy of praise, so might he himself. Accordingly, on the next Saturday night, when the boy goes to deposit his 3 pence at the penny bank, the father often sends his shilling. Thus a good beginning is often made, and a habit initiated, which, if persevered in, very shortly exercises a most salutary influence on the entire domestic condition of the family. The observant mother is quick to observe the effects of this new practice upon the happiness of the home, and in course of time, as the younger children grow up and earn money, she encourages them to follow the elder boy's example. She herself takes them by the hand, leads them to the penny bank, and accustoms them to invest their savings there. Women have even more influence in such matters than men, and where they exercise it, the beneficial effects are much more lasting. One evening, a strong, muscular mechanic appeared at the Bradford Savings Bank in his working dress, bringing with him 3 children, one of them in his arms. He placed on the counter their deposit books, which his wife had previously been accustomed to present, together with 10 shillings to be equally appropriated among the 3. Pressing to his bosom the child in his arms, the man said, "Poor things, they have lost their mother since they were here last, but I must do the best I can for them." And he continued the good lesson to his children which his wife had begun, bringing them with him each time to see their little deposits made. There is an old English proverb which says, "He that would thrive must first ask his wife." But the wife must not only let her husband thrive, but help him, otherwise she is not the helpmeet which is as needful for the domestic comfort and satisfaction of the working man as of every other man who undertakes the responsibility of a family. Women form the moral atmosphere in which we grow when children, and they have a great deal to do with the life when we become men. It is true that the men may hold the reins, but it is generally the women who tell them which way to drive. What Rousseau said is very near the truth. Men will always be what women make them. Neglect of small things is the rock on which the great majority of the human race have split. Human life consists of a succession of small events, each of which is comparatively unimportant, and yet the happiness and success of every man depend upon the manner in which these small events are dealt with. Character is built up on little things well and honorably transacted. The success of a man in business depends on his attention to little things. The comfort of a household is the result of small things well arranged and duly provided for. Good government can only be accomplished in the same way, by well-regulated provision for the doing of little things. Accumulations of knowledge and experience of the most valuable kind are the result of little bits of knowledge and experience carefully treasured up. Those who learn nothing or accumulate nothing in life are set down as failures because they have neglected little things. They may themselves consider that the world has gone against them, but in fact they have been their own enemies. There has long been a popular belief in good luck, but, like many other popular notions, it is gradually giving way. The conviction is extending that diligence is the mother of good luck. In other words, that a man's success in life will be proportionate to his efforts, to his industry, to his attention to small things. Your negligent, shiftless, loose fellows never meet with luck, because the results of industry are denied to those who will not use the proper efforts to secure them. It is not luck, but labor that makes men. Luck is ever waiting for something to turn up. Labor, with keen eye and strong will, always turns up something. Luck lies in bed, and wishes the postman would bring him news of a legacy. Labor turns out at 6, and with busy pen or ringing hammer lays the foundation of a competence. Luck whines. Labor whistles. Luck relies on chance. Labor on character. Luck slips downward to self-indulgence. Labor strides upward and aspires to independence. There are many little things in the household, attention to which is indispensable to health and happiness. Cleanliness consists in attention to a number of apparent trifles: the scrubbing of a floor, the dusting of a chair, the cleansing of a teacup. But the general result of the whole is an atmosphere of moral and physical well-being, a condition favorable to the highest growth of human character. The kind of air which circulates in a house may seem a small matter, for we cannot see the air, and few people know anything about it. Yet if we do not provide a regular supply of pure air within our houses, we shall inevitably suffer for our neglect. A few specks of dirt may seem unimportant, and a closed door or window would appear to make little difference. But it may make the difference of a life destroyed by fever, and therefore the little dirt and the little bad air are really very serious matters. The whole of the household regulations are, taken by themselves, trifles, but trifles tending to important results. A man may work hard and earn high wages, but if he allow the pennies, which are the result of hard work, to slip out of his fingers, some going to the beer shop, some this way and some that, he will find that his life of hard work is little raised above a life of animal drudgery. On the other hand, if he take care of the pennies, putting some weekly into a benefit society or an insurance fund, others into a savings bank, and confide the rest to his wife to be carefully laid out, with a view to the comfortable maintenance and culture of his family, he will soon find that his attention to small matters will abundantly repay him in increasing means, in comfort at home, and in a mind comparatively free from fears as to the future. If a man does not know how to save his pennies or his pounds, his nose will always be kept to the grindstone. Want may come upon him any day like an armed man. Careful saving acts like magic. Once begun, it grows into a habit. It gives a man a feeling of satisfaction, of strength, of security. The pennies he has put aside in his savings box or in the savings bank give him an assurance of comfort in sickness, or of rest in old age. The man who saves has something to weather-fend him against want, while the man who saves not has nothing between him and bitter, biting poverty. A man may be disposed to save money, and lay it by for sickness or for other purposes, but he cannot do this unless his wife lets him, or helps him. A prudent, frugal, thrifty woman is a crown of glory to her husband. She helps him in all his good resolutions. She may, by quiet and gentle encouragement, bring out his better qualities, and by her example she may implant in him noble principles which are the seeds of the highest practical virtues. A man's daily life is the best test of his moral and social state. Take two men, for instance, both working at the same trade and earning the same money, yet how different they may be as respects their actual condition. The one looks a free man, the other a slave. The one lives in a snug cottage, the other in a mud hovel. The one has always a decent coat to his back, the other is in rags. The children of the one are clean, well-dressed, and at school. The children of the other are dirty, filthy, and often in the gutter. The one possesses the ordinary comforts of life, as well as many of its pleasures and conveniences, perhaps a well-chosen library. The other has few of the comforts of life, certainly no pleasures, enjoyments, nor books. And yet these two men earn the same wages. What is the cause of the difference between them? It is this: the one man is intelligent and prudent, the other is the reverse. The one denies himself for the benefit of his wife, his family, and his home. The other denies himself nothing, but lives under the tyranny of evil habits. The one is a sober man and takes pleasure in making his home attractive and his family comfortable. The other cares nothing for his home and family, but spends the greater part of his earnings in the gin shop or the public house. The one man looks up, the other looks down. The standard of enjoyment of the one is high, and of the other low. The one man likes books, which instruct and elevate his mind. The other likes drink, which tends to lower and brutalize him. The one saves his money, the other wastes it. End of chapter 17. Methods of Economy, read by John Greenman. This is section 18 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Courage, read by John Greenman. If thou canst plan a noble deed, and never flag till it succeed, though in the strife thy heart should bleed, whatever obstacles control, thine hour will come. Go on, true soul. Thou'lt win the prize, thou'lt reach the goal. C. Mackey. The heroic example of other days is in great part the source of the courage of each generation, and men walk up composedly to the most perilous enterprises, beckoned onward by the shades of the braves that were. Helps. The world owes much to its men and women of courage. We do not mean physical courage, in which man is at least equaled by the bulldog, nor is the bulldog considered the wisest of his species. The courage that displays itself in silent effort and endeavor, that dares to endure all and suffer all for truth and duty, is more truly heroic than the achievements of physical valor, which are rewarded by honors and titles, or by laurels sometimes steeped in blood. It is moral courage that characterizes the highest order of manhood and womanhood, the courage to seek and to speak the truth, the courage to be just, the courage to be honest, the courage to resist temptation, the courage to do one's duty. If men and women do not possess this virtue, they have no security whatever for the preservation of any other. Every step of progress in the history of our race has been made in the face of opposition and difficulty, and been achieved and secured by men of intrepidity and valor, by leaders in the van of thought, by great discoverers, great patriots, and great workers in all walks of life. There is scarcely a great truth or doctrine but has had to fight its way to public recognition in the face of detraction, calumny, and persecution. Everywhere, says Heine, that a great soul gives utterance to its thoughts, there also is Golgotha. Socrates was condemned to drink the hemlock at Athens in his 72nd year, because his lofty teaching ran counter to the prejudices and party spirit of his age. He was charged by his accusers with corrupting the youth of Athens, by inciting them to despise the tutelary deities of the state. He had the moral courage to brave not only the tyranny of the judges who condemned him, but of the mob who could not understand him. He died discoursing of the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, his last words to his judges being, "It is now time that we depart. I to die, you to live. But which has the better destiny is unknown to all except to God." How many great men and thinkers have been persecuted in the name of religion? Bruno was burnt alive at Rome because of his exposure of the fashionable but false philosophy of his time. When the judges of the Inquisition condemned him to die, Bruno said proudly, "You are more afraid to pronounce my sentence than I am to receive it." There was scarcely a great discovery in astronomy, in natural history, or in physical science which was not once denounced as leading to infidelity. The followers of Copernicus were branded as unbelievers. After Lippershey had invented the telescope, Galileo took up the idea, and constructed a telescope of his own, with which he ascended the Tower of St. Mark at Venice to view the heavenly bodies. He directed it to the planets and fixed stars, which he observed with incredible delight. He discovered the satellites and rings of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and the spots on the sun. He faithfully recorded the revelations that came down to him direct from the skies, but all this was at variance with the received ideas of the time. The Inquisition undertook to regulate the astronomical science. Galileo was called to Rome and summoned before the inquisitors to answer for the heretical doctrines he had published. He was compelled to renounce his opinions. He declared that he abandoned the doctrine of the earth's motion around the sun. The inquisitors inserted in the prohibited index the works of Galileo, Kepler, and Copernicus. Galileo plucked up heart again and published a new work in the form of a dialogue defending his doctrines. He was summoned before the Inquisition and compelled, on bended knees, to renounce and abjure his glorious discovery. Galileo wanted the courage of his opinions, but he was an old man of 70 when he denied his faith. Galileo would not have been persecuted could he have been answered. Yet the truth lived, and men were set on the right track of observation for all ages to come. Pascal said of his condemnation, "It is in vain that you have procured against Galileo a decree from Rome condemning his opinions of the earth's motion. Assuredly that will never prove it to be at rest. And if we have unerring observations proving that it turns round, not all mankind together can keep it from turning, nor themselves from turning with it." The life of Kepler was as sad as that of Galileo. Originally a poor boy, he was admitted to the school at the monastery at Mulbroom, and eventually became a learned man. He accepted the astronomical chair at Graz, and devoted himself to the study of the planets. He was afterward appointed imperial mathematician to the emperor, though his salary was insufficient to maintain himself and his family. He was excommunicated by the Church because of some opinions he had expressed respecting transubstantiation. "Judge," he said to Hoffmann, "how far I can assist you, in a place where the priest and school inspector have combined to brand me with the public stigma of heresy, because in every question I take that side which seems to me consonant with the will of God." Kepler was then offered the professorship of mathematics at Bologna, but having the recantation and condemnation of Galileo before him, he declined the chair. "I might," he said, "notably increase my fortune, but, living a German among Germans, I am accustomed to a freedom of speech and manners which, if persevered in at Bologna, would draw upon me, if not danger, at least notoriety, and might expose me to suspicion and party malice." In 1619, Kepler discovered the celebrated law, which will be ever memorable in the history of science, that the squares of the periodic times of the planets are to one another as the cubes of their distances. He recognized with transport the absolute truth of a principle which, for 17 years, had been the object of his incessant labors. "The die is cast," he said. "The book is written, to be read either now or by posterity, I care not which. It may well wait a century for a reader, as God has waited 6,000 years for an observer." The next book Kepler published, the epitome of the Copernican astronomy, was condemned at Rome and placed in the prohibited index. In the meantime his mind was distracted by a far greater trouble. His mother, 79 years old, was thrown into prison, condemned to torture, and was about to be burned as a witch. Kepler immediately flew to her relief, and arrived at his Swabian home in time to save her from further punishment. But more troubles followed. The states of Styria ordered all the copies of his Calendar for 1624 to be publicly burned. His library was sealed up by order of the Jesuits, and he was compelled to leave Linz by the popular insurrection which then prevailed. He went to Sagan in Silesia, and shortly after died there of disease of the brain, the result of too much study. When Columbus stated his views to King Ferdinand, the clergy declared that the theory of an Antipodes was hostile to the faith. The earth, they said, was an immense flat disk, and if there was a new earth beyond the ocean, then all men could not be descended from Adam. Columbus was dismissed as a fool. Roger Bacon, the Franciscan monk, was persecuted on account of his studies in natural philosophy, and he was charged with dealing in magic because of his investigations in chemistry. His writings were condemned, and he was thrown into prison, where he lay for 10 years, during the lives of 4 successive popes. It is even averred that he died in prison. Occam, the early English speculative philosopher, was excommunicated and died in exile at Munich, where he was protected by the friendship of the Emperor of Germany. The Inquisition branded Vesalius as a heretic for revealing man to man, as it had before branded Bruno and Galileo for revealing the heavens to man. Vesalius had the boldness to study the structure of the human body by actual dissection, a practice until then almost entirely forbidden. He laid the foundations of a science, but he paid for it with his life. Condemned by the Inquisition, his penalty was commuted, by the intercession of the Spanish king, into a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and when on his way back, while still in the prime of life, he died miserably at Zante of fever and want, a martyr to his love of science. When the Novum Organon appeared, a hue and cry was raised against it, because of its alleged tendency to produce dangerous revolutions, to subvert governments, and to overturn the authority of religion, and one Dr. Henry Stubb wrote a book against the new philosophy, denouncing the whole tribe of experimentalists as a bacon-faced generation. Even the establishment of the Royal Society was opposed on the ground that experimental philosophy is subversive of the Christian faith. Even the pure and simple-minded Newton, of whom Bishop Burnet said that he had the whitest soul he ever knew, who was a very infant in the purity of his mind, even Newton was accused of dethroning the deity by his sublime discovery of the law of gravitation, and a similar charge was made against Franklin for explaining the nature of the thunderbolt. Spinoza was excommunicated by the Jews to whom he belonged, because of his views of philosophy, which were supposed to be adverse to religion, and his life was afterwards attempted by an assassin for the same reason. Spinoza remained courageous and self-reliant to the last, dying in obscurity and poverty. The philosophy of Descartes was denounced as leading to irreligion. The doctrines of Locke were said to produce materialism, and in our own day Dr. Buckland, Mr. Sedgwick, and other leading geologists have been accused of overturning revelation with regard to the constitution and history of the earth. Indeed, there has scarcely been a discovery in astronomy, in natural history, or in physical science that has not been attacked by the bigoted and narrow-minded as leading to infidelity. Other great discoverers, though they may not have been charged with irreligion, have had not less obloquy of a professional and public nature to encounter. When Dr. Harvey published his theory of the circulation of the blood, his practice fell off, and the medical profession stigmatized him as a fool. "The few good things I have been able to do," said John Hunter, "have been accomplished with the greatest difficulty, and encountered the greatest opposition." Sir Charles Bell, while employed in his important investigations as to the nervous system, which issued in one of the greatest of physiological discoveries, wrote to a friend, "If I were not so poor, and had not so many vexations to encounter, how happy would I be!" But he himself observed that his practice sensibly fell off after the publication of each successive stage of his discovery. Thus nearly every enlargement of the domain of knowledge, which has made us better acquainted with the heavens, with the earth, and with ourselves, has been established by the energy, the devotion, the self-sacrifice, and the courage of the great spirits of past times, who, however much they have been opposed or reviled by their contemporaries, now rank among those whom the enlightened of the human race most delight to honor. Nor is the unjust intolerance displayed toward men of science in the past without its lesson for the present. It teaches us to be forbearant toward those who differ from us, provided they observe patiently, think honestly, and utter their convictions freely and truthfully. It was a remark of Plato that "the world is God's epistle to mankind, and to read and study that epistle, so as to elicit its true meaning, can have no other effect on a well-ordered mind than to lead to a deeper impression of His power, a clear perception of His wisdom, and a more grateful sense of His goodness." While such has been the courage of the martyrs of science, not less glorious has been the courage of the martyrs of faith. The passive endurance of the man or woman who, for conscience' sake, is found ready to suffer and to endure in solitude, without so much as the encouragement of even a single sympathizing voice, is an exhibition of courage of a far higher kind than that displayed in the roar of battle, where even the weakest feels encouraged and inspired by the enthusiasm of sympathy and the power of numbers. Time would fail to tell of the deathless names of those who, through faith in principles, and in the face of difficulty, danger, and suffering, have wrought righteousness and waxed valiant in the moral warfare of the world, and been content to lay down their lives rather than prove false to their conscientious convictions of the truth. Men of this stamp, inspired by a high sense of duty, have in past times exhibited character in its most heroic aspects, and continue to present to us some of the noblest spectacles to be seen in history. Even women, full of tenderness and gentleness, not less than men, have in this cause been found capable of exhibiting the most unflinching courage. Such, for instance, as that of Anne Askew, who, when racked until her bones were dislocated, uttered no cry, moved no muscle, but looked her tormentors calmly in the face, and refused either to confess or to recant. Or such as that of Latimer and Ridley, who, instead of bewailing their hard fate and beating their breasts, went as cheerfully to their death as a bridegroom to the altar, the one bidding the other to be of good comfort, For that we shall this day light such a candle in England by God's grace as shall never be put out, or such again as that of Mary Dyer the Quakeress, hanged by the Puritans of New England for preaching to the people, who ascended the scaffold with a willing step, and after calmly addressing those who stood about, resigned herself into the hands of her persecutors, and died in peace and joy. Not less courageous was the behavior of the good Sir Thomas More, who marched willingly to the scaffold, and died cheerfully there, rather than prove false to his conscience. When More had made his final decision to stand upon his principles, he felt as if he had won a victory, and said to his son-in-law Roper, "Son Roper, I thank our Lord, the field is won." The Duke of Norfolk told him of his danger, saying, "By the mass, Master Moore, it is perilous striving with princes. The anger of a prince brings death." "Is that all, my lord?" said Moore. "Then the difference between you and me is this, that I shall die today, and you tomorrow." Martin Luther was not called upon to lay down his life for his faith, but from the day that he declared himself against the Pope, he daily ran the risk of losing it. At the beginning of his great struggle he stood almost entirely alone. The odds against him were tremendous. "On one side," said he himself, "are learning, genius, numbers, grandeur, rank, power, sanctity, miracles. On the other, Wycliffe, Lorenzo Valla, Augustine, and Luther, a poor creature, a man of yesterday, standing well nigh alone with a few friends." Summoned by the emperor to appear at Worms to answer the charge made against him for heresy, he determined to answer in person. Those about him told him he would lose his life if he went, and they urged him to fly. "No," said he, "I will repair thither, though I should find there twice as many devils as there are tiles upon the housetops." Warned against the bitter enmity of a certain Duke George, he said, "I will go there, though for 9 whole days running it rained Duke Georges." Luther was as good as his word, and he set forth upon his perilous journey. When he came in sight of the old bell-towers of Worms, he stood up in his chariot and sang, "Ein feste Burg ist unser Gott," the Marseillaise of the Reformation, the words and music of which he is said to have improvised only 2 days before. Shortly before the meeting of the Diet, an old soldier, George Freudensburg, put his hand upon Luther's shoulder and said to him, good monk, take heed what thou doest. Thou art going into a harder fight than any of us have ever yet been in." But Luther's only answer to the veteran was that he had determined to stand upon the Bible and his conscience. Luther's courageous defense before the Diet is on record, and forms one of the most glorious pages in history. When finally urged by the emperor to retract, he said firmly, "Sire, unless I am convinced of my error by the testimony of Scripture, or by manifest evidence, I cannot and will not retract, for we must never act contrary to our conscience. Such is my profession of faith, and you must expect none other from me. Here I stand, I cannot do otherwise. God help me." He had to do his duty, to obey the orders of a power higher than that of kings, and he did it at all hazards. Afterwards, when hard pressed by his enemies at Augsburg, Luther said that, if he had 500 heads, he would lose them all rather than recant his articles concerning faith. Like all courageous men, his strength only seemed to grow in proportion to the difficulties he had to encounter and overcome. "There is no man in Germany," said Hutton, "who more utterly despises death than does Luther, and to his moral courage, perhaps more than to that of any other single man, do we owe the liberation of modern thought, and the vindication of the great rights of the human understanding." But it is a mistake to suppose that the days requiring self-sacrifice and suffering for conscience or the truth's sake are past. Modern freedom, says Thoreau, is only the exchange of the slavery of feudality for the slavery of opinion. The tyranny of a multitude is worse than the tyranny of an individual. How many, even in our own progressive age, have suffered persecution for bravely advocating principles and doctrines which they believe to be true? The decisions reached by councils and conferences are but an expression of the average or popular opinion. Men of earnest thought are generally far in advance of the average sentiment. What wonder is it then that the most profound, the best, the most earnest men of every age have been men who were abused by their associates, or through charges of heresy expelled from the churches? William Penn was of opinion that there was no greater mistake than to suppose that a country or a people were strengthened by all the people holding one opinion, whether upon religious doctrine or religious practice, and that a variety of opinions, of professions, and of practice was a strength to a people and to a government, if all were alike tolerated. Individuality must be upheld, for without individuality there can be no liberty. Individuality is everywhere to be spared and respected as the root of everything good. Even despotism does not produce its worst effects, says John Stuart Mill, so long as individuality exists under it, and whatever crushes individuality is despotism, by whatever name it may be called, and whether it professes to be enforcing the will of God or the injunctions of men. But the greater part of the courage that is needed in the world is not of a heroic kind. Courage may be displayed in everyday life as well as in historic fields of action. There needs, for example, the common courage to be honest, the courage to resist temptation, the courage to speak the truth, the courage to be what we really are, and not to pretend to be what we are not, the courage to live honestly within our own means, and not dishonestly upon the means of others. A great deal of the unhappiness and much of the vice of the world is owing to weakness and indecision of purpose, in other words, to lack of courage. Men may know what is right, and yet fail to exercise the courage to do it. They may understand the duty they have to do, but will not summon up the requisite resolution to perform it. The weak and undisciplined man is at the mercy of every temptation. He cannot say no, but falls before it, and if his companionship be bad, he will be all the easier led away by bad example into wrong-doing. Nothing can be more certain than that the character can only be sustained and strengthened by its own energetic action. The will, which is the central force of character, must be trained to habits of decision, otherwise it will neither be able to resist evil nor to follow good. Decision gives the power of standing firmly, when to yield, however slightly, might be only the first step in a downhill course to ruin. Calling upon others for help in forming a decision is worse than useless. A man must so train his habits as to rely upon his own powers, and depend upon his own courage in moments of emergency. Plutarch tells of a king of Macedon who, in the midst of an action, withdrew into the adjoining town to sacrifice to Hercules, while his opponent Emilius, at the same time that he implored the divine aid, sought for victory sword in hand, and won the battle. And so it is ever in the actions of daily life. There needs also the exercise of no small degree of moral courage to resist the corrupting influences of what is called society. Although Mrs. Grundy may be a very vulgar and commonplace personage, her influence is nevertheless prodigious. Most men, but especially women, are the moral slaves of the class or caste to which they belong. There is a sort of unconscious conspiracy existing among them against each other's individuality. Each circle and section, each rank and class, has its respective customs and observances, to which conformity is required at the risk of being tabooed. Some are immured within a bastille of fashion, others of custom, others of opinion, and few there are who have the courage to think outside their sect, to act outside their party, and to step out into the free air of individual thought and action. We dress and eat and follow fashion, though it may be at the risk of debt, ruin, and misery, living not so much according to our means as according to the superstitious observances of our class. Though we may speak contemptuously of the Indians who flatten their heads, and of the Chinese who cramp their toes, we have only to look at the deformities of fashion among ourselves to see that the reign of Mrs. Grundy is universal. It is the strong and courageous men who lead and guide and rule the world. The weak and timid leave no trace behind them, while the life of a single upright and energetic man is like a track of light. His example is remembered and appealed to, and his thoughts, his spirit, and his courage continue to be the inspiration of succeeding generations. Men often conquer difficulties because they feel they can. Their confidence in themselves inspires the confidence of others. When Caesar was at sea, and a storm began to rage, the captain of the ship which carried him became unmanned by fear. "What art thou afraid of?" cried the great captain. "Thy vessel carries Caesar." The courage of the brave man is contagious, and carries others along with it. His stronger nature awes weaker natures into silence, or inspires them with his own will and purpose. The persistent man will not be baffled or repulsed by opposition. Diogenes, desirous of becoming the disciple of Antisthenes, went and offered himself to the cynic. He was refused. Diogenes still persisting, the cynic raised his knotty staff and threatened to strike him if he did not depart. "Strike," said Diogenes. "You will not find a stick hard enough to conquer my perseverance." Antisthenes, overcome, had not another word to say, but forthwith accepted him as his pupil. Inspired by energy of purpose, men of comparatively mediocre powers have often been enabled to accomplish extraordinary results. The men who have most powerfully influenced the world have not been so much men of genius as men of strong convictions and enduring capacity for work, impelled by irresistible energy and invincible determination. Such men, for example, as were Mohammed, Luther, Knox, Calvin, Loyola, and Wesley. Courage combined with energy and perseverance will overcome difficulties apparently insurmountable. It gives force and impulse to effort, and does not permit it to retreat. Tyndall said of Faraday that in his warm moments he formed a resolution, and in his cool ones he made that resolution good. Perseverance, working in the right direction, grows with time, and when steadily practiced, even by the most humble, will rarely fail of its reward. Trusting in the help of others is of comparatively little use. When one of Michelangelo's principal patrons died, he said, "I begin to understand that the promises of the world are for the most part vain phantoms, and that to confide in oneself and become something of worth and value is the best and safest course." It is the courageous man who can best afford to be generous, or rather it is his nature to be so. When Fairfax at the Battle of Naseby seized the colors from an ensign whom he had struck down in the fight, he handed them to a common soldier to take care of. The soldier, unable to resist the temptation, boasted to his comrades that he himself seized the colors, and the boast was repeated to Fairfax. "Let him retain the honor," said the commander. "I have enough beside." So when Douglas, at the Battle of Bannockburn, saw Randolph, his rival, outnumbered and apparently overpowered by the enemy, he prepared to hasten to his assistance. But seeing that Randolph was already driving them back, he cried out, "Hold and halt! We are come too late to aid them. Let us not lessen the victory they have won by affecting to claim a share in it." It is related of Charles V that, after the siege and capture of Wittenberg by the imperialist army, the monarch went to see the tomb of Luther. While reading the inscription on it, one of the servile courtiers who accompanied him proposed to open the grave and give the ashes of the heretic to the winds. The monarch's cheek flushed with honest indignation. "I war not with the dead," said he. "Let this place be respected." The portrait which the great Aristotle drew of the magnanimous man, in other words, the true gentleman, more than 2,000 years ago, is as faithful now as it was then. "The magnanimous man," he said, "will behave with moderation under both good fortune and bad. He will know how to be exalted and how to be abased. He will neither be delighted with success nor grieved by failure. He will neither shun danger nor seek it, for there are few things which he cares for. He is reticent and somewhat slow of speech, but speaks his mind openly and boldly when occasion calls for it. He overlooks injuries. He is not given to talk about himself or about others, for he does not care that he himself should be praised, or that other people should be blamed. He does not cry out about trifles, and craves help from none." On the other hand, mean men admire meanly. They have neither modesty, generosity, nor magnanimity. They are ready to take advantage of the weakness or defenselessness of others, especially where they have themselves succeeded by unscrupulous methods in climbing to positions of authority. Snobs in high places are always much less tolerable than snobs of low degree, because they have more frequent opportunities of making their want of manliness felt. They assume greater airs, and are pretentious in all that they do. And the higher their elevation, the more conspicuous is the incongruity of their position. "The higher the monkey climbs," says the proverb, "the more he shows his tail." Much depends on the way in which a thing is done. An act which might be taken as a kindness if done in a generous spirit, when done in a grudging spirit, may be felt as stingy, if not harsh and even cruel. When Ben Jonson lay sick and in poverty, the king sent him a paltry message accompanied by a gratuity. The sturdy, plain-spoken poet's reply was, "I suppose he sends me this because I live in an alley. Tell him his soul lives in an alley." From what we have said, it will be obvious that to be of an enduring and courageous spirit is of great importance in the formation of character. It is a source not only of usefulness in life, but of happiness. On the other hand, to be of a timid and still more of a cowardly nature is one of the greatest misfortunes. A wise man was accustomed to say that one of the principal objects he aimed at in the education of his sons and daughters was to train them in the habit of fearing nothing so much as fear. And the habit of avoiding fear is, doubtless, capable of being trained like any other habit, such as the habit of attention, of diligence, of study, or of cheerfulness. Much of the fear that exists is the offspring of imagination, which creates the images of evils which may happen, but perhaps rarely do. And thus many persons who are capable of summoning up courage enough to grapple with and overcome real dangers are paralyzed or thrown into consternation by those which are imaginary. Hence, unless the imagination be held under strict discipline, we are prone to meet evils more than halfway, to suffer them by forestallment, and to assume the burdens which we ourselves create. Education in courage is not usually included among the branches of female training, and yet it is really of much greater importance than either music, French, or the use of the globes. Contrary to the view of Sir Richard Steele, that women should be characterized by a tender fear and inferiority which makes her lovely, we would have women educated in resolution and courage as a means of rendering them more helpful, more self-reliant, and vastly more useful and happy. There is, indeed, nothing attractive in timidity, nothing lovable in fear. All weakness, whether of mind or body, is equivalent to deformity, and the reverse of interesting. Courage is graceful and dignified, while fear in any form is mean and repulsive. Yet the utmost tenderness and gentleness are consistent with courage. Ari Scheffer, the artist, once wrote to his daughter, "Dear daughter, strive to be of good courage, to be gentle-hearted. These are the true qualities for woman. Troubles everybody must expect. There is but one way of looking at fate, whatever that be, whether blessings or afflictions, to behave with dignity under both. We must not lose heart, or it will be the worst both for ourselves and for those whom we love. To struggle and again to renew the conflict, this is life's inheritance." In sickness and sorrow none are braver and less complaining sufferers than women. Their courage, where their hearts are concerned, is indeed proverbial. Experience has proved that women can be as enduring as men under the heaviest trials and calamities, but too little pains are taken to teach them to endure petty terrors and frivolous vexations with fortitude. Such little miseries, if petted and indulged, quickly run into sickly sensibility, and become the bane of their life, keeping themselves and those about them in a state of chronic discomfort. The best corrective of this condition of mind is wholesome moral and mental discipline. Mental strength is as necessary for the development of woman's character as of man's. It gives her capacity to deal with the affairs of life, and presence of mind, which enable her to enact with vigor and effect in moments of emergency. Character in a woman, as in a man, will always be found the best safeguard of virtue, the best nurse of religion, the best corrective of time. Personal beauty soon passes, but beauty of mind and character increases in attractiveness the older it grows. Women have not only distinguished themselves for their passive courage, but, impelled by affection or the sense of duty, they have become heroic. When the band of conspirators who sought the life of James II of Scotland burst into his lodgings at Perth, the king called to the ladies, who were in the chamber outside his room, to keep the door as well as they could, and give him time to escape. The conspirators had previously destroyed the locks of the doors, so that the keys could not be turned, and when they reached the ladies' apartment, it was found that the bar also had been removed. But on hearing them approach, the brave Catherine Douglas, with the hereditary courage of her family, boldly thrust her arm across the door instead of the bar, and held it there until, her arm being broken, the conspirators burst into the room with drawn swords and daggers, overthrowing the ladies, who, though unarmed, still endeavored to resist them. The defense of Latham House by Charlotte de Tremouille, the worthy descendant of William of Nassau and Admiral Coligny, was another striking instance of heroic bravery on the part of a noble woman. When summoned by the parliamentary forces to surrender, she declared that she had been entrusted by her husband with the defense of the house, and that she could not give it up without her dear lord's order, but trusted in God for protection and deliverance. In her arrangements for the defense she described as having left nothing with her eye to be excused afterwards by fortune or negligence, and added to her former patience a most resolved fortitude. The brave lady held her house and home against the enemy for a whole year, during 3 months of which the place was strictly besieged and bombarded, until at length the siege was raised, after a most gallant defense, by the advance of the Royalist army. Nor can we forget the courage of Lady Franklin, who persevered to the last, when the hopes of all others had died out, in prosecuting the search after the Franklin expedition. On the occasion of the Royal Geographical Society determining to award the Founder's Medal to Lady Franklin, Sir Roderick Murchison observed that, in the course of a long friendship with her, he had abundant opportunity of observing and testing the sterling qualities of a woman who had proved herself worthy of the admiration of mankind. Nothing daunted by failure after failure, through 12 long years of hope deferred, she had persevered, with a singleness of purpose and a sincere devotion which were truly unparalleled. And now that her last expedition, under the gallant McClintock, had realized the two great facts, that her husband had traversed wide seas unknown to former navigators, and died in discovering a northwest passage, then surely the adjudication of the medal would be hailed by the nation as one of the many recompenses to which the widow of the illustrious Franklin was so eminently entitled. But that devotion to duty which marks the heroic character has more often been exhibited by women in deeds of charity and mercy. The greater part of these are never known, for they are done in private, out of the public sight, and for the mere love of doing good. Where fame has come to them, because of the success which has attended their labors in a more general sphere, it has come unsought and unexpected, and is often felt as a burden. Who has not heard of Mrs. Fry and Miss Carpenter as prison visitors and reformers, of Mrs. Chisholm and Miss Rye as promoters of emigration, and of Miss Nightingale and Miss Garrett as apostles of hospital nursing? That these women should have emerged from the sphere of private and domestic life to become leaders in philanthropy indicates no small degree of moral courage on their part, for to women, above all others, quiet and ease and retirement are most natural and welcome. Very few women step beyond the boundaries of home in search of a large field of usefulness, but when they have desired one, they have had no difficulty in finding it. The ways in which men and women can help their neighbors are innumerable. It needs but the willing heart and ready hand. Most of the philanthropic workers we have named, however, have scarcely been influenced by choice. The duty lay in their way. It seemed to be the nearest to them, and they set about doing it without desire for fame or any other reward but the approval of their own conscience. Among prison visitors, the name of Sarah Martin is much less known than that of Mrs. Fry, although she preceded her in the work. How she was led to undertake it furnishes at the same time an illustration of womanly true-heartedness and earnest womanly courage. Sarah Martin was the daughter of poor parents, and was left an orphan at an early age. She was brought up by her grandmother, and earned her living by going out to families as assistant dressmaker at $1 a day. In 1819 a woman was tried and sentenced to imprisonment in Yarmouth jail for cruelly beating and ill-using her child, and her crime became the talk of the town. The young dressmaker was much impressed by the report of the trial, and the desire entered her mind of visiting the woman in jail and trying to reclaim her. She had often before, on passing the walls of the borough jail, felt impelled to seek admission with the object of visiting the inmates, reading the Scriptures to them, and endeavoring to lead them back to the society whose laws they had violated. At length she could not resist the impulse to visit the imprisoned mother. She entered the jail porch, lifted the knocker, and asked the jailer for admission. For some reason or other she was refused, but she returned, repeated her request, and this time she was admitted. The culprit mother shortly stood before her. When Sarah Martin told the motive of her visit, the criminal burst into tears and thanked her. Those tears and thanks shaped the whole course of Sarah Martin's after-life, and the poor seamstress, while maintaining herself by her needle, continued to spend her leisure hours in visiting the prisoners and endeavoring to alleviate their condition. She constituted herself their chaplain and schoolmistress, for at that time they had neither. She read to them and taught them to read and write. She gave up an entire day in the week for this purpose, besides Sundays, as well as other intervals of spare time. She taught the women to knit, to sew, and to cut out, the sale of the articles enabling her to buy other materials and to continue the industrial education thus begun. She also taught the men to make straw hats, men's and boys' caps, gray cotton shirts, and even patchwork, anything to keep them out of idleness, and from preying on their own thoughts. Out of the earnings of the prisoners in this way she formed a fund, which she applied to furnishing them with work on their discharge, thus enabling them again to begin the world honestly, and at the same time affording her, as she herself says, the advantage of observing their conduct. By attending too exclusively to this prison work, however, Sarah Martin's dressmaking business fell off, and the question arose with her whether, in order to recover her business, she was to suspend her prison work. But her decision had already been made. I had counted the cost, she said, and my mind was made up. If, while imparting truth to others, I became exposed to temporal want, the privation so momentary to an individual would not admit of comparison with following the Lord in thus administering to others. She now devoted 6 or 7 hours every day to the prisoners, converting what would otherwise have been a scene of dissolute idleness into a hive of orderly industry. Newly admitted prisoners were sometimes refractory, but her persistent gentleness eventually won their respect and cooperation. Men old in years and crime, pert London pickpockets, depraved boys and dissolute sailors, profligate women, smugglers, and the promiscuous horde of criminals which usually fill the jail of a seaport and county town, all submitted to the benign influence of this good woman, and under her eyes they might be seen, for the first time in their lives, striving to hold a pen, or to master the characters in a penny primer. She entered into their confidence, watched, wept, prayed, and felt for all by turns. She strengthened their good resolutions, cheered the hopeless and despairing, and endeavored to put all, and hold all, in the right road of amendment. For more than 20 years this good and true-hearted woman pursued her noble course, with little encouragement and not much help, almost her only means of subsistence consisting in an annual income of 10 or 12 pounds left by her grandmother, eked out by her little earnings at dressmaking. During the last 2 years of her ministration, the borough magistrates, knowing that her self-imposed labors saved them the expense of a schoolmaster and chaplain, made a proposal to her of an annual salary of 12 pounds a year, but they did it in so indelicate a manner as to greatly wound her sensitive feelings. She shrank from becoming the salaried official of the corporation, and bartering for money those services which had throughout been labors of love. But the jail committee coarsely informed her that if they permitted her to visit the prison she must submit to their terms, or be excluded. For 2 years, therefore, she received the salary of 12 pounds a year, the acknowledgment of the Yarmouth Corporation for her services as jail chaplain and schoolmistress. She was now, however, becoming old and infirm, and the unhealthy atmosphere of the jail did much toward finally disabling her. While she lay on her deathbed, she resumed the exercise of a talent she had occasionally practiced before in her moments of leisure, the composition of sacred poetry. As works of art, they may not excite admiration, yet never were verses written truer in spirit or fuller of Christian love. But her own life was a nobler poem than any she ever wrote, full of true courage, perseverance, charity, and wisdom. It was, indeed, a commentary upon her own words. The high desire that others may be blessed savors of heaven. End of chapter 18. Courage. Read by John Greenman. This is section 19 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Self-Control, read by John Greenman. Honor and profit do not always lie in the same sack. George Herbert. The government of one's self is the only true freedom for the individual. Frederick Perthes. Self-control is only courage under another form. It may almost be regarded as the primary essence of character. It is in virtue of this quality that Shakespeare defines man as being looking before and after. It forms the chief distinction between man and the mere animal, and, indeed, there can be no true manhood without it. Self-control is at the root of all the virtues. Let a man give the reins to his impulses and passions, and from that moment he yields up his moral freedom. He is carried along the current of life, and becomes the slave of his strongest desires for the time being. To be morally free, to be more than an animal, man must be able to resist instinctive impulse, and this can only be done by the exercise of self-control. Thus it is this power which constitutes the real distinction between a physical and a moral life, and that form the primary basis of individual character. The best support of character will always be found in habit, which, according as the will is directed rightly or wrongly, as the case may be, will prove either a benignant ruler or a cruel despot. We may be its willing subject on the one hand, or its servile slave on the other. It may help us on the road to good, or it may hurry us on the road to ruin. Habit is formed by careful training, and it is astonishing how much can be accomplished by systematic discipline and drill. See how, for instance, out of the most unpromising materials, such as roughs picked up in the streets, or raw, unkempt country lads taken from the plough, steady discipline and drill will bring out the unsuspected qualities of courage, endurance, and self-sacrifice, and how in the field of battle, or even on the more trying occasions of perils by sea, such men, carefully disciplined, will exhibit the unmistakable characteristics of true bravery and heroism. Nor is moral discipline and drill less influential in the formation of character. Without it there will be no proper system and order in the regulation of the life. Upon it depends the cultivation of the sense of self-respect, the education of the habit of obedience, the development of the idea of duty. The most self-reliant, self-governing man is always under discipline, and the more perfect the discipline, the higher will be his moral condition. He has to drill his desires, and keep them in subjection to the higher powers of his nature. They must obey the word of command of the internal monitor, the conscience. Otherwise, they will be but the mere slaves of their inclinations, the sport of feeling and impulse. In the supremacy of self-control, says Herbert Spencer, consists one of the perfections of the ideal man, not to be impulsive, not to be spurred hither and thither by each desire that in turn comes uppermost, but to be self-restrained, self-balanced, governed by the joint decision of the feelings in council assembled, before whom every action shall have been fully debated and calmly determined, that it is which education, moral education at least, strives to produce. The first seminary of moral discipline, and the best, as we have already shown, is the home. Next comes the school, and after that the world, the great school of practical life. Each is preparatory to the other, and what the man or woman becomes depends, for the most part, upon what has gone before. If they have enjoyed the advantage of neither the home nor the school, but have been allowed to grow up untrained, untaught, and undisciplined, then woe to themselves, woe to the society of which they form a part. The best regulated home is always that in which the discipline is the most perfect, and yet where it is the least felt. Moral discipline acts with the force of a law of nature. Those subject to it yield themselves to it unconsciously, and though it shapes and forms the whole character until the life becomes crystallized in habit, the influence thus exercised is for the most part unseen and almost unfelt. Although the moral character depends in a great degree on temperament and on physical health, as well as on domestic and early training and the example of companions, it is also in the power of each individual to regulate, to restrain, and to discipline it by watchful and persevering self-control. A competent teacher has said of the propensities and habits that they are as teachable as Latin and Greek, while they are much more essential to happiness. Dr. Johnson, though himself constitutionally prone to melancholy, and afflicted by it as few have been from his earliest years, said that a man's being in a good or bad humor very much depends upon his will. We may train ourselves in a habit of patience and contentment on the one hand, or of grumbling and discontent on the other. We may accustom ourselves to exaggerate small evils, and to underestimate great blessings. We men even become the victim of petty miseries by giving way to them. Thus we may educate ourselves in a happy disposition as well as in a morbid one. Indeed, the habit of viewing things cheerfully, and of thinking about life hopefully, may be made to grow up in us like any other habit. It was not an exaggerated estimate of Dr. Johnson to say that the habit of looking at the best side of any event is worth far more than £1,000 a year. If a man have not self-control, he will lack patience, be wanting in tact, and have neither the power of governing himself nor of managing others. When the quality most needed in a prime minister was the subject of conversation in the presence of Mr. Pitt, one of the speakers said it was eloquence, another said it was knowledge, and a third said it was toil. "No," said Pitt, "it is patience, and patience means self-control, a quality in which he himself was superb." His friend George Rose has said of him that he never once saw Pitt out of temper. Yet, although patience is usually regarded as a slow virtue, Pitt combined with it the most extraordinary readiness, vigor, and rapidity of thought as well as action. A strong temper is not necessarily a bad temper, but the stronger the temper, the greater is the need of self-discipline and self-control. Dr. Johnson says men grow better as they grow older, and improve with experience, but this depends upon the width and depth and generousness of their nature. It is not men's faults that ruin them so much as the manner in which they conduct themselves after the faults have been committed. The wise will profit by the suffering they cause, and eschew them for the future, but there are those on whom experience exerts no ripening influence, and who only grow narrower and bitterer and more vicious with time. What is called strong temper in a young man often indicates a large amount of unripe energy, which will expend itself in useful work if the road be fairly open to it. It is said of Stephen Girard that when he heard of a clerk with a strong temper, he would readily take him into his employment, and set him to work in a room by himself, Girard being of opinion that such persons were the best workers, and that their energy would expend itself in work if removed from the temptation to quarrel. Strong temper may only mean a strong and excitable will. Uncontrolled, it displays itself in fitful outbreaks of passion, but controlled and held in subjection, like steam pent up within the organized mechanism of a steam engine, the use of which is regulated and controlled by slide valves, governors, and levers, it may become a source of energetic power and usefulness. Hence, some of the greatest characters in history have been men of strong temper, but of equally strong determination to hold their motive power under strict regulation and control. Cromwell also is described as having been of a wayward and violent temper in his youth, cross, untractable, and masterless, with a vast quantity of youthful energy, which exploded in a variety of youthful mischiefs. He even obtained the reputation of a roisterer in his native town, and seemed to be rapidly going to the bad, when religion, in one of its most rigid forms, laid hold upon his strong nature, and subjected it to the iron discipline of Calvinism. An entirely new direction was thus given to his energy of temperament, which forced an outlet for itself into public life, and eventually became the dominating influence in England for a period of nearly 20 years. The heroic princes of the House of Nassau were all distinguished for the same qualities of self-control, self-denial, and determination of purpose. William the Silent was so called, not because he was a taciturn man, for he was an eloquent and powerful speaker where eloquence was necessary, but because he was a man who could hold his tongue when it was wisdom not to speak, and because he carefully kept his own counsel when to have revealed it might have been dangerous to the liberties of his country. He was so gentle and conciliatory in his manner that his enemies even described him as timid and pusillanimous. Yet when the time for action came, his courage was heroic, his determination unconquerable. "The rock in the ocean," says Mr. Motley, the historian of the Netherlands, "tranquil amid raging billows," was the favorite emblem by which his friends expressed their sense of his firmness. Mr. Motley compares William the Silent to Washington, whom he in many respects resembled. The American, like the Dutch patriot, stands out in history as the very impersonation of dignity, bravery, purity, and personal excellence. His command over his feelings, even in moments of great difficulty and danger, was such as to convey the impression, to those who did not know him intimately, that he was a man of inborn calmness and almost impassiveness of disposition. Yet Washington was by nature ardent and impetuous. His mildness, gentleness, politeness, and consideration for others were the result of rigid self-control and unwearied self-discipline, which he diligently practiced even from his boyhood. His biographer says of him that his temperament was ardent, his passions strong, and amidst the multiplied scenes of temptation and excitement through which he passed, it was his constant effort and ultimate triumph to check the one and subdue the other. And again, his passions were strong, and sometimes they broke out with vehemence, but he had the power of checking them in an instant. Perhaps self-control was the most remarkable trait of his character. It was in part the effect of discipline, yet he seems by nature to have possessed this power in a degree which has been denied to other men. The Duke of Wellington's natural temper, like that of Napoleon, was irritable in the extreme, and it was only by watchful self-control that he was enabled to restrain it. He studied calmness and coolness in the midst of danger, like an Indian chief. At Waterloo and elsewhere he gave his orders in the most critical moments without the slightest excitement, and in a tone of voice almost more than usually subdued. Wordsworth, the poet, was in his childhood of a stiff, moody, and violent temper, and perverse and obstinate in defying chastisement. When experience of life had disciplined his temper, he learned to exercise greater self-control. But at the same time the qualities which distinguished him as a child were afterwards useful in enabling him to defy the criticism of his enemies. Nothing was more marked than Wordsworth's self-respect and self-determination, as well as his self-consciousness of power at all periods of his history. Henry Martyn, the missionary, was another instance of a man in whom strength of temper was only so much pent-up, unripe energy. As a boy he was impatient, petulant, and perverse. But by constant wrestling against his tendency to wrong-headedness, he gradually gained the requisite strength so as to entirely overcome it, and to acquire what he so greatly coveted, the gift of patience. A man may be feeble in organization, but blessed with a happy temperament. His soul may be great, active, noble, and sovereign. Professor Tyndall has given us a fine picture of the character of Faraday, and of his self-denying labors in the cause of science, exhibiting him as a man of strong, original, and even fiery nature, and yet of extreme tenderness and sensibility. Underneath his sweetness and gentleness, he says, was the heat of a volcano. He was a man of excitable and fiery nature, and through high self-discipline he had converted the fire into a central glow and motive power of life, instead of permitting it to waste itself in useless passion. There was one fine feature in Faraday's character which is worthy of notice, one closely akin to self-control. It was his self-denial. By devoting himself to analytical chemistry, he might have speedily realized a large fortune, but he nobly resisted the temptation and preferred to follow the path of pure science. Taking the duration of his life into account, says Mr. Tyndall, this son of a blacksmith and apprentice to a bookbinder had to decide between a fortune of $750,000 on the one side and his undowered science on the other. He chose the latter, and died a poor man. But his was the glory of holding aloft among the nations the scientific name of England for a period of 40 years. Take a like instance of the self-denial of a Frenchman. The historian Anquetil was one of the small number of literary men in France who refused to bow to the Napoleonic yoke. He sank into great poverty, living on bread and milk, and limiting his expenditure to only 3 sous a day. "I have still 2 sous a day left," said he, "for the conqueror of Marengo and Austerlitz." "But if you fall sick," said a friend to him, "you will need the help of a pension. Why not do as others do? Pay court to the emperor. You have need of him to live." "I do not need him to die," was the historian's reply. But Anquetil did not die of poverty. He lived to the age of 94, saying to a friend on the eve of his death, "Come, see a man who dies still full of life." Sir James Outram exhibited the same characteristic of noble self-denial, though in an altogether different sphere of life. Like the great King Arthur, he was emphatically a man who forbore his own advantage. He was characterized throughout his whole career by his noble unselfishness. Though he might personally disapprove of the policy he was occasionally ordered to carry out, he never once faltered in the path of duty. Thus he did not approve of the policy of invading Scinde, yet his services throughout the campaign were acknowledged by General Sir C. Napier to have been of the most brilliant character. But when the war was over, and the rich spoils of Scinde lay at the conqueror's feet, Outram said, "I disapprove of the policy of this war. I will accept no share of the prize money." Not less marked was his generous self-denial when dispatched with a strong force to aid Havelock in fighting his way to Lucknow. As superior officer he was entitled to take upon himself the chief command, but, recognizing what Havelock had already done, with rare disinterestedness he left to his junior officer the glory of completing the campaign, offering to serve under him as a volunteer. "With such reputation," said Lord Clyde, "as Major General Outram has won for himself, he can afford to share glory and honor with others. But that does not lessen the value of the sacrifice he has made with such disinterested generosity." If a man would get through life honorably and peaceably, he must necessarily learn to practice self-denial in small things as well as great. Men have to bear as well as forbear. The temper has to be held in subjection to the judgment, and the little demons of ill-humor, petulance, and sarcasm kept resolutely at a distance. If once they find an entrance to the mind, they are very apt to return, and to establish for themselves a permanent occupation there. It is necessary to one's personal happiness to exercise control over one's words as well as acts, for there are words that strike even harder than blows, and men may speak daggers, though they use none. The stinging repartee that rises to the lips, and which, if uttered, might cover an adversary with confusion, how difficult it sometimes is to resist saying it. "Heaven keep us," says Miss Bremer in her Home, "from the destroying power of words. There are words which sever hearts more than sharp swords do. There are words the point of which sting the heart through the course of a whole life." Thus character exhibits itself in self-control of speech as much as in anything else. The wise and forbearant man will restrain his desire to say a smart or severe thing at the expense of another's feelings, while the fool blurts out what he thinks, and will sacrifice his friend rather than his joke. Even statesmen might be named who have failed through their inability to resist the temptation of saying clever and spiteful things at their adversary's expense. "The turn of a sentence," says Bentham, "has decided the fate of many a friendship, and, for aught that we know, the fate of many a kingdom." So when one is tempted to write a clever but harsh thing, though it may be difficult to restrain it, it is always better to leave it in the inkstand. "A goose's quill," says the Spanish proverb, "often hurts more than a lion's claw." Carlyle says, when speaking of Oliver Cromwell, "He that cannot withal keep his mind to himself cannot practice any considerable thing whatsoever." It was said of William the Silent, by one of his greatest enemies, that an arrogant or indiscreet word was never known to fall from his lips. Like him, Washington was discretion itself in the use of speech, never taking advantage of an opponent, or seeking a short-lived triumph in a debate. And it is said that, in the long run, the world comes round to and supports the wise man who knows when and how to be silent. We have heard men of great experience say that they have often regretted having spoken, but never once regretted holding their tongue. "Be silent," says Pythagoras, "or say something better than silence." "Speak fitly," says George Herbert, "or be silent wisely." St. Francis de Sales, whom Leigh Hunt styled the gentleman saint, has said, "It is better to remain silent than to speak the truth ill-humoredly, and so spoil an excellent dish by covering it with bad sauce." Another Frenchman, Lacordaire, characteristically puts speech first and silence next. "After speech," he says, "silence is the greatest power in the world." Yet a word spoken in season, how powerful it may be, as the old Welsh proverb has it, "A golden tongue is in the mouth of the blessed." There are, of course, times and occasions when the expression of indignation is not only justifiable but necessary. We are bound to be indignant at falsehood, selfishness, and cruelty. A man of true feeling fires up naturally at baseness or meanness of any sort, even in cases where he may be under no obligation to speak out. "I would have nothing to do," said Perthes, "with a man who cannot be moved to indignation. There are more good people than bad in the world, and the bad get the upper hand merely because they are bolder. We cannot help being pleased with a man who uses his powers with decision, and we often take his side for no other reason than because he does so use them. No doubt, I have often repented speaking, but not less often have I repented keeping silence. The best corrective of intolerance in disposition is increase of wisdom and enlarged experience of life. Cultivated good sense will usually save men from the entanglements in which moral impatience is apt to involve them. Good sense, consisting chiefly in that temper of mind which enables its possessor to deal with the practical affairs of life with justice, judgment, discretion, and charity. Hence, men of culture and experience are invariably found the most forbearant and tolerant, as ignorant and narrow-minded persons are found the most unforgiving and intolerant. Men of large and generous natures, in proportion to their practical wisdom, are disposed to make allowance for the defects and disadvantages of others, allowance for the controlling power of circumstances in the formation of character, and the limited power of resistance of weak and fallible natures to temptation and error. "I see no fault committed," said Goethe, "which I also might not have committed." Life will always be, to a great extent, what we ourselves make it. The cheerful man makes a cheerful world, the gloomy man a gloomy one. We usually find but our own temperament reflected in the dispositions of those about us. If we are ourselves querulous, we will find them so. If we are unforgiving and uncharitable to them, they will be the same to us. A person returning from an evening party not long ago complained to a policeman on his beat that an ill-looking fellow was following him. It turned out to be only his own shadow. And such usually is human life to each of us. It is, for the most part, but the reflection of ourselves. Many persons give themselves a great deal of fidget concerning what other people think of them and their peculiarities. Some are too much disposed to take the ill-natured side, and, judging by themselves, infer the worst. But it is very often the case that the uncharitableness of others, where it really exists, is but the reflection of our own want of charity and want of temper. It still oftener happens that the worry we subject ourselves to has its source in our own imagination, and even though those about us may think of us uncharitably, we shall not mend matters by exasperating ourselves against them. We may thereby only expose ourselves unnecessarily to their ill nature or caprice. "The ill that comes out of our mouth," says George Herbert, "oft-times falls into our bosom." The great and good philosopher Faraday communicated the following piece of admirable advice, full of practical wisdom, the result of a rich experience of life, in a letter to his friend Professor Tyndall. "Let me, as an old man, who ought by this time to have profited by experience, say that when I was younger I found I often misrepresented the intentions of people, and that they did not mean what at the time I supposed they meant, and further, that, as a general rule, it was better to be a little dull of apprehension where phrases seemed to imply pique, and quick in perception when, on the contrary, they seemed to imply kindly feeling. The real truth never fails ultimately to appear, and opposing parties, if wrong, are sooner convinced when replied to forbearingly than when overwhelmed. All I mean to say is that it is better to be blind to the results of partisanship, and quick to see good-will. One has more happiness in one's self in endeavoring to follow the things that make for peace. You can hardly imagine how often I have been heated in private when opposed, as I have thought, unjustly and superciliously, and yet I have striven, and succeeded, I hope, in keeping down replies of the like kind, and I know I have never lost by it. While the painter Barry was at Rome, he involved himself, as was his wont, in furious quarrels with the artists about picture-painting and picture-dealing, upon which his friend and countryman Edmund Burke, always the generous friend of struggling merit, wrote to him kindly and sensibly, "Believe me, dear Barry, that the arms with which the ill dispositions of the world are to be combated, and the qualities by which it is to be reconciled to us, and we reconciled to it, are moderation, gentleness, a little indulgence to others, and a great deal of distrust of ourselves, which are not qualities of a mean spirit, as some may possibly think them, but virtues of a great and noble kind, and such as dignify our nature as much as they contribute to our repose and fortune, for nothing can be so unworthy of a well-composed soul as to pass away life in bickerings and litigations, in snarling and scuffling with every one about us. We must be at peace with our species, if not for their sakes, at least very much for our own." Were it possible to conceive the existence of a tyrant who should compel his people to give up to him 1/3 or more of their earnings, and require them at the same time to consume a commodity that should brutalize and degrade them, destroy the peace and comfort of their families, and sow in themselves the seeds of disease and premature death, what indignation meetings, what monster processions there would be! What eloquent speeches and apostrophes to the spirit of liberty! What appeals against a despotism so monstrous and so unnatural! And yet such a tyrant really exists among us, the tyrant of unrestrained appetite, whom no force of arms or voices or votes can resist, while men are willing to be his slave. The power of this tyrant can only be overcome by moral means, by self-discipline, self-respect, self-control. There is no other way of withstanding the despotism of appetite in any of its forms. No reform of institutions, no extended power of voting, no improved form of government, no amount of scholastic instruction can possibly elevate the character of a people who voluntarily abandon themselves to sensual indulgence. The pursuit of ignoble pleasure is the degradation of true happiness. It saps the morals, destroys the energies, and degrades the manliness and robustness of individuals as of nations. The courage of self-control exhibits itself in many ways, but in none more clearly than in honest living. Men without the virtue of self-denial are not only subject to their own selfish desires, but they are usually in bondage to others who are like-minded with themselves. What others do, they do. They must live according to the artificial standard of their class, spending like their neighbors, regardless of the consequences, at the same time that all are, perhaps, aspiring after a style of living higher than their means. Each carries the others along with him, and they have not the moral courage to stop. They cannot resist the temptation of living high, though it may be at the expense of others, and they gradually become reckless of debt until it enthralls them. In all this there is great moral cowardice, and want of manly independence of character. The honorable man is frugal of his means, and pays his way honestly. He does not seek to pass himself off as richer than he is, or by running into debt open an account with ruin. As that man is not poor whose means are small, but whose desires are under control, so that man is rich whose means are more than sufficient for his wants. When Socrates saw a great quantity of riches, jewels, and furniture of great value carried in pomp through Athens, he said, "Now do I see how many things I do not desire. "I can forgive everything but selfishness," said Perthes. "Even the narrowest circumstances admit of greatness with reference to mine and thine, and none but the very poorest need fill their daily life with thoughts of money, if they have but prudence to arrange their housekeeping within the limits of their income." A man may be indifferent to money because of higher considerations, as Faraday was, who sacrificed wealth to pursue science. But if he would have the enjoyment that money can purchase, he must honestly earn it, and not live upon the earnings of others, as those do who habitually incur debts which they have no means of paying. When Maginn, always drowned in debt, was asked what he paid for his wine, he replied that he did not know, but he believed they put something down in a book. This putting down in a book has proved the ruin of a great many weak-minded people who cannot resist the temptation of taking things upon credit which they have not the present means of paying for. And it would probably prove of great social benefit if the law which enables creditors to recover debts contracted under certain circumstances were altogether abolished. But in the competition for trade, every encouragement is given to the incurring of debt, the creditor relying upon the law to aid him in the last extremity. When Sidney Smith once went into a new neighborhood, it was given out in the local papers that he was a man of high connections, and he was besought on all sides for his custom. But he speedily undeceived his new neighbors. "We are not great people at all," he said. "We are only common, honest people, people that pay our debts." Sir Walter Scott was a man who was honest to the core of his nature, and his strenuous and determined efforts to pay his debts, or rather the debts of the firm with which he had become involved, has always appeared to us one of the grandest things in biography. When his publisher and printer broke down, ruin seemed to stare him in the face. There was no want of sympathy for him in his great misfortune, and friends came forward who offered to raise money enough to enable him to arrange with his creditors. "No," said he proudly, "this right hand shall work it all off. If we lose everything else," he wrote to a friend, "we will at least keep our honor unblemished." While his health was already becoming undermined by overwork, he went on "writing like a tiger," as he himself expressed it, until no longer able to wield a pen, and though he paid the penalty of his supreme efforts with his life, he nevertheless saved his honor and his self-respect. In vain his doctors told him to give up work. He would not be dissuaded. "As for bidding me not work," he said to Dr. Abercrombie, "Molly might just as well put the kettle on the fire and say, 'Now, kettle, don't boil,'" to which he added, "If I were to be idle, I should go mad." By means of the profits realized by these tremendous efforts, Scott saw his debts in course of rapid diminution, and he trusted that, after a few more years' work, he would again be a free man. But it was not to be. He went on turning out such works as his Count Robert of Paris, with greatly impaired skill, until he was prostrated by another and severer attack of palsy. He now felt that the plough was nearing the end of the furrow. His physical strength was gone. He was not quite himself in all things, and yet his courage and perseverance never failed. "I have suffered terribly," he wrote in his diary, "though rather in body than in mind, and I often wish I could lie down and sleep without waking. But I will fight it out if I can." End of Chapter 19, Self-Control. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 20 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Duty, Truthfulness, read by John Greenman. I slept and dreamt that life was beauty. I woke and found that life was duty. Be not simply good, be good for something. Thoreau. The path of duty in this world is the road to salvation in the next. Jewish sage. Duty is a thing that is due, and must be paid by every man who would avoid present discredit and eventual moral insolvency. It is an obligation, a debt, which can only be discharged by voluntary effort and resolute action in the affairs of life. Duty embraces man's whole existence. It begins in the home, where there is the duty which children owe to their parents on the one hand, and the duty which parents owe to their children on the other. There are, in like manner, the respective duties of husbands and wives, of masters and servants, while outside the home there are duties which men and women owe to each other as friends and neighbors, as employers and employed, as governors and governed. Duty is based upon a sense of justice inspired by love, which is the most perfect form of goodness. Duty is not a sentiment, but a principle pervading the life, and it exhibits itself in conduct and in acts, which are mainly determined by man's conscience and free will. The voice of conscience speaks in duty done, and without its regulating and controlling influence, the brightest and greatest intellect may be merely as a light that leads astray. Conscience sets a man upon his feet, while his will holds him upright. Conscience is the moral governor of the heart, the governor of right action, of right thought, of right faith, of right life, and only through its dominating influence can the noble and upright character be fully developed. The conscience, however, may speak never so loudly, but without energetic will it may speak in vain. The will is free to choose between the right course and the wrong one, but the choice is nothing unless followed by immediate and decisive action. If the sense of duty be strong and the course of action clear, the courageous will, upheld by the conscience, enables a man to proceed on his course bravely and to accomplish his purposes in the face of all opposition and difficulty. And should failure be the issue, there will remain at least this satisfaction, that it has been in the cause of duty. "Be and continue poor, young man," said Heinzelmann, "while others around you grow rich by fraud and disloyalty. Be without place or power, while others beg their way upward. Bear the pain of disappointed hopes, while others gain the accomplishment of theirs by flattery. Forego the gracious pressure of the hand, for which others cringe and crawl. Wrap yourself in your own virtue, and seek a friend and your daily bread. If you have in your own cause grown gray with unbleached honor, bless God and die." When the Marquis of Pescara was entreated by the princes of Italy to desert the Spanish cause, to which he was in honor bound, his noble wife reminded him of his duty. She wrote to him, "Remember your honor, which raises you above fortune and above kings. By that alone, and not by the splendor of titles, is glory acquired, that glory which it will be your happiness and pride to transmit unspotted to your posterity." Such was the dignified view which she took of her husband's honor, and when he fell at Pavia, though young and beautiful, and besought by many admirers, she betook herself to solitude, that she might lament over her husband's loss and celebrate his exploits. To live really is to act energetically. Life is a battle to be fought valiantly. Inspired by high and honorable resolve, a man must stand to his post, and die there if need be. Like the old Danish hero, his determination should be to dare nobly, to will strongly, and never to falter in the path of duty. The power of will, be it great or small, which God has given us, is a divine gift, and we ought neither to let it perish for want of using, on the one hand, nor profane it by employing it for ignoble purposes on the other. Robertson of Brighton has truly said that man's real greatness consists not in seeking his own pleasure, or fame, or advancement. Not that every one shall save his own life, not that every man shall seek his own glory, but that every man shall do his own duty. What most stands in the way of the performance of duty is irresolution, weakness of purpose, and indecision. On the one side are conscience and knowledge of good and evil. On the other are indolence, selfishness, love of pleasure, or passion. The weak and ill-disciplined will may remain suspended for a time between these influences, but at length the balance inclines one way or the other, according as the will is called into action or otherwise. If it be followed to remain passive, the lower influence of selfishness or passion will prevail, and thus manhood suffers abdication, individuality is renounced, character is degraded, and the man permits himself to become the mere passive slave of his senses. Thus the power of exercising the will promptly in obedience to the dictates of conscience, and thereby resisting the impulses of the lower nature, is of essential importance in moral discipline, and absolutely necessary for the development of character in its best forms. To acquire the habit of well-doing, to resist evil propensities, to fight against sensual desires, to overcome inborn selfishness, may require a long and persevering discipline. But when once the practice of duty is learned, it becomes consolidated in habit, and thenceforward is comparatively easy. The valiant good man is he who, by the resolute exercise of his free will, has so disciplined himself as to have acquired the habit of virtue, as the bad man is he who, by allowing his free will to remain inactive, and giving the bridle to his desires and passions, has acquired the habit of vice, by which he becomes, at last, bound as by chains of iron. A man can only achieve strength of purpose by the action of his own free will. If he is to stand erect, it must be by his own efforts, for he cannot be kept propped up by the help of others. He is master of himself and of his actions. He can avoid falsehood and be truthful. He can shun sensualism and be continent. He can turn aside from doing a cruel thing and be benevolent and forgiving. All these lie within the sphere of individual efforts, and come within the range of self-discipline. And it depends upon men themselves whether in these respects they will be free, pure, and good on the one hand, or enslaved, impure, and miserable on the other. The sense of duty is a sustaining power even to a courageous man. It holds him upright, and makes him strong. It was a noble saying of Pompey, when his friends tried to dissuade him from embarking for Rome in a storm, telling him that he did so at the great peril of his life. "It is necessary for me to go," he said. "It is not necessary for me to live." What it was right that he should do, he would do, in the face of danger and in defiance of storms. "Let men of all ranks," said Plato, "whether they are successful or unsuccessful, whether they triumph or not, let them do their duty and rest satisfied." What a lesson for future ages lies in these words! As might be expected of the great Washington, the chief motive power in his life was the spirit of duty. It was the regal and commanding element in his character which gave it unity, compactness, and vigor. When he clearly saw his duty before him, he did it at all hazards, and with inflexible integrity. He did not do it for effect, nor did he think of glory or of fame and its rewards, but of the right thing to be done, and the best way of doing it. Yet Washington had a most modest opinion of himself, and when offered the chief command of the American Patriot Army, he hesitated to accept it until it was pressed upon him. When acknowledging in Congress the honor which had been done him in selecting him to so important a trust, on the execution of which the future of his country in a great measure depended, Washington said, "I beg it may be remembered, lest some unlucky event should happen unfavorable to my reputation, that I this day declare, with the utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with." And in his letter to his wife, communicating to her his appointment as Commander-in-Chief, he said, "I have used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from the consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay were to be 7 times 7 years. But, as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed for some good purpose. It was utterly out of my power to refuse the appointment, without exposing my character to such censures as would have reflected dishonor upon myself and given pain to my friends. This, I am sure, could not and ought not to be pleasing to you, and must have lessened me considerably in my own esteem." Washington pursued his upright course through life, first as Commander-in-Chief, and afterwards as President, never faltering in the path of duty. He had no regard for popularity, but held to his purpose through good and through evil report, often at the risk of his power and influence. Thus, on one occasion, when the ratification of a treaty arranged by Mr. Jay with Great Britain was in question, Washington was urged to reject it. But his honor and the honor of his country was committed, and he refused to do so. A great outcry was raised against the treaty, and for a time Washington was so unpopular that he is said to have been actually stoned by the mob. But he nevertheless held it to be his duty to ratify the treaty, and it was carried out in despite of petitions and remonstrances from all quarters. "While I feel," he said in answer to the remonstrance, "the most lively gratitude for the many instances of approbation from my country, I can no otherwise deserve it than by obeying the dictates of my conscience." Duty was the dominant idea in Nelson's mind. The spirit in which he served his country was expressed in the famous watchword, "England expects every man to do his duty," signaled by him to the fleet before going into action at Trafalgar, as well as in the last words that passed his lips, "I have done my duty. I praise God for it." And Nelson's companion and friend, the brave, sensible, homely-minded Collingwood, he who, as his ship bore down into the great sea-fight, said to his flag-captain, "Just about this time our wives are going to church in England." Collingwood, too, was, like his commander, an ardent devotee of duty. "Do your duty to the best of your ability," was the maxim which he urged upon many young men starting on the voyage of life. To a midshipman he once gave the following manly and sensible advice: "You may depend upon it, that it is more in your own power than in anybody else's to promote both your comfort and advancement. A strict and unwearied attention to your duty, and a complacent and respectful behavior, not only to your superiors but to everybody, will ensure you their regard, and the reward will surely come. But if it should not, I am convinced you have too much good sense to let disappointment sour you. Guard carefully against letting discontent appear in you. It will be sorrow to your friends, a triumph to your competitors, and cannot be productive of any good. Conduct yourself so as to deserve the best that can come to you, and the consciousness of your own proper behavior will keep you in spirits if it should not come. Let it be your ambition to be foremost in all duty. Do not be a nice observer of turns, but ever present yourself ready for everything, and, unless your officers are very inattentive men, they will not allow others to impose more duty on you than they should. It is a grand thing, after all, this pervading spirit of duty in a nation, and so long as it survives, no one need despair of its future. But when it has departed, or become deadened, and been supplanted by thirst for pleasure, or self-aggrandizement, or glory, then woe to that nation, for its dissolution is near at hand. Duty is closely allied to truthfulness of character, and the dutiful man is, above all things, truthful in his words as in his actions. He stays, and he does the right thing in the right way and at the right time. There is probably no saying of Lord Chesterfield that commends itself more strongly to the approval of manly-minded men than that it is truth that makes the success of the gentleman. Clarendon, speaking of one of the noblest and purest gentlemen of his age, says of Falkland that he was so severe an adorer of truth that he could as easily have given himself leave to steal as to dissemble. It was one of the finest things that Mrs. Hutchinson could say of her husband, that he was a thoroughly truthful and reliable man. He never professed the thing he intended not, nor promised what he believed out of his power, nor failed in the performance of anything that was in his power to fulfill. Wellington was a severe admirer of truth. An illustration may be given. When afflicted by deafness, he consulted a celebrated aurist, who, after trying all remedies in vain, determined, as a last resource, to eject into the ear a strong solution of caustic. It caused the most intense pain, but the patient bore it with his usual equanimity. The family physician, accidentally calling one day, found the Duke with flushed cheeks and bloodshot eyes, and when he rose he staggered about like a drunken man. The doctor asked to be permitted to look at his ear, and then he found that a furious inflammation was going on, which, if not immediately checked, must shortly reach the brain and kill him. Vigorous remedies were at once applied, and the inflammation was checked. But the hearing of that ear was completely destroyed. When the aurist heard of the danger his patient had run through the violence of the remedy he had employed, he hastened to Apsley House to express his grief and mortification. But the Duke merely said, "Do not say a word more about it. You did all for the best." The aurist said it would be his ruin when it became known that he had been the cause of so much suffering and danger to his grace. "But nobody need know anything about it. Keep your own counsel, and depend upon it, I won't say a word to anyone." "Then your grace will allow me to attend you as usual, which will show the public that you have not withdrawn your confidence from me?" "No," replied the Duke, kindly but firmly. "I can't do that, for that would be a lie." He would not act a falsehood any more than he would speak one. Another illustration of duty and truthfulness, as exhibited in the fulfillment of a promise, may be added from the life of Blücher. When he was hastening with his army over bad roads to the help of Wellington on the 18th of June, 1815, he encouraged his troops by words and gestures. "Forward, children, forward!" "It is impossible, it can't be done," was the answer. Again and again he urged them. "Children, we must get on. You may say it can't be done, but it must be done. I have promised my brother Wellington, promised, do you hear? You wouldn't have me break my word." And it was done. Truth is the very bond of society, without which it must cease to exist, and dissolve into anarchy and chaos. A household cannot be governed by lying, nor can a nation. Sir Thomas Browne once asked, "Do the devils lie?" "No," was his answer, "for then even hell could not subsist." No consideration can justify the sacrifice of truth, which ought to be sovereign in all the relations of life. Of all mean vices, perhaps, lying is the meanest. It is, in some cases, the offspring of perversity and vice, and in many others of sheer moral cowardice. Yet many persons think so lightly of it that they will order their servants to lie for them, nor can they feel surprised if, after such ignoble instruction, they find their servants lying for themselves. When Pitt was in his last illness, the news reached England of the great deeds of Wellington in India. "The more I hear of his exploits," said Pitt, "the more I admire the modesty with which he receives the praises he merits for them. He is the only man I ever knew that was not vain of what he had done, and yet had so much reason to be so." So it is said of Faraday by Professor Tyndall, that pretense of all kinds, whether in life or in philosophy, was hateful to him. Dr. Marshall Hall was a man of like spirit, courageously truthful, dutiful, and manly. One of his most intimate friends has said of him that, wherever he met with untruthfulness or sinister motive, he would expose it, saying, "I neither will nor can give my consent to a lie." The question, right or wrong, once decided in his own mind, the right was followed, no matter what the sacrifice or the difficulty, neither expediency nor inclination weighing one jot in the balance. There was no virtue that Dr. Arnold labored more sedulously to instill into young men than the virtue of truthfulness, as being the manliest of virtues, as indeed the very basis of all true manliness. He designated truthfulness as moral transparency, and he valued it more highly than any other quality. When lying was detected, he treated it as a great moral offense, but when a pupil made an assertion, he accepted it with confidence. "If you say so, that is quite enough. Of course I believe your word." By thus trusting and believing them, he educated the young in truthfulness, the boys at length coming to say to one another, "It's a shame to tell Arnold a lie. He always believes one." One of the most striking instances that could be given of the character of the dutiful, truthful, laborious man is presented in the life of the late George Wilson, professor of technology in the University of Edinburgh. Though we bring this illustration under the head of duty, it might equally have stood under that of courage, cheerfulness, or industry, for it is alike illustrative of these several qualities. Wilson's life was, indeed, a marvel of cheerful laboriousness, exhibiting the power of the soul to triumph over the body, and almost to set it at defiance. It might be taken as an illustration of the saying of the whaling captain to Dr. Kane as to the power of moral force over physical. "Bless you, sir, the soul will any day lift the body out of its boots." A fragile but bright and lively boy, he had scarcely entered manhood ere his constitution began to exhibit signs of disease. As early, indeed, as his 17th year, he began to complain of melancholy and of sleeplessness, supposed to be the effect of bile. "I don't think I shall live long," he then said to a friend. "My mind must work itself out, and the body will soon follow it." A strange confession for a boy to make, but he gave his physical health no fair chance. His life was all brain work, study, and competition. When he took exercise, it was in sudden bursts, which did him more harm than good. Long walks in the Highlands jaded and exhausted him, and he returned to his brain work unrested and unrefreshed. It was during one of his forced walks of some 24 miles in the neighborhood of Stirling that he injured one of his feet, and he returned home seriously ill. The result was an abscess, disease of the ankle joint, and long agony, which ended in the amputation of the right foot. But he never relaxed in his labors. He was now writing, lecturing, and teaching chemistry. Rheumatism and acute inflammation of the eye next attacked him, and were treated by cupping and blistering. Unable himself to write, he went on preparing his lectures, which he dictated to his sister. Pain haunted him day and night, and sleep was only forced by morphia. While in this state of general prostration, symptoms of pulmonary disease began to show themselves, yet he continued to give the weekly lectures to which he stood committed to the Edinburgh School of Arts. Not one was shirked, though their delivery before a large audience was a most exhausting duty. "Well, there's another nail put into my coffin," was the remark made on throwing off his overcoat on returning home, and a sleepless night almost invariably followed. At 27, Wilson was lecturing 10, 11, or more hours weekly, usually with setons or open blister wounds upon him. His bosom friends, he used to call them. He felt the shadow of death upon him, and he worked as if his days were numbered. "Don't be surprised," he wrote to a friend, "if any morning at breakfast you hear that I am gone." But while he said so, he did not in the least degree indulge in the feeling of sickly sentimentality. He worked on as cheerfully and hopefully as if in the very fullness of his strength. "To none," said he, "is life so sweet as to those who have lost all fear to die." Sometimes he was compelled to desist from his labors by sheer debility, occasioned by loss of blood from the lungs. But after a few weeks' rest and change of air, he would return to his work, saying, "The water is rising in the well again." Though disease had fastened on his lungs and was spreading there, and though suffering from a distressing cough, he went on lecturing as usual. To add to his troubles, when one day endeavoring to recover himself from a stumble occasioned by his lameness, he overstrained his arm, and broke the bone near the shoulder. But he recovered from his successive accidents and illnesses in the most extraordinary way. The reed bent, but did not break. The storm passed, and it stood erect as before. There was no worry or fever nor fret about him, but instead cheerfulness, patience, and unfailing perseverance. His mind, amidst all his sufferings, remained perfectly calm and serene. He went about his daily work with an apparently charmed life, as if he had the strength of many men in him. Yet all the while he knew he was dying, his chief anxiety being to conceal his state from those about him at home, to whom the knowledge of his actual condition would have been inexpressibly distressing. "I am cheerful among strangers," he said, "and try to live day by day as a dying man." He went on teaching as before, lecturing to the Architectural Institute and to the School of Arts. One day, after a lecture before the latter institute, he lay down to rest, and was shortly awakened by the rupture of a blood vessel, which occasioned him the loss of a considerable quantity of blood. He appeared at the family meals as usual, and next day he lectured twice, punctually fulfilling his engagements. But the exertion of speaking was followed by a second attack of hemorrhage. He now became seriously ill, and it was doubted whether he would survive the night. But he did survive, and during his convalescence he was appointed to an important public office, that of Director of the Scottish Industrial Museum, which involved a great amount of labor, as well as lecturing, in his capacity of Professor of Technology, which he held in connection with the office. From this time forward his "dear museum," as he called it, absorbed all his surplus energies. While busily occupied in collecting models and specimens for the museum, he filled up his odds and ends of time in lecturing to ragged schools, ragged kirks, and medical missionary societies. He gave himself no rest either of mind or body, and to die working was the fate he envied. His mind would not give in, but his poor body was forced to yield, and a severe attack of hemorrhage, bleeding from both lungs and stomach, compelled him to relax his labors. "For a month, or some 40 days," he wrote, "a dreadful Lent, The wind has blown geographically from Araby the blessed, but thermometrically from Iceland the accursed. I have been made a prisoner of war, hit by an icicle in the lungs, and have shivered and burned alternately for a large portion of the last month, and spit blood till I grew pale with coughing. Now I am better, and tomorrow I give my concluding lecture, thankful that I have contrived, notwithstanding all my troubles, to carry on without missing a lecture to the last day of the Faculty of Arts, to which I belong. How long was it to last? He himself began to wonder, for he had long felt his life as if ebbing away. At length he became languid, weary, and unfit to work. Even the writing of a letter cost him a painful effort, and he felt as if to lie down and sleep were the only things worth doing. Yet shortly after, to help a Sunday school, he wrote his 5 Gateways of Knowledge as a lecture, and afterwards expanded it into a book. He also recovered strength sufficient to enable him to proceed with his lectures to the institutions to which he belonged, besides, on various occasions, undertaking to do other people's work. "I am looked upon as good as mad," he wrote to his brother, "because, on a hasty notice, I took a defaulting lecturer's place at the Philosophical Institution, and discoursed on the polarization of light. But I like work. It is a family weakness." Then followed sleepless nights, days of pain, and more spitting of blood. "My only painless moments," he says, "were when lecturing." In this state of prostration and disease, the indefatigable man undertook to write the Life of Edward Forbes, and he did it, like everything he undertook, with admirable ability. He proceeded with his lectures as usual. To an association of teachers he delivered a discourse on the educational value of industrial science. After he had spoken to his audience for an hour, he left them to say whether he should go on or not, and they cheered him on to another half-hour's address. "It is curious," he wrote, "the feeling of having an audience, like clay in your hands, to mold for a season as you please. It is a terribly responsible power." I do not mean for a moment to imply that I am indifferent to the good opinion of others, far otherwise, but to gain this is much less a concern with me than to deserve it. It was not so once. I had no wish for unmerited praise, but I was too ready to settle that I did merit it. Now the word duty seems to me the biggest word in the world, and is uppermost in all my serious doings. This was written only about 4 months before his death. A little later he wrote, "I spin my thread of life from week to week, rather than from year to year." Constant attacks of bleeding from the lungs sapped his little remaining strength, but did not altogether disable him from lecturing. He was amused by one of his friends proposing to put him under trustees for the purpose of looking after his health, but he would not be restrained from working so long as a vestige of strength remained. One day, in the autumn of 1859, he returned from his customary lecture in the University of Edinburgh with a severe pain in his side. He was scarcely able to crawl upstairs. Medical aid was sent for, and he was pronounced to be suffering from pleurisy and inflammation of the lungs. His enfeebled frame was unable to resist so severe a disease, and he sank peacefully to the rest he so longed for after a few days' illness. Wrong not the dead with tears. A glorious bright tomorrow endeth a weary life of pain and sorrow. End of chapter 20. Duty, Truthfulness. Read by John Greenman. This is section 21 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Temper. Read by John Greenman. Heaven is a temper, not a place. Dr. Chalmers. Temper is 9/10 of Christianity. Bishop Wilson. Even power itself hath not 1/2 the might of gentleness. Hunt. It has been said that men succeed in life quite as much by their temper as by their talents. However this may be, it is certain that their happiness in life depends mainly upon their equanimity of disposition, their patience and forbearance, and their kindness and thoughtfulness for those about them. It is really true what Plato says, that in seeking the good of others, we find our own. There are some natures so happily constituted that they can find good in everything. There is no calamity so great but they can educe comfort or consolation from it, no sky so black but they can discover a gleam of sunshine issuing through it from some quarter or another. And if the sun be not visible to their eyes, they at least comfort themselves with the thought that it is there, though veiled from them for some good and wise purpose. Such happy natures are to be envied. They have a beam in the eye, a beam of pleasure, gladness, religious cheerfulness, philosophy, call it what you will. Sunshine is about their hearts, and their mind gilds with its own hues all that it looks upon. When they have burdens to bear, they bear them cheerfully, not repining, nor fretting, nor wasting their energies in useless lamentations, but struggling onward manfully, gathering up such flowers as lie along their path. Let it not for a moment be supposed that men such as those we speak of are weak and unreflective. The largest and most comprehensive natures are generally also the most cheerful, the most loving, the most hopeful, the most trustful. It is the wise man of large vision who is the quickest to discern the moral sunshine gleaming through the darkest cloud. In present evil he sees prospective good. In pain he recognizes the effort of nature to restore health. In trials he finds correction and discipline, and in sorrow and suffering he gathers courage, knowledge, and the best practical wisdom. When Jeremy Taylor had lost all, when his house had been plundered, and his family driven out of doors, and all his worldly estate had been sequestrated, he could still write thus: "I am fallen into the hands of publicans and sequestrators, and they have taken all from me. What now? Let me look about me. They have left me the sun and moon, a loving wife, and many friends to pity me, and some to relieve me. And I can still discourse, and unless I list, they have not taken away my merry countenance and my cheerful spirit and a good conscience. They have still left me the providence of God, and all the promises of the gospel, and my religion, and my hopes of heaven, and my charity to them too. And still I sleep and digest, I eat and drink, I read and meditate. And he that hath so many causes of joy, and so great, is very much in love with sorrow and peevishness, who loves all these pleasures, and chooses to sit down upon his little handful of thorns." Although cheerfulness of disposition is very much a matter of inborn temperament, it is also capable of being trained and cultivated like any other habit. We may make the best of life, or we may make the worst of it, and it depends very much upon ourselves whether we extract joy or misery from it. There are always two sides of life on which we can look, according as we choose, the bright side or the gloomy. We can bring the power of the will to bear in making the choice, and thus cultivate the habit of being happy, or the reverse. We can encourage the disposition of looking at the brightest side of things instead of the darkest, and while we see the cloud, let us not shut our eyes to the silver lining. The beam in the eye sheds brightness, beauty and joy upon life in all its phases. It shines upon coldness and warms it, upon suffering and comforts it, upon ignorance and enlightens it, upon sorrow and cheers it. The beam in the eye gives luster to intellect and brightens beauty itself. Without it, the sunshine of life is not felt. Flowers bloom in vain, the marvels of heaven and earth are not seen or acknowledged, and creation is but a dreary, lifeless, soulless blank. While cheerfulness of disposition is a great source of enjoyment in life, it is also a great safeguard of character. A devotional writer of the present day, in answer to the question, "How are we to overcome temptations?" says, "Cheerfulness is the first thing, cheerfulness is the second, and cheerfulness is the third." It furnishes the best soil for the growth of goodness and virtue. It gives brightness of heart and elasticity of spirit. It is the companion of charity, the nurse of patience, the mother of wisdom. It is also the best of moral and mental tonics. "The best cordial of all," said Dr. Marshall Hall to one of his patients, "is cheerfulness." And Solomon has said that "a merry heart doth good like a medicine." When Luther was once applied to for a remedy against melancholy, his advice was, "Gaiety and courage, innocent gaiety and rational, honorable courage, are the best medicine for young men, and for old men too, for all men against sad thoughts." Next to music, if not before it, Luther loved children and flowers. The great gnarled man had a heart as tender as a woman's. Cheerfulness is also an excellent wearing quality. It has been called the bright weather of the heart. It gives harmony of soul, and is a perpetual song without words. It is tantamount to repose. It enables nature to recruit its strength, whereas worry and discontent debilitate it, involving constant wear and tear. How is it that we see such men as Lord Palmerston, growing old in harness, working on vigorously to the end? Mainly through equanimity of temper and habitual cheerfulness. They have educated themselves in the habit of endurance, of not being easily provoked, of bearing and forbearing, of hearing harsh and even unjust things said of them, without indulging in undue resentment, and avoiding worrying, petty, and self-tormenting cares. An intimate friend of Lord Palmerston, who observed him closely for 20 years, has said that he never saw him angry, with perhaps one exception, and that was when the ministry, responsible for the calamity in Afghanistan, of which he was one, were unjustly accused by their opponents of falsehood, perjury, and wilful mutilation of public documents. So far as can be learned from biography, men of the greatest genius have been for the most part cheerful, contented men, not eager for reputation, money, or power, but relishing life and keenly susceptible of enjoyment, as we find reflected in their works. Such seem to have been Homer, Horace, Virgil, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Cervantes. Healthy, serene cheerfulness is apparent in their great creations. Among the same class of cheerful-minded men may also be mentioned Luther, Moore, Bacon, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michael Angelo. Perhaps they were happy because constantly occupied, and in the pleasantest of all work, that of creating out of the fullness and richness of their great minds. Milton, too, though a man of many trials and sufferings, must have been a man of great cheerfulness and elasticity of nature, though overtaken by blindness, deserted by friends, and fallen upon evil days, darkness before and danger's voice behind, yet did he not abate heart or hope, but still bore up and steered right onward. Henry Fielding was a man borne down through life by debt and difficulty and bodily sufferings, and yet Lady Mary Wortley Montagu has said of him that, by virtue of his cheerful disposition, she was persuaded he had known more happy moments than any other person on earth. Johnson was of opinion that a man grew better as he grew older, and that his nature mellowed with age. This is certainly a much more cheerful view of human nature than that of Lord Chesterfield, who saw life through the eyes of a cynic, and held that the heart never grows better by age, it only grows harder. But both sayings may be true, according to the point from which life is viewed, and the temper by which a man is governed. For while the good, profiting by experience and disciplining themselves by self-control, will grow better, the ill-conditioned, uninfluenced by experience, will only grow worse. Sir Walter Scott was a man full of the milk of human kindness. Everybody loved him. He was never 5 minutes in a room ere the little pets of the family, whether dumb or lisping, had found out his kindness for all their generation. Scott related to Captain Hall an incident of his boyhood, which showed the tenderness of his nature. One day, a dog coming towards him, he took up a big stone, threw it, and hit the dog. The poor creature had strength enough left to crawl up to him and lick his feet, although he saw its leg was broken. The incident, he said, had given him the bitterest remorse in his after life. But he added, an early circumstance of that kind, properly reflected on, is calculated to have the best effect on one's character throughout life. Give me an honest laugher, Scott would say, and he himself laughed the heart's laugh. He had a kind word for everybody, and his kindness acted all round him like a contagion, dispelling the reserve and awe which his great name was calculated to inspire. "He'll come here," said the keeper of the ruins of Melrose Abbey to Washington Irving. "He'll come here sometimes, with great folks in his company, and the first I'll know of it is hearing his voice calling out, 'Johnny! Johnny Bower!' And when I go out, I am sure to be greeted with a joke or a pleasant word. He'll stand and crack and laugh with me, just like an old wife. And to think that of a man that has such an awful knowledge of history." Dr. Arnold was a man of the same hearty cordiality of manner, full of human sympathy. There was not a particle of affectation or pretense of condescension about him. "I never knew such a humble man as the doctor," said the parish clerk at Laleham. "He comes and shakes us by the hand as if he was one of us. He used to come into my house," said an old woman near Foxhowe, "and talk to me as if I were a lady." Sidney Smith was another illustration of the power of cheerfulness. He was ever ready to look on the bright side of things. The darkest cloud had to him its silver lining. Whether working as country curate or as parish rector, he was always kind, laborious, patient, and exemplary, exhibiting in every sphere of life the spirit of a Christian, the kindness of a pastor, and the honor of a gentleman. In his leisure he employed his pen on the side of justice, freedom, education, toleration, emancipation, and his writings, though full of common sense and bright humor, are never vulgar, nor did he ever pander to popularity or prejudice. His good spirits, thanks to his natural vivacity and stamina of constitution, never forsook him, and in his old age, when borne down by disease, he wrote to a friend, "I have gout, asthma, and 7 other maladies, but am otherwise very well." In one of the last letters he wrote to Lady Carlisle, he wrote, "If you hear of 16 or 18 pounds of flesh wanting an owner, they belong to me. I look as if a curate had been taken out of me." One of the sorest trials of a man's temper and patience was that which befell Abauzit, the natural philosopher, while residing at Geneva. resembling in many respects a similar calamity which occurred to Newton, and which he bore with equal resignation. Among other things, Abauzit devoted much study to the barometer and its variations, with the object of deducing the general laws which regulated atmospheric pressure. During 27 years he made numerous observations daily, recording them on sheets prepared for the purpose. One day, when a new servant was installed in the house, she immediately proceeded to display her zeal by putting things to rights. Abauzit's study, among other rooms, was made tidy and set in order. When he entered it, he asked of the servant, "What have you done with the paper that was round the barometer?" "Oh, sir," was the reply, "it was so dirty that I burned it, and put in its place this paper, which you will see is quite new." Abauzit crossed his arms, and after some moments of internal struggle he said, in a tone of calmness and resignation, "You have destroyed the results of 27 years' labor. In future, touch nothing whatever in this room." The study of natural history, more than that of any other branch of science, seems to be accompanied by unusual cheerfulness and equanimity of temper on the part of its votaries, the result of which is that the life of naturalists is, on the whole, more prolonged than that of any other class of men of science. A member of the Linnean Society has informed us that, of 14 members who died in 1870, 2 were over 90, 5 were over 80, and 2 were over 70. The average of all the members who died in that year was 75. All large, healthy natures are cheerful as well as hopeful. Their example is also contagious and diffusive, brightening and cheering all who come within reach of their influence. It was said of Sir John Malcolm, when he appeared in a saddened camp in India, that it was like a gleam of sunlight. No man left him without a smile on his face. He was boy Malcolm still. It was impossible to resist the fascination of his genial presence. The true basis of cheerfulness is love, hope, and patience. Love evokes love, and begets loving kindness. Love cherishes hopeful and generous thoughts of others. It is charitable, gentle, and truthful. It is a discerner of good. It turns to the brightest side of things, and its face is ever directed towards happiness. It sees the glory in the grass, the sunshine on the flower. It encourages happy thoughts, and lives in an atmosphere of cheerfulness. It costs nothing, and yet is invaluable, for it blesses its possessor, and grows up in abundant happiness in the bosoms of others. Even its sorrows are linked with pleasures, and its very tears are sweet. Bentham lays it down as a principle, that a man becomes rich in his own stock of pleasures in proportion to the amount he distributes to others. His kindness will evoke kindness, and his happiness be increased by his own benevolence. Kind words, he says, cost no more than unkind ones. Kind words produce kind actions, not only on the part of him to whom they are addressed, but on the part of him by whom they are employed, and this not incidentally only, but habitually, in virtue of the principle of association. It may indeed happen that the effort of beneficence may not benefit those for whom it was intended, but when wisely directed, it must benefit the person from whom it emanates. The poet Rogers used to tell a story of a little girl, a great favorite with everyone who knew her. Someone said to her, "Why does everybody love you so much?" She answered, "I think it is because I love everybody so much." This little story is capable of a very wide application, for our happiness as human beings, generally speaking, will be found to be very much in proportion to the number of things we love, and the number of things that love us. and the greatest worldly success, however honestly achieved, will contribute comparatively little to happiness unless it be accompanied by a lively benevolence towards every human being. Kindness does not consist in gifts, but in gentleness and generosity of spirit. Men may give their money, which comes from the purse, and withhold their kindness, which comes from the heart. The kindness that displays itself in giving money does not amount to much, and often does quite as much harm as good. But the kindness of true sympathy, of thoughtful help, is never without beneficent results. It is the kindly dispositioned men who are the active men of the world, while the selfish and the skeptical, who have no love but for themselves, are its idlers. Buffon used to say that he would give nothing for a young man who did not begin life with an enthusiasm of some sort. It showed that at least he had faith in something good, lofty, and generous, even if unattainable. Egotism and selfishness are always miserable companions in life, and they are especially unnatural in youth. The egotist is next door to a fanatic. Constantly occupied with self, he has no thought to spare for others. He refers to himself in all things, thinks of himself, and studies himself, until his own little self becomes his own little God. Worst of all are the grumblers and growlers at fortune, who find that whatever is wrong, and will do nothing to set matters right, who declare all to be barren, from Dan even to Bathsheba. These grumblers are invariably found the least efficient helpers in the school of life. As the worst workmen are usually the readiest to strike, so the least industrious members of society are the readiest to complain. The worst wheel of all is the one that creaks. There is such a thing as the cherishing of discontent until the feeling becomes morbid. The jaundiced see everything about them yellow. The ill-conditioned think all things awry, and the whole world out of joint. All is vanity and vexation of spirit. The little girl in Punch, who found her doll stuffed with bran, and forthwith declared everything to be hollow, and wanted to go into a nunnery, had her counterpart in real life. Many full-grown people are quite as morbidly unreasonable. We have to be on our guard against small troubles, which, by encouraging, we are apt to magnify into great ones. Indeed, the chief source of worry in the world is not real, but imaginary evil, small vexations and trivial afflictions. In the presence of a great sorrow, all petty troubles disappear. But we are too ready to take some cherished misery to our bosom, and to pet it there. Let the necessitarians argue as they may, freedom of will and action is the possession of every man and woman. It is sometimes our glory, and very often it is our shame. All depends upon the manner in which it is used. We can choose to look at the bright side of things, or at the dark. We can follow good and eschew evil thoughts. We can be wrong-headed and wrong-hearted, or the reverse, as we ourselves determine. The world will be to each one of us very much what we make it. The cheerful are its real possessors, for the world belongs to those who enjoy it. It must, however, be admitted that there are cases beyond the reach of the moralist. Once, when a miserable-looking dyspeptic called upon a leading physician and laid his case before him, "Oh," said the doctor, "you only want a good hearty laugh. Go and see Grimaldi." "Alas," said the miserable patient, "I am Grimaldi." So, when Smollett, oppressed by disease, traveled over Europe in the hope of finding health, he saw everything through his own jaundiced eyes. "I'll tell it," said Smelfungus, "to the world." "You had better tell it," said Sterne, "to your physician." Meeting evils by anticipation is not the way to overcome them. If we perpetually carry our burdens about with us, they will soon bear us down under their load. When evil comes, we must deal with it bravely and hopefully. But Perthes wrote to a young man, who seemed to him inclined to take trifles as well as sorrows too much to heart, was doubtless good advice. "Go forward with hope and confidence. This is the advice given thee by an old man who has had a full share of the burden and heat of life's day. We must ever stand upright, happen what may, and for this end we must cheerfully resign ourselves to the varied influences of this many-colored life. You may call this levity, and you are partly right, for flowers and colors are but trifles, light as air. But such levity is a constituent portion of our human nature, without which it would sink under the weight of time. While on earth, we must still play with earth, and with that which blooms and fades upon its breast. The consciousness of this mortal life being but the way to a higher goal by no means precludes our playing with it cheerfully, and indeed we must do so, otherwise our energy in action will entirely fail. Cheerfulness also accompanies patience, which is one of the main conditions of happiness and success in life. "He that will be served," says George Herbert, "must be patient." It was said of the cheerful and patient King Alfred that good fortune accompanied him like a gift of God. Marlborough's expectant calmness was great, and a principal secret of his success as a general. "Patience will overcome all things," he wrote in 1702. In the midst of a great emergency, while baffled and opposed by his allies, he said, "Having done all that is possible, we should submit with patience." Last and chiefest of blessings is hope, the most common of possessions. For as Thales, the philosopher, said, "Even those who have nothing else have hope." Hope is the great helper of the poor. It has even been styled the poor man's bread. It is also the sustainer and inspirer of great deeds. It is recorded of Alexander the Great that, when he succeeded to the throne of Macedon, he gave away among his friends the greater part of the estates which his father had left him, and when Perdiccas asked him what he reserved for himself, Alexander answered, "The greatest possession of all, hope." End of Chapter 21. Temper. Read by John Greenman. This is section 22 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Manner, Art. A beautiful behavior is better than a beautiful form. It gives a higher pleasure than statues and pictures. It is the finest of the fine arts. Emerson. Manners are often too much neglected. They are most important to men, no less than to women. Life is too short to get over a bad manner. Besides, manners are the shadows of virtues. Reverend Sidney Smith. Manner is one of the principal external graces of character. It is the ornament of action, and often makes the commonest offices beautiful by the way in which it performs them. It is a happy way of doing things, adorning even the smallest details of life, and contributing to render it, as a whole, agreeable and pleasant. Manner has a good deal to do with the estimation in which men are held by the world, and it has often more influence in the government of others than qualities of much greater depth and substance. A manner at once gracious and cordial is among the greatest aids to success, and many there are who fail for want of it. Locke thought it of greater importance that an educator of youth should be well-bred and well-tempered than that he should be either a thorough classicist or man of science. While rudeness and gruffness bar doors and shut hearts, kindness and propriety of behavior, in which good manners consist, act as an open sesame everywhere. Doors unbar before them, and they are a passport to the hearts of everybody, young and old. There is a common saying that manners make the man, but this is not so true as that man makes the manners. A man may be gruff and even rude, and yet be good at heart and of sterling character. Yet he would doubtless be a much more agreeable and probably a much more useful man were he to exhibit that suavity of disposition and courtesy of manner which always gives a finish to the true gentleman. A man's manner, to a certain extent, indicates his character. It is the external exponent of his inner nature. It indicates his taste, his feelings, and his temper, as well as the society to which he has been accustomed. There is a conventional manner which is of comparatively little importance, but the natural manner, the outcome of natural gifts, improved by careful self-culture, signifies a great deal. Grace of manner is inspired by sentiment, which is a source of no slight enjoyment to a cultivated mind. Viewed in this light, sentiment is of almost as much importance as talents and acquirements, while it is even more influential in giving the direction to a man's tastes and character. Sympathy is the golden key that unlocks the hearts of others. It not only teaches politeness and courtesy, but gives insight and unfolds wisdom, and may almost be regarded as the crowning grace of humanity. Artificial rules of politeness are of very little use. What passes by the name of etiquette is often the essence of unpoliteness and untruthfulness. It consists in a great measure of posture-making, and is easily seen through. Even at best, etiquette is but a substitute for good manners, though it is often but their mere counterfeit. Good manners consist, for the most part, in courteousness and kindness. Politeness has been described as the art of showing, by external signs, the internal regard we have for others. But one may be perfectly polite to another without necessarily paying a special regard for him. Good manners are neither more nor less than beautiful behavior. It has been well said that a beautiful form is better than a beautiful face, and a beautiful behavior is better than a beautiful form. It gives a higher pleasure than statues or pictures. It is the finest of the fine arts. The truest politeness comes of sincerity. It must be the outcome of the heart, or it will make no lasting impression. For no amount of polish can dispense with truthfulness. The natural character must be allowed to appear, freed of its angularities and asperities. Though politeness in its best form should resemble water, best when clearest, most simple and without taste, yet genius in a man will always cover many defects of manner, and much will be excused to the strong and the original. Without genuineness and individuality, human life would lose much of its interest and variety, as well as its manliness and robustness of character. True politeness especially exhibits itself in regard for the personality of others. A man will respect the individuality of another if he wishes to be respected himself. He will have due regard for his views and opinions, even though they differ from his own. The well-mannered man pays a compliment to another, and sometimes even secures his respect by patiently listening to him. He is simply tolerant and forbearant, and refrains from judging harshly. And harsh judgment of others will almost invariably provoke harsh judgments of ourselves. The impolite, impulsive man will, however, sometimes rather lose his friend than his joke. He may surely be pronounced a very foolish person who secures another's hatred at the price of a moment's gratification. It was a saying of Bernal, the engineer, himself one of the kindest-natured of men, that spite and ill-nature are among the most expensive luxuries in life. Dr. Johnson once said, "Sir, a man has no more right to say an uncivil thing than to act one, no more right to say a rude thing to another than to knock him down." Want of respect for the feelings of others usually originates in selfishness, and issues in hardness and repulsiveness of manner. It may not proceed from malignity so much as from want of sympathy and want of delicacy, a want of that perception of and attention to those little and apparently trifling things by which pleasure is given or pain occasioned to others. Indeed, it may be said that in self-sacrifice in the ordinary intercourse of life mainly consists the difference between being well and ill-bred. Without some degree of self-restraint in society, a man may be found almost insufferable. No one has pleasure in holding intercourse with such a person, and he is a constant source of annoyance to those about him. For want of self-restraint, many men are engaged all their lives in fighting with difficulties of their own making, and rendering success impossible by their own cross-grained rudeness, while others, much less gifted, make their way and achieve success by simple patience, equanimity, and self-control. It has been said that men succeed in life quite as much by their temper as by their talents. However this may be, it is certain that their happiness depends mainly on their temperament, especially upon their disposition to be cheerful, upon their complacence, kindliness of manner, and willingness to oblige others, details of conduct which are like the small change in the intercourse of life, and are always in request. Men may show their disregard of others in various impolite ways, as, for instance, by neglect of propriety in dress, by the absence of cleanliness, or by indulging in repulsive habits. The slovenly, dirty person, by rendering himself physically disagreeable, sets the tastes and feelings of others at defiance, and is rude and uncivil, only under another form. The perfection of manner is ease. That it attracts no man's notice as such, but is natural and unaffected. Artifice is incompatible with courteous frankness of manner. Rochefoucauld has said that nothing so much prevents our being natural as the desire of appearing so. Thus we come round again to sincerity and truthfulness, which find their outward expression in graciousness, urbanity, kindliness, and consideration for the feelings of others. The frank and cordial man sets those above him at their ease. He warms and elevates them by his presence, and wins all hearts. Thus manner in its highest form, like character, becomes a genuine motive power. "The love and admiration," says Canon Kingsley, "which that truly brave and loving man, Sir Sidney Smith, won from everyone, rich and poor, with whom he came in contact, seems to have arisen from the one fact that, without, perhaps, having any such conscious intention, he treated rich and poor, his own servants and the noblemen his guests, alike, courteously, considerately, cheerfully, affectionately, so leaving a blessing and reaping a blessing wherever he went." Men who toil with their hands, equally with those who do not, may respect themselves and respect one another. It is by their demeanor to each other, in other words, by their manners, that self-respect as well as mutual respect are indicated. There is scarcely a moment in their lives, the enjoyment of which might not be enhanced by kindliness of this sort, in the workshop, in the street, or at home. The civil workman will exercise increased power among his class, and gradually induce them to imitate him by his persistent steadiness, civility, and kindness. One may be polite and gentle with very little money in his purse. Politeness goes far, yet costs nothing. It is the cheapest of all commodities. It is the humblest of the fine arts. Yet it is so useful and pleasure-giving that it might almost be ranked among the humanities. The French and Germans, of even the humblest classes, are gracious in manner, complacent, cordial, and well-bred. The foreign workman lifts his cap and respectfully salutes his fellow workman in passing. There is no sacrifice of manliness in this, but grace and dignity. Even the lowest poverty of the foreign workpeople is not misery, simply because it is cheerful. Good taste is a true economist. It may be practiced on small means, and sweeten the lot of labor as well as of ease. It is all the more enjoyed, indeed, when associated with industry and the performance of duty. Even the lot of poverty is elevated by taste. It exhibits itself in the economies of the household. It gives brightness and grace to the humblest dwelling. It produces refinement. It engenders goodwill and creates an atmosphere of cheerfulness. Thus, good taste, associated with kindliness, sympathy, and intelligence, may elevate and adorn even the lowliest lot. The first and best school of manners, as of character, is always the home, where woman is the teacher. The manners of society at large are but the reflex of the manners of our collective homes, neither better nor worse. Yet with all the disadvantages of ungenial homes, men may practice self-culture of manner as of intellect, and learn by good examples to cultivate a graceful and agreeable behavior towards others. Most men are like so many gems in the rough, which need polishing by contact with other and better natures, to bring out their full beauty and luster. Some have but one side polished, sufficient only to show the delicate graining of the interior, but to bring out the full qualities of the gem needs the discipline of experience and contact with the best examples of character in the intercourse of daily life. A good deal of the success of manner consists in tact, and it is because women, on the whole, have greater tact than men, that they prove the most influential teachers. They have more self-restraint than men, and are naturally more gracious and polite. They possess an intuitive quickness and readiness of action, have a keener insight into character, and exhibit greater discrimination and address. In matters of social detail, aptness and dexterity come to them like nature, and hence well-mannered men usually receive their best culture by mixing in the society of gentle and adroit women. Tact is an intuitive art of manner, which carries one through a difficulty better than either talent or knowledge. Talent, says a public writer, is power. Tact is skill. Talent is weight. Tact is momentum. Talent knows what to do. Tact knows how to do it. Talent makes a man respectable. Tact makes him respected. Talent is wealth. Tact is ready money. At a gathering in Australia not long since, 4 persons met. 3 of them were shepherds on a sheep farm. One of these had taken a degree at Oxford, another at Cambridge, the third at a German university. The 4th was their employer, a squatter, rich in flocks and herds, but scarcely able to read or write, much less to keep accounts. The difference between a man of quick tact and of no tact whatever was exemplified in an interview which once took place between Lord Palmerston and Mr. Bennis, the sculptor. At the last sitting which Lord Palmerston gave him, Bennis opened the conversation with, "Any news, my lord, from France? How do we stand with Louis Napoleon?" The Foreign Secretary raised his eyebrows for an instant, and quickly replied, "Really, Mr. Bennis, I don't know. I have not seen the newspapers." Poor Bennis, with many excellent qualities and much real talent, was one of the many men who entirely missed their way in life, through want of tact. Such is the power of manner combined with tact, that Wilkes, one of the ugliest of men, used to say that, in winning the graces of a lady, there was not more than 3 days' difference between him and the handsomest man in England. But this reference to Wilkes reminds us that too much importance must not be attached to manner, for it does not afford any genuine test of character. The well-mannered man may, like Wilkes, be merely acting a part, and that for an immoral purpose. Manner, like all other fine arts, gives pleasure, and is exceedingly agreeable to look upon, but it may be assumed as a disguise, as men assume a virtue though they have it not. It is but the exterior sign of good conduct, but may be no more than skin deep. The most highly polished person may be thoroughly depraved in heart, and his superfine manners may, after all, only consist in pleasing gestures and in fine phrases. On the other hand, it must be acknowledged that some of the richest and most generous natures have been wanting in the graces of courtesy and politeness. As a rough rind sometimes covers the sweetest fruit, so a rough exterior often conceals a kindly and hearty nature. The blunt man may seem even rude in manner, and yet at heart be honest, kind, and gentle. John Knox and Martin Luther were by no means distinguished for their urbanity. They had work to do which needed strong and determined rather than well-mannered men. Indeed, they were both thought to be unnecessarily harsh and violent in their manner. "And who art thou," said Mary Queen of Scots to Knox, "that presumest to school the nobles and sovereign of this realm?" "Madam," replied Knox, "a subject born within the same." It is said that his boldness or roughness more than once made Queen Mary weep. When Regent Morton heard of this, he said, "Well, 'tis better that women would weep than bearded men." As Knox was retiring from the Queen's presence on one occasion, he overheard one of the royal attendants say to another, "He is not afraid." Turning round upon them, he said, "And why should the pleasing face of a gentleman frighten me? I have looked on the faces of angry men, and yet have not been afraid beyond measure." When the reformer, worn out by excess of labor and anxiety, was at length laid to his rest, the Regent, looking down into the open grave, exclaimed, in words which made a strong impression from their aptness and truth, "There lies he who never feared the face of man." Luther also was thought by some to be a mere compound of violence and ruggedness. But, as in the case of Knox, the times in which he lived were rude and violent, and the work he had to do could scarcely have been accomplished with gentleness and suavity. To rouse Europe from its lethargy, he had to speak and to write with force, and even vehemence. Yet Luther's vehemence was only in words. His apparently rude exterior covered a warm heart. In private life he was gentle, loving, and affectionate. He was simple and homely, even to commonness. Fond of all common pleasures and enjoyments, he was anything but an austere man or a bigot, for he was hearty, genial, and even jolly. Luther was the common people's hero in his lifetime, and he remains so in Germany to this day. Samuel Johnson was rude and often gruff in manner, but he had been brought up in a rough school. Poverty in early life had made him acquainted with strange companions. He had wandered in the streets with Savage for nights together, unable between them to raise money enough to pay for a bed. When his indomitable courage and industry at length secured for him a footing in society, he still bore upon him the scars of his early sorrows and struggles. He was by nature strong and robust, and his experience made him unaccommodating and self-asserting. When he was once asked why he was not invited to dine out as Garrick was, he answered, "Because great lords and ladies did not like to have their mouths stopped." And Johnson was a notorious mouth-stopper, though what he said was always worth listening to. Johnson's companion spoke of him as Ursa Major, but, as Goldsmith generously said of him, "No man alive has a more tender heart. He has nothing of the bear about him but his skin." The kindliness of Johnson's nature was shown on one occasion by the manner in which he assisted a supposed lady in crossing Fleet Street. He gave her his arm and led her across, not observing that she was in liquor at the time. But the spirit of the act was not the less kind on that account. On the other hand, the conduct of the bookseller on whom Johnson once called to solicit employment, and who, regarding his athletic but uncouth person, told him he had better "go buy a porter's knot and carry trunks," in howsoever bland tones the advice might have been communicated, was simply brutal. While captiousness of manner and the habit of disputing and contradicting everything said is chilling and repulsive, the opposite habit of assenting to and sympathizing with every statement made or emotion expressed is almost equally disagreeable. It is unmanly, and is felt to be dishonest. "It may seem difficult," says Richard Sharp, "to steer always between bluntness and plain dealing, between giving merited praise and lavishing indiscriminate flattery, but it is very easy, good humor, kind-heartedness, and perfect simplicity being all that are requisite to do what is right in the right way." At the same time, many are impolite, not because they mean to be so, but because they are awkward and perhaps know no better. Thus, when Gibbon had published the second and third volumes of his Decline and Fall, the Duke of Cumberland met him one day and accosted him with, "How do you do, Mr. Gibbon? I see you are always at it in the old way. Scribble, scribble, scribble." The Duke probably intended to pay the author a compliment, but did not know how better to do it than in this blunt and apparently rude way. Again, many persons are thought to be stiff, reserved, and proud when they are only shy. Shyness is characteristic of most people of Teutonic race. From all that can be learned of Shakespeare, it is to be inferred that he was an exceedingly shy man. The manner in which his plays were sent into the world, for it is not known that he edited or authorized the publication of a single one of them, and the dates at which they respectively appeared, are mere matters of conjecture. His appearance in his own plays in second and even third-rate parts, his indifference to reputation, and even his apparent aversion to be held in repute by his contemporaries, his disappearance from London, the seat and center of histrionic art, so soon as he had realized a moderate competency, and his retirement about the age of 40 for the remainder of his days, to a life of obscurity in a small town in the Midland counties, all seemed to unite in proving the shrinking nature of the man and his unconquerable shyness. But a still more recent and striking instance is that of the late Archbishop Whately, who in the early part of his life was painfully oppressed by the sense of shyness. When at Oxford, his white, rough coat and white hat obtained for him the sobriquet of the White Bear, and his manners, according to his own account of himself, corresponded with the appellation. He was directed, by way of remedy, to copy the example of the best-mannered men he met in society. But the attempt to do this only increased his shyness, and he failed. He found that he was all the while thinking of himself rather than of others, whereas thinking of others rather than of oneself is the true essence of politeness. Finding that he was making no progress, Whately was driven to utter despair, and then he said to himself, "Why should I endure this torture all my life to no purpose? I would bear it still if there was any success to be hoped for, but since there is not, I will die quietly, without taking any more doses. I have tried my very utmost, and find that I must be as awkward as a bear all my life in spite of it. I will endeavor to think as little about it as a bear, and make up my mind to endure what can't be cured." From this time forth he struggled to shake off all consciousness as to manner, and to disregard censure as much as possible. In adopting this course, he says, "I succeeded beyond my expectations, for I not only got rid of the personal suffering of shyness, but also of most of those faults of manner which consciousness produces, and acquired at once an easy and natural manner, careless indeed in the extreme, from its originating in a stern defiance of opinion, which I had convinced myself must be ever against me, but unconscious, and therefore giving expression to that good will toward men which I really feel, and these, I believe, are the main points." Washington, who was an Englishman in his lineage, was also one in his shyness. He is described incidentally by Mr. Josiah Quincy as a little stiff in his person, not a little formal in his manner, and not particularly at ease in the presence of strangers. He had the air of a country gentleman not accustomed to mix much in society, perfectly polite, but not easy in address and conversation, and not graceful in his movements. True politeness is best evinced by self-forgetfulness or self-denial in the interest of others. Mr. Garfield, our martyred president, was a gentleman of royal type. His friend, Colonel Rockwell, says of him, "In the midst of his suffering he never forgets others. For instance, today he said to me, 'Rockwell, there is a poor soldier's widow who came to me before this thing occurred, and I promised her she would be provided for. I want you to see that the matter is attended to at once.' He is the most docile patient I ever saw." Although we are not accustomed to think of modern Americans as shy, the most distinguished American author of our time was probably the shyest of men. Nathaniel Hawthorne was shy to the extent of morbidity. We have observed him, when a stranger entered the room where he was, turn his back for the purpose of avoiding recognition. And yet, when the crust of his shyness was broken, no man could be more cordial and genial than Hawthorne. We observe a remark in one of Hawthorne's lately published notebooks, that on one occasion he met Mr. Helps in society, and found him cold, and doubtless Mr. Helps thought the same of him. It was only the case of two shy men meeting, each thinking the other stiff and reserved, and parting before their mutual film of shyness had been removed by a little friendly intercourse. We have thus far spoken of shyness as a defect, but there is another way of looking at it, for even shyness has its bright side and contains an element of good. Shy men and shy races are ungraceful and undemonstrative, because, as regards society at large, they are comparatively unsociable. They do not possess those elegances of manner acquired by free intercourse, which distinguish the social graces, because their tendency is to shun society rather than to seek it. They are shy in the presence of strangers, and shy even in their own families. They hide their affections under a robe of reserve, and when they do give way to their feelings, it is only in some very hidden inner chamber. And yet the feelings are there, and not the less healthy and genuine that they are not made the subject of exhibition to others. It was not a little characteristic of the ancient Germans that the more social and demonstrative peoples by whom they were surrounded should have characterized them as the dumb men. And the same designation might equally apply to the modern English, as compared, for example, with their nimbler, more communicative and vocal, and in all respects more social neighbors, the modern French and Irish. But there is one characteristic which marks the English people, as it did the races from which they have mainly sprung, and that is their intense love of home. Give the Englishman a home, and he is comparatively indifferent to society. For the sake of a holding which he can call his own, he will cross the sea, plant himself on the prairie or amidst the primeval forest, and make for himself a home. The solitude of the wilderness has no fears for him. The society of his wife and family is sufficient, and he cares for no other. Hence it is that the people of Germanic origin, from whom the English and Americans have alike sprung, make the best of colonizers, and are now rapidly extending themselves as emigrants and settlers in all parts of the habitable globe. To remedy this admitted defect of grace and want of artistic taste in the English people, a school has sprung up among us for the more general diffusion of fine art. The beautiful has now its teachers and preachers, and by some it is almost regarded in the light of a religion. The beautiful is the good. The beautiful is the true. The beautiful is the priest of the benevolent, are among their texts. It is believed that by the study of art the tastes of the people may be improved, that by contemplating objects of beauty their nature will become purified, and that by being thereby withdrawn from sensual enjoyments, their character will be refined and elevated. But though such culture is calculated to be elevating and purifying in a certain degree, we must not expect too much from it. Grace is a sweetener and embellisher of life, and as such is worthy of cultivation. Music, painting, dancing, and the fine arts are all sources of pleasure, and though they may not be sensual, yet they are sensuous, and often nothing more. The cultivation of a taste for beauty of form or color, of sound or attitude, has no necessary effect upon the cultivation of the mind or the development of the character. The contemplation of fine works of art will doubtless improve the taste and excite admiration, but a single noble action done in the sight of men will more influence the mind and stimulate the character to imitation than the sight of miles of statuary or acres of pictures. For it is mind, soul, and heart, not taste or art, that make men great. Art has usually flourished most during the decadence of nations, when it has been hired by wealth as the minister of luxury. Exquisite art and degrading corruption were contemporary in Greece as well as in Rome. Phidias and Ictinus had scarcely completed the Parthenon when the glory of Athens had departed. Phidias died in prison, and the Spartans set up in the city the memorials of their own triumph and of Athenian defeat. It was the same in ancient Rome, where art was at its greatest height when the people were in their most degraded condition. Nero was an artist as well as Domitian, two of the greatest monsters of the empire. If the beautiful had been the good, Commodus must have been one of the best of men, but according to history he was one of the worst. Again, the greatest period of modern Roman art was that in which Pope Leo X flourished, of whose reign it has been said that profligacy and licentiousness prevailed among the people and clergy, as they had done almost uncontrolled ever since the pontificate of Alexander VI. In like manner, the period at which art reached its highest point in the Low Countries was that which immediately succeeded the destruction of civil and religious liberty, and the prostration of the national character under the despotism of Spain. If art could elevate a nation, and the contemplation of the beautiful were calculated to make men good, then Paris ought to contain a population of the wisest and best of human beings. Rome also is a great city of art, and yet there the virtus, or valor of the ancient Romans, has characteristically degenerated into virtu, or a taste for knickknacks, while according to recent accounts the city itself is inexpressibly foul. Art would even sometimes appear to have a connection with dirt, and it is said of Mr. Ruskin that, when searching for works of art in Venice, his attendant in his explorations would sniff an ill odor, and when it was strong would say, Now we are coming to something very old and fine, meaning in art. A little common education in cleanliness, where it is wanting, would probably be much more improving, as well as wholesome, than any amount of education in fine art. Ruffles are all very well, but it is folly to cultivate them to the neglect of the shirt. While, therefore, grace of manner, politeness of behavior, elegance of demeanor, and all the arts that contribute to make life pleasant and beautiful, are worthy of cultivation, it must not be at the expense of the more solid and enduring qualities of honesty, sincerity, and truthfulness. The fountain of beauty must be in the heart more than in the eye, and if it do not tend to produce beautiful life and noble practice, it will prove of comparatively little avail. Politeness of manner is not worth much unless it is accompanied by polite actions. Grace may be but skin-deep, very pleasant and attractive, and yet very heartless. Art may be a source of innocent enjoyment and an important aid to higher culture. But, unless it leads to higher culture, it may be merely sensuous. And when art is merely sensuous, it is enfeebling and demoralizing rather than strengthening or elevating. Honest courage is of greater worth than any amount of grace. Purity is better than elegance, and cleanliness of body, mind, and heart than any amount of fine art. While the cultivation of the graces is not to be neglected, it should never be forgotten that there is something far higher and nobler to be aimed at, greater than pleasure, greater than art, greater than wealth, greater than power, greater than intellect, greater than genius, and that is purity and excellence of character. Without a solid, sterling basis of individual goodness, all the grace, elegance, and art in the world would fail to save or elevate a people. End of Chapter 22, Manner, Art. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 23 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Companionship of Books. Books, we know, are a substantial world, both pure and good, round which, with tendrils strong as flesh and blood, our pastime and our happiness can grow. Wordsworth. Not only in the common speech of men, but in all art, too, which is or should be the concentrated and conserved essence of what men can speak and show, biography is almost the one thing needful. Carlyle. A man may usually be known by the books he reads, as well as by the company he keeps. For there is a companionship of books as well as of men, and one should always live in the best company, whether it be of books or of men. A good book may be among the best of friends. It is the same today as it always was, and it will never change. It is the most patient and cheerful of companions. It does not turn its back upon us in times of adversity or distress. It always receives us with the same kindness, amusing and instructing us in youth, and comforting us and consoling us in age. Men often discover their affinity to each other by the mutual love they have for a book, just as two persons sometimes discover a friend by the admiration which both entertain for a third. There is an old proverb, "Love me, love my dog," but there is more wisdom in this, "Love me, love my book." The book is a truer and higher bond of union. Men can think, feel, and sympathize with each other through their favorite author. Books, said Hazlitt, wind into the heart. The poet's verse slides into the current of our blood. We read them when young, we remember them when old. We read there of what has happened to others, we feel that it has happened to ourselves. They are to be had everywhere, cheap and good. We breathe but the air of books. We owe everything to their authors on this side of barbarism. A good book is often the best urn of a life, enshrining the best thoughts of which that life was capable, for the world of a man's life is, for the most part, but the world of his thoughts. Thus the best books are treasuries of good words and golden thoughts, which, remembered and cherished, become our abiding companions and comforters. "They are never alone," said Sir Philip Sidney, "that are accompanied by noble thoughts." The good and true thought may in time of temptation be as an angel of mercy purifying and guarding the soul. It also enshrines the germs of action, for good words almost invariably inspire to good works. Thus Sir Henry Lawrence prized above all other compositions Wordsworth's Character of the Happy Warrior, which he endeavored to embody in his own life. It was ever before him as an exemplar. He thought of it continually, and often quoted it to others. His biographer says, "He tried to conform his own life and to assimilate his own character to it, and he succeeded, as all men succeed who are truly in earnest." Books possess an essence of immortality. They are by far the most lasting products of human effort. Temples crumble into ruin, pictures and statues decay, but books survive. Time is of no account with great thoughts, which are as fresh today as when they first passed through their authors' minds ages ago. What was then said and thought still speaks to us as vividly as ever from the printed page. The only effect of time has been to sift and winnow out the bad products, for nothing in literature can long survive but what is really good. Books introduce us into the best society. They bring us into the presence of the greatest minds that have ever lived. We hear what they said and did. We see them as if they were really alive. We are participators in their thoughts. We sympathize with them, enjoy with them, grieve with them. Their experience becomes ours, and we feel as if we were in a measure actors with them in the scenes which they describe. Great is the human interest felt in biography. What are all the novels that find such multitudes of readers, but so many fictitious biographies? What are the dramas that people crowd to see, but so much acted biography? Strange that the highest genius should be employed on the fictitious biography, and so much commonplace ability on the real. Yet the authentic picture of any human being's life and experience ought to possess an interest greatly beyond that which is fictitious, inasmuch as it has the charm of reality. Every person may learn something from the recorded life of another, and even comparatively trivial deeds and sayings may be invested with interest as being the outcome of the lives of such beings as we ourselves are. The records of the lives of good men are especially useful. They influence our hearts, inspire us with hope, and set before us great examples. And when men have done their duty through life in a great spirit, their influence will never wholly pass away. The good life, says George Herbert, is never out of season. Goethe has said that there is no man so commonplace that a wise man may not learn something from him. Sir Walter Scott could not travel in a coach without gleaning some information or discovering some new trait of character in his companions. Dr. Johnson once observed that there was not a person in the streets but he should like to know his biography, his experience of life, his trials, his difficulties, his successes, and his failures. How much more truly might this be said of the men who have made their mark in the world's history, and have created for us that great inheritance of civilization of which we are the possessors. Whatever relates to such men, to their habits, their manners, their modes of living, their personal history, their conversation, their maxims, their virtues, or their greatness, is always full of interest, of instruction, of encouragement, and of example. The great lesson of biography is to show what man can be and do at his best. A noble life, put fairly on record, acts like an inspiration to others. It exhibits what life is capable of being made. It refreshes our spirit, encourages our hopes, gives us new strength and courage and faith in others as well as in ourselves. It stimulates our aspirations, rouses us to action, and incites us to become co-partners with them in their work. To live with such men in their biographies and to be inspired by their example is to live with the best of men and to mix in the best of company. History itself is best studied in biography. Indeed, history is biography, collective humanity as influenced and governed by individual men. What is all history, says Emerson, but the work of ideas, a record of the incomparable energy which his infinite aspirations infuse into man? In its pages it is always persons we see more than principles. Historical events are interesting to us mainly in connection with the feelings, the sufferings, and interests of those by whom they are accomplished. In history we are surrounded by men long dead, but whose speech and whose deeds survive. We almost catch the sound of their voices, and what they did constitutes the interest of history. We never feel personally interested in masses of men, but we feel and sympathize with the individual actors whose biographies afford the finest and most real touches in all great historical dramas. Among the great writers of the past, probably the two that have been most influential in forming the characters of great men of action and great men of thought have been Plutarch and Montaigne, the one by presenting heroic models for imitation, the other by probing questions of constant recurrence in which the human mind in all ages has taken the deepest interest. And the works of both are, for the most part, cast in a biographic form, their most striking illustrations consisting in the exhibitions of character and experience which they contain. Plutarch's Lives, though written nearly 1800 years ago, like Homer, still holds its ground as the greatest work of its kind. It was the favorite book of Montaigne, and to Englishmen it possesses the special interest of having been Shakespeare's principal authority in his great classical dramas. Montaigne pronounced Plutarch to be the greatest master in that kind of writing, the biographic, and he declared that he could no sooner cast an eye upon him but he purloined either a leg or a wing. Alfieri was first drawn with passion to literature by reading Plutarch. "I read," said he, "the lives of Timoleon, Caesar, Brutus, Pelopidas, more than 6 times, with cries, with tears, and with such transports that I was almost furious. Every time that I met with one of the great traits of these great men, I was seized with such vehement agitation as to be unable to sit still." Plutarch was also a favorite with persons of such various minds as Schiller and Benjamin Franklin, Napoleon and Madame Roland. The latter was so fascinated by the book that she carried it to church with her and read it surreptitiously during the service. It has also been the nurture of heroic souls. It was one of Sir William Napier's favorite books when a boy. His mind was early imbued by it with a passionate admiration for the great heroes of antiquity, and its influence had, doubtless, much to do with the formation of his character, as well as the direction of his career in life. It is related of him that, in his last illness, when feeble and exhausted, his mind wandered back to Plutarch's heroes, and he descanted for hours to his son-in-law on the mighty deeds of Alexander, Hannibal, and Caesar. Indeed, if it were possible to poll the great body of readers in all ages whose minds have been influenced and directed by books, it is probable that, excepting the Bible, the immense majority of votes would be cast in favor of Plutarch. While the best and most carefully drawn of Plutarch's portraits are of life-size, many of them are little more than busts. They are well proportioned, but compact, and within such reasonable compass that the best of them may be read in half an hour. Reduced to this measure, they are, however, greatly more imposing than a lifeless colossus or an exaggerated giant. They are not overlaid by disquisition and description, but the characters naturally unfold themselves. Montaigne, indeed, complained of Plutarch's brevity. No doubt, he added, but his reputation is the better for it, though in the meantime we are the worse. Plutarch would rather we should applaud his judgment than commend his knowledge, and had rather leave us with an appetite to read more than glutted with what we have already read. He knew very well that a man may say too much even on the best subjects. Such as have lean and spare bodies stuff themselves out with clothes, so they who are defective in matter endeavor to make amends with words. Plutarch possessed the art of delineating the more delicate features of mind and minute peculiarities of conduct, as well as the foibles and defects of his heroes, all of which is necessary to faithful and accurate portraiture. To see him, says Montaigne, pick out a light action in a man's life, or a word, that does not seem to be of any importance, is itself a whole discourse. He even condescends to inform us of such homely particulars as that Alexander carried his head affectedly on one side, that Alcibiades was a dandy and had a lisp, which became him, giving a grace and persuasive turn to his discourse, that Cato had red hair and grey eyes, and was a usurer and a screw, selling off his old slaves when they became unfit for hard work, that Caesar was bald and fond of gay dress, and that Cicero had involuntary twitching of his nose. Such minute particulars may by some be thought beneath the dignity of biography, but Plutarch thought them requisite for the due finish of the complete portrait which he set himself to draw. And it is by small details of character, personal traits, features, habits, and characteristics, that we are enabled to see before us the men as they really lived. Plutarch's great merit consists in his attention to these little things, without giving them undue preponderance, or neglecting those which are of greater moment. Sometimes he hits off an individual trait by an anecdote, which throws more light upon the character described than pages of rhetorical description would do. In some cases he gives us the favorite maxim of his hero, and the maxims of men often reveal their hearts. Then, as to foibles, the greatest of men are not unusually symmetrical. Each has his defect, his twist, his craze, and it is by his faults that the great man reveals his common humanity. We may, at a distance, admire him as a demigod, but as we come nearer to him, we find that he is but a fallible man, and our brother. Nor are the illustrations of the defects of great men without their uses, for, as Dr. Johnson observed, if nothing but the bright side of characters were shown, we would sit down in despondency and think it utterly impossible to imitate them in anything. Plutarch himself justifies his method of portraiture by averring that his design was not to write histories, but lives. The most glorious exploits, he says, do not always furnish us with the clearest discoveries of virtue or of vice in men. Sometimes a matter of much less moment, an expression or a jest, better informs us of their characters and inclinations than battles with the slaughter of tens of thousands, and the greater arrays of armies or sieges of cities. Therefore, as portrait painters are more exact in their lines and features of the face and the expression of the eyes in which the character is seen, without troubling themselves about the other parts of the body, so I must be allowed to give my more particular attention to the signs and indications of the souls of men, and while I endeavor by these means to portray their lives, I leave important events and great battles to be described by others. Things apparently trifling may stand for much in biography as well as history, and slight circumstances may influence great results. Pascal has remarked that if Cleopatra's nose had been shorter, the whole face of the world would probably have been changed. But for the amours of Pepin the Fat, the Saracens might have overrun Europe, as it was his illegitimate son, Charles Martel, who overthrew them at Tours and eventually drove them out of France. That Sir Walter Scott should have sprained his foot in running round the room when a child may seem unworthy of notice in his biography, yet Ivanhoe, Old Mortality, and all the Waverley novels depended upon it. When his son intimated a desire to enter the army, Scott wrote to Southey, "I have no title to combat a choice which would have been my own had not my lameness prevented." So that, had not Scott been lame, he might have fought all through the Peninsular War, and had his breast covered with medals, but we should probably have had none of those books of his which have made his name immortal, and shed so much glory upon his country. Talleyrand also was kept out of the army, for which he had been destined, by his lameness, but directing his attention to the study of books, and eventually of men, he at length took rank among the greatest diplomatists of his time. Byron's club foot had probably not a little to do with determining his destiny as a poet. Had not his mind been embittered and made morbid by his deformity, he might never have written a line. He might have been the noblest fop of his day. But his misshapen foot stimulated his mind, roused his ardor, threw him upon his own resources, and we know with what result. So, too, of Scarron, to whose hunchback we probably owe his cynical verse, and of Pope, whose satire was in a measure the outcome of his deformity, for he was, as Johnson described him, protuberant behind and before. As in portraiture, so in biography, there must be light and shade. The portrait painter does not pose his sitter so as to bring out his deformities, nor does the biographer give undue prominence to the defects of the character he portrays. Not many men are so outspoken as Cromwell was when he sat to Cooper for his miniature. "Paint me as I am," said he, "warts and all." Yet if we would have a faithful likeness of faces and characters, they must be painted as they are. Biography, said Sir Walter Scott, the most interesting of every species of composition, loses all its interest with me when the shades and lights of the principal characters are not accurately and faithfully detailed. I can no more sympathize with a mere eulogist than I can with a ranting hero on the stage. While books are among the best companions of old age, they are often the best inspirers of youth. The first book that makes a deep impression on a young man's mind often constitutes an epoch in his life. It may fire the heart, stimulate the enthusiasm, and, by directing his efforts into unexpected channels, permanently influence his character. The new book in which we form an intimacy with a new friend, whose mind is wiser and riper than our own, may thus form an important starting point in the history of life. It may sometimes almost be regarded in the light of a new birth. Good books are among the best of companions, and by elevating the thoughts and aspirations, they act as preservatives against low associations. A natural turn for reading and intellectual pursuits, says Thomas Hood, probably preserved me from the moral shipwreck so apt to befall those who are deprived in early life of their parental pilotage. My books kept me from the ring, the dog-pit, the tavern, the saloon. The closest associate of Pope and Addison, the mind accustomed to the noble though silent discourse of Shakespeare and Milton, will hardly seek or put up with low company and slaves. It has been truly said that the best books are those which most resemble good actions. They are purifying, elevating, and sustaining. They enlarge and liberalize the mind. They preserve it against vulgar worldliness, They tend to produce high-minded cheerfulness and equanimity of character. They fashion and shape and humanize the mind. Erasmus, the great scholar, was even of opinion that books were the necessaries of life and clothes the luxuries, and he frequently postponed buying the latter until he had supplied himself with the former. His greatest favorites were the writings of Cicero, which he says he always felt himself the better for reading. "I can never," he says, "read the works of Cicero on old age or friendship without fervently pressing them to my lips, without being penetrated with veneration for a mind little short of inspired by God himself." It was the accidental perusal of Cicero's Hortensius which first detached St. Augustine, until then a profligate and abandoned sensualist, from his immoral life, and started him upon the course of inquiry and study which led to his becoming the greatest among the fathers of the early Church. Sir William Jones made it a practice to read through, once a year, the writings of Cicero, whose life indeed, says his biographer, was the greatest exemplar of his own. When the good old Puritan Baxter came to enumerate the valuable and delightful things of which death would deprive him, his mind reverted to the pleasures he had derived from books and study. "When I die," he said, "I must depart, not only from sensual delights, but from the more manly pleasures of my studies, knowledge, and converse with many wise and godly men, must leave my library, and turn over those pleasant books no more." End of chapter 23. Companionship of Books. Read by John Greenman. This is section 24 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Companionship in Marriage. "Kindness in women, not their beauteous looks, shall win my love." Shakespeare. The character of men, as of women, is powerfully influenced by their companionship in all the stages of life. We have already spoken of the influence of the mother in forming the character of her children. She makes the moral atmosphere in which they live, and by which their minds and souls are nourished, as their bodies are by the physical atmosphere they breathe. And while woman is the natural cherisher of infancy and the instructor of childhood, she is also the guide and counselor of youth, and the confidant and companion of manhood, in her various relations of mother, sister, lover, and wife. In short, the influence of woman more or less affects, for good or for evil, the entire destinies of man. The respective social functions and duties of men and women are clearly defined by nature. God created man and woman, each to do their proper work, each to fill their proper sphere. Neither can occupy the position nor perform the functions of the other. Their several vocations are perfectly distinct. Though companions and equals, yet, as regards the measure of their powers, they are unequal. Man is stronger, more muscular, and of rougher fiber. Woman is more delicate, sensitive, and nervous. The one excels in power of brain, the other in qualities of heart. And though the head may rule, it is the heart that influences. Both are alike adapted for the respective functions they have to perform in life, and to attempt to impose woman's work upon man would be quite as absurd as to attempt to impose man's work upon woman. Although man's qualities belong more to the head, and woman's more to the heart, yet it is not less necessary that man's heart should be cultivated as well as his head, and woman's head cultivated as well as her heart. A heartless man is as much out of keeping in civilized society as a stupid and unintelligent woman. The cultivation of all parts of the moral and intellectual nature is requisite to form the man or woman of healthy and well-balanced character. Without sympathy or consideration for others, man were a poor, stunted, sordid, selfish being, and without cultivated intelligence, the most beautiful woman were little better than a well-dressed doll. It is too much the practice to cultivate the weakness of woman rather than her strength, and to render her attractive rather than self-reliant. Her sensibilities are developed at the expense of her health of body as well as mind. She lives, moves, and has her being in the sympathy of others. She dresses that she may attract, and is burdened with accomplishments that she may be chosen. Weak, trembling, and dependent, she incurs the risk of becoming a living embodiment of the Italian proverb, "so good that she is good for nothing." On the other hand, the education of young men, too, often errs on the side of selfishness. While the boy is encouraged to trust mainly to his own efforts in pushing his way in the world, the girl is encouraged to rely almost entirely upon others. He is educated with too exclusive reference to himself, and she is educated with exclusive reference to him. He is taught to be self-reliant and self-dependent, while she is taught to be distrustful of herself, dependent, and self-sacrificing in all things. Thus the intellect of the one is cultivated at the expense of the affections, and the affections of the other at the expense of the intellect. It is unquestionable that the highest qualities of woman are displayed in her relationship to others through the medium of her affections. She is the nurse whom nature has given to all humankind. She takes charge of the helpless, and nourishes and cherishes those we love. She is the presiding genius of the fireside, where she creates an atmosphere of serenity and contentment suitable for the nurture and growth of character in its best forms. She is by her very constitution compassionate, gentle, patient, and self-denying. Loving, hopeful, trustful, her eye sheds brightness everywhere. It shines upon coldness and warms it, upon suffering and relieves it, upon sorrow and cheers it. Woman has been styled the angel of the unfortunate. She is ready to help the weak, to raise the fallen, to comfort the suffering. It was characteristic of woman that she should have been the first to build and endow a hospital. It has been said that wherever a human being is suffering, his sighs call a woman to his side. When Mungo Park, lonely, friendless, and famished, after being driven forth from an African village by the men, was preparing to spend the night under a tree, exposed to the rain and the wild beasts which there abounded, a poor negro woman, returning from the labors of the field, took compassion upon him, conducted him into her hut, and there gave him food and succor and shelter. The best productions of the poet Goethe, as perhaps of most poets, were inspired by woman's sympathy. Of Fraulein von Klettenberg, Lewes said, "On him her influence was avowedly very great, not only while at Frankfurt, but subsequently. It was not so much the effect of religious discussion as the experience it gave him of a deeply religious nature. She was neither bigot nor prude. Her faith was an inner light which shed mild radiance around her." Probably no poet owed more to the benign influence of woman than Goethe, but he was a man who traded in the loves of women, women whom he had attached to him by his powers of fascination. "When he had no woman in his heart," says his latest biographer, "he was like a dissecting surgeon without a subject." He said of Balzac that each of his best novels seemed dug out of a suffering woman's heart. Balzac might have returned the compliment. In reference to his early fondness for natural history, Goethe says, "I remember that, when a child, I pulled flowers to pieces to see how the petals were inserted into the calyx, or even plucked birds to observe how the feathers were inserted in their wings." Bettina remarked to Lord Houghton that he treated women in much the same fashion. All his loves, high and low, were subjected to this kind of vivisection. His powers of fascination were extraordinary, and if for the purposes of art, He wanted a display of strong emotion. He deepened the passion without scruple or compunction. But while the most characteristic qualities of woman are displayed through her sympathies and affections, it is also necessary for her own happiness, as a self-dependent being, to develop and strengthen her character by due self-culture, self-reliance, and self-control. It is not desirable, even were it possible, to close the beautiful avenues of the heart. Self-reliance of the best kind does not involve any limitation in the range of human sympathy, but the happiness of woman, as of man, depends in a great measure upon her individual completeness of character. And that self-dependence which springs from the due cultivation of the intellectual powers, conjoined with a proper discipline of the heart and conscience, will enable her to be more useful in life as well as happy, to dispense blessings intelligently as well as to enjoy them, and, most of all, those which spring from mutual dependence and social sympathy. To maintain a high standard of purity in society, the culture of both sexes must be in harmony, and keep equal pace. A pure womanhood must be accompanied by a pure manhood. The same moral law applies alike to both. It would be loosening the foundations of virtue to countenance the notion that, because of a difference in sex, man were at liberty to set morality at defiance, and to do that with impunity, which, if done by a woman, would stain her character for life. To maintain a pure and virtuous condition of society, therefore, man as well as woman must be pure and virtuous, both alike shunning all acts infringing on the heart, character, and conscience, shunning them as poison, which, once imbibed, can never be entirely thrown out again, but mentally embitters, to a greater or less extent, the happiness of afterlife. Although nature spurns all formal rules and directions in affairs of love, it might at all events be possible to implant in young minds such views of character as should enable them to discriminate between the true and the false, and to accustom them to hold in esteem those qualities of moral purity and integrity without which life is but a scene of folly and misery. It may not be possible to teach young people to love wisely, but they may at least be guarded by parental advice against the frivolous and despicable passions which so often usurp its name. Love, it has been said, in the common acceptation of the term, is folly, but love, in its purity, its loftiness, its unselfishness, is not only a consequence, but a proof of our moral excellence. The sensibility to moral beauty, the forgetfulness of self in the admiration engendered by it, all prove its claim to a high moral influence. It is the triumph of the unselfish over the selfish part of our nature. It is by means of this divine passion that the world is kept ever fresh and young. It is the perpetual melody of humanity. It sheds an effulgence upon youth, and throws a halo round age. It glorifies the present by the light it casts backward, and it lightens the future by the beams it casts forward. The love which is the outcome of esteem and admiration has an elevation and purifying effect on the character. It tends to emancipate one from the slavery of self. It is altogether unsordid. Itself is its only price. It inspires gentleness, sympathy, mutual faith, and confidence. True love also, in a measure, elevates the intellect. All love renders wise in a degree, says the poet Browning, and the most gifted minds have been the sincerest lovers. Great souls make all affections great. They elevate and consecrate all true delights. The sentiment even brings to light qualities before lying dormant and unsuspected. It elevates the aspirations, expands the soul, and stimulates the mental powers. One of the finest compliments ever paid to a woman was that of Steele, when he said of Lady Elizabeth Hastings, that to have loved her was a liberal education. Viewed in this light, woman is an educator in the highest sense, because, above all other educators, she educates humanly and lovingly. It has been said that no man and no woman can be regarded as complete in their experience of life until they have been subdued into a union with the world through their affections. As woman is not woman until she has known love, neither is man man. Both are requisite to each other's completeness. Plato entertained the idea that lovers each sought a likeness in the other, and that love was only the divorced half of the original human being entering into union with its counterpart. But philosophy would here seem to be at fault, for affection quite as often springs from unlikeness as from likeness in its object. The true union must needs be one of mind as well as of heart, and based on mutual esteem as well as mutual affection. No true and enduring love, says Fichte, can exist without esteem. Every other draws regret after it, and is unworthy of any noble human soul. One cannot really love the bad, but always something that we esteem and respect as well as admire. In short, true union must rest on qualities of character, which rule in domestic as in public life. But there is something far more than mere respect and esteem in the union between man and wife. The feeling on which it rests is far deeper and tenderer, such indeed as never exists between men or between women. In matters of affection, says Nathaniel Hawthorne, there is always an impassable gulf between man and man. They can never quite grasp each other's hands, and therefore man never derives any intimate help, any heart sustenance from his brother man, but from woman, his mother, his sister, or his wife. Man enters a new world of joy and sympathy and human interest through the porch of love. He enters a new world in his home, the home of his own making, altogether different from the home of his boyhood, where each day brings with it a succession of new joys and experiences. He enters also, it may be, a new world of trials and sorrows, in which he often gathers his best culture and discipline. Family life, says Sainte-Beuve, may be full of thorns and cares, but they are fruitful. All others are dry thorns. And again, if a man's home, at a certain period of his life, does not contain children, it will probably be found filled with follies or with vices. A life exclusively occupied in affairs of business insensibly tends to narrow and harden the character. It is mainly occupied with self, watching for advantages, and guarding against sharp practice on the part of others. Thus the character unconsciously tends to grow suspicious and ungenerous. The best corrective of such influences is always the domestic, by withdrawing the mind from thoughts that are wholly gainful, by taking it out of its daily rut, and bringing it back to the sanctuary of home for refreshment and rest. A man's real character will always be more visible in his household than anywhere else, and his practical wisdom will be better exhibited by the manner in which he bears rule there than even in the larger affairs of business or public life. His whole mind may be in his business, but if he would be happy, his whole heart must be in his home. It is there that his genuine qualities most surely display themselves, there that he shows his truthfulness, his love, his sympathy, his consideration for others, his uprightness, his manliness, in a word, his character. If affection be not the governing principle in a household, domestic life may be the most intolerable of despotisms. Without justice, also, there can be neither love, confidence, nor respect, on which all true domestic rule is founded. Erasmus speaks of Sir Thomas More's home as a school and exercise of the Christian religion. No wrangling, no angry word was heard in it. No one was idle. every one did his duty with alacrity, and not without a temperate cheerfulness. Sir Thomas won all hearts to obedience by his gentleness. He was a man clothed in household goodness, and he ruled so gently and wisely that his home was pervaded by an atmosphere of love and duty. He himself spoke of the hourly interchange of the smaller acts of kindness with the several members of his family, as having a claim upon his time as strong as those other public occupations of his life, which seemed to others so much more serious and important. But the man whose affections are quickened by home life does not confine his sympathies within that comparatively narrow sphere. His love enlarges in the family, and through the family it expands into the world. Love, says Emerson, is a fire that, kindling its first embers in the narrow nook of a private bosom, caught from a wandering spark out of another private heart, glows and enlarges until it warms and beams upon multitudes of men and women, upon the universal heart of all, and so lights up the whole world and nature with its generous flames. It is by the regimen of domestic affection that the heart of man is best composed and regulated. The home is the woman's kingdom, her state, her world, where she governs by affection, by kindness, by the power of gentleness. There is nothing which so settles the turbulence of a man's nature as his union in life with a high-minded woman. There he finds rest, contentment, and happiness, rest of brain and peace of spirit. He will also often find in her his best counselor, for her instinctive tact will usually lead him right when his own unaided reason might be apt to go wrong. The true wife is a staff to lean upon in times of trial and difficulty, and she is never wanting in sympathy and solace when distress occurs or fortune frowns. In the time of youth, she is a comfort and an ornament of man's life, and she remains a faithful helpmate in maturer years, when life has ceased to be an anticipation, and we live in its realities. What a happy man must Edmund Burke have been when he could say of his home, "Every care vanishes the moment I enter under my own roof." And Luther, a man full of human affection, speaking of his wife, said, "I would not exchange my poverty with her for all the riches of Croesus without her." Of marriage he observed, "The utmost blessing that God can confer on a man is the possession of a good and pious wife, with whom he may live in peace and tranquillity, to whom he may confide his whole possessions, even his life and welfare." And again he said, "To rise betimes and to marry young are what no man ever repents of doing." A woman's best qualities do not reside in her intellect, but in her affections. She gives refreshment by her sympathies rather than by her knowledge. "The brain women," says Oliver Wendell Holmes, "never interest us like the heart women. Men are often so wearied with themselves that they are rather predisposed to admire qualities and tastes in others different from their own. If I were suddenly asked," says Mr. Helps, "to give a proof of the goodness of God to us, I think I should say that it is the most manifest in the exquisite difference he has made between the souls of men and women, so as to create the possibility of the most comforting and charming companionship that the mind of man can imagine." It is this characteristic sympathy of woman which gives to home its charm, and to home and childhood reminiscences a sacredness which causes such songs as "Home, Sweet Home" and "The Old Oaken Bucket" to be the favorites of all classes. When Samuel Woodworth wrote "The Old Oaken Bucket," he was living with his family in New York City. One hot day he came into the house, and pouring out a glass of water, drained it eagerly. As he set it down, he exclaimed, "That is very refreshing, but how much more refreshing would it be to take a good long draught from the old oaken bucket I left hanging in my father's well at home." "Selim," said his wife, "wouldn't that be a pretty subject for a poem?" At this suggestion, Woodworth seized his pen, and as the home of his childhood rose vividly to his fancy, he wrote the now familiar words. There are few men who have written so wisely on the subject of marriage as Sir Henry Taylor. What he says about the influence of a happy union in its relation to successful statesmanship applies to all conditions of life. The true wife, he says, should possess such qualities as will tend to make home as much as may be a place of repose. To this end, she should have sense enough or worth enough to exempt her husband as much as possible from the troubles of family management, and more especially from all possibility of debt. She should be pleasing to his eyes and to his taste. The taste goes deep into the nature of all men. Love is hardly apart from it. And in a life of care and excitement, that home which is not the seat of love cannot be a place of repose. Rest for the brain and peace for the spirit, being only to be had through the softening of the affections. The true wife takes a sympathy in her husband's pursuits. She cheers him, encourages him, and helps him. She enjoys his successes and his pleasures, and makes as little as possible over his vexations. In his 72nd year, Faraday, after a long and happy marriage, wrote to his wife, "I long to see you, dearest, and to talk over things together, and call to mind all the kindnesses I have received. My head is full, and my heart also, but my recollection rapidly fails, even as regards the friends that are in the room with me. You will have to resume your old function of being a pillow to my mind, and a rest, a happy-making wife." Some persons are disappointed in marriage because they expect too much from it, but many more because they do not bring into the copartnership their fair share of cheerfulness, kindness, forbearance, and common sense. Their imagination has perhaps pictured a condition never experienced on this side of heaven, and when real life comes with its troubles and cares, there is a sudden waking up, as from a dream. Or they look for something approaching perfection in their chosen companion, and discover by experience that the fairest of characters have their weaknesses. The golden rule of married life is, bear and forbear. Marriage, like government, is a series of compromises. One must give and take, refrain and restrain, endure and be patient. One may not be blind to another's failings, but they may at least be borne with good-natured forbearance. Of all qualities, good temper is the one that wears and works the best in married life. Conjoined with self-control, it gives patience, the patience to bear and forbear, to listen without retort, to refrain until the angry flash has passed. How true it is in marriage that the soft answer turneth away wrath. It has been said that girls are very good at making nets, but that it would be better still if they would learn to make cages. Men are often as easily caught as birds, but as difficult to keep. If the wife cannot make her home bright and happy, so that it shall be the cleanest, sweetest, cheerfulest place that her husband can find refuge in, a retreat from the toils and troubles of the outer world, then God help the poor man, for he is virtually homeless. No wise person will marry for beauty mainly. It may exercise a powerful attraction in the first place, but it is found to be of comparatively little consequence afterwards. Not that beauty of person is to be underestimated, for, other things being equal, handsomeness of form and beauty of features are the outward manifestations of health. But to marry a handsome figure without character, fine features, unbeautified by sentiment or good nature, is the most deplorable of mistakes. As even the finest landscape seen daily becomes monotonous, so does the most beautiful face, unless a beautiful nature shines through it. The beauty of today becomes commonplace tomorrow, whereas goodness, displayed through the most ordinary features, is perennially lovely. Moreover, this kind of beauty improves with age, and time ripens rather than destroys it. After the first year, married people rarely think of each other's features, and whether they be classically beautiful or otherwise, but they never fail to be cognizant of each other's temper. "When I see a man," says Addison, "with a sour, rivaled face, I cannot forbear pitying his wife, and when I meet with an open, ingenuous countenance, I think of the happiness of his friends, his family, and his relations." A man's moral character is, necessarily, powerfully influenced by his wife. A lower nature will drag him down, as a higher will lift him up. The former will deaden his sympathies, dissipate his energies, and distort his life, while the latter, by satisfying his affections, will strengthen his moral nature, and, by giving him repose, tend to energize his intellect. Not only so, but a woman of high principles will insensibly elevate the aims and purposes of her husband, as one of low principles will unconsciously degrade them. De Tocqueville was profoundly impressed by this truth. He entertained the opinion that man could have no such mainstay in life as the companionship of a wife of good temper and high principle. He says that, in the course of his life, he had seen even weak men display real public virtue, because they had by their side a woman of noble character, who sustained them in their career, and exercised a fortifying influence on their views of public duty; while on the contrary he had still oftener seen men of great and generous instincts transformed into vulgar self-seekers by contact with women of narrow natures, devoted to an imbecile love of pleasure, and from whose minds the grand motive of duty was altogether absent. De Tocqueville himself had the good fortune to be blessed with an admirable wife, and in his letters to his intimate friends he spoke most gratefully of the comfort and support he derived from her sustaining courage, her equanimity of temper, and her nobility of character. The more, indeed, that de Tocqueville saw of the world and of practical life, the more convinced he became of the necessity of healthy domestic conditions for a man's growth in virtue and goodness. Especially did he regard marriage as of inestimable importance in regard to man and woman's true happiness, and he was accustomed to speak of his own as the wisest action of his life. Writing to his bosom friend de Kergolay, he said, "Of all the blessings which God has given me, the greatest of all in my eyes is to have lighted on Marie. You cannot imagine what she is in great trials. Usually so gentle, she then becomes strong and energetic. She watches me without my knowing it. She softens, calms, and strengthens me in difficulties which disturb me but leave her serene." In another letter he says, "I cannot describe to you the happiness yielded in the long run by the habitual society of a woman in whose soul all that is good in your own is reflected naturally and even improved. When I say or do a thing which seems to me to be perfectly right, I read in Marie's countenance an expression of proud satisfaction which elevates me. And so, when my conscience reproaches me, her face instantly clouds over. Although I have great power over her mind, I see with pleasure that she awes me, and so long as I love her as I do now, I am sure that I shall never allow myself to be drawn into anything that is wrong." Monsieur Guizot was in like manner sustained and encouraged, amidst his many vicissitudes and disappointments, by his noble wife. If he was treated with harshness by his political enemies, his consolation was in the tender affection which filled his home with sunshine. Though his public life was bracing and stimulating, he felt, nevertheless, that it was cold and calculating, and neither filled the soul nor elevated the character. "Man longs for a happiness," he says in his Memoirs, "more complete and more tender than that which all the labors and triumphs of active exertion and public importance can bestow. What I know today, at the end of my race, I have felt when it began, and during its continuance. Even in the midst of great undertakings, Domestic affections form the basis of life, and the most brilliant career has only superficial and incomplete enjoyments, if a stranger to the happy ties of family and friendship. We have spoken of the influence of a wife upon a man's character. There are few men strong enough to resist the influence of a lower character in a wife. If she do not sustain and elevate what is highest in his nature, she will speedily reduce him to her own level. Thus, a wife may be the making or the unmaking of the best of men. Sir Samuel Romilly left behind him, in his autobiography, a touching picture of his wife, to whom he attributed no small measure of the success and happiness that accompanied him through life. "For the last 15 years," he said, "my happiness has been the constant study of the most excellent of wives, a woman in whom a strong understanding, the noblest and most elevated sentiments, and the most courageous virtue are united to the warmest affection and to the utmost delicacy of mind and heart, and all these intellectual perfections are graced by the most splendid beauty that human eyes ever beheld." Romilly's affection and admiration for this noble woman endured to the end, and when she died the shock proved greater than his sensitive nature could bear. Sleep left his eyelids, his mind became unhinged, and 3 days after her death the sad event occurred which brought his own valued life to a close. Sir Francis Burdett, to whom Romilly had been often politically opposed, fell into such a state of profound melancholy on the death of his wife that he persistently refused nourishment of any kind, and died before the removal of her remains from the house, and husband and wife were laid side by side in the same grave. Not only have women been the best of companions, friends, and counselors, but they have in many cases been the most effective helpers of their husbands in special lines of work. Galvani was especially happy in his wife. It is said to have been through her quick observation of the circumstance of the leg of a frog placed near an electrical machine, becoming convulsed when touched by a knife, that her husband was first led to investigate the science which has since become identified with his name. Lavoisier's wife also was a woman of real scientific ability, who not only shared in her husband's pursuits, but even undertook the task of engraving the plates that accompanied his Elements. The late Dr. Buckland had another true helper in his wife, who assisted him with her pen, prepared and mended his fossils, and furnished many of the drawings and illustrations of his published works. "Notwithstanding her devotion to her husband's pursuits," says her son Frank Buckland, in the preface to one of his father's works, "she did not neglect the education of her children, but accompanied her mornings in superintending their instruction in sound and useful knowledge. The sterling value of her labors they now in after life fully appreciate, and feel most thankful that they were blessed with so good a mother." A still more remarkable instance of helpfulness in a wife is presented in the case of Hubert, the Geneva naturalist. Hubert was blind from his 17th year, and yet he found means to study and master a branch of natural history demanding the closest observation and the keenest eyesight. It was through the eyes of his wife that his mind worked as if they had been his own. She encouraged her husband's studies as a means of alleviating his privation, which at length he came to forget, and his life was as prolonged and happy as is usual with naturalists. He even went so far as to declare that he should be miserable were he to regain his eyesight. "I should not know," he said, "to what extent a person in my situation could be loved. Besides, to me my wife is always young, fresh, and pretty, which is no light matter." Hubert's great work on bees is still regarded as a masterpiece, embodying a vast amount of original observation on their habits and natural history. Indeed, while reading his descriptions, one would suppose that they were the work of a singularly keen-sighted man, rather than of one who had been entirely blind for 25 years at the time at which he wrote them. Not less touching was the devotion of Lady Hamilton to the service of her husband, the late Sir William Hamilton. After he had been stricken by paralysis through overwork at the age of 56, she became hands, eyes, mind, and everything to him. She identified herself with his work, read and consulted books for him, copied out and corrected his lectures, and relieved him of all business which she felt herself competent to undertake. Indeed, her conduct as a wife was nothing short of heroic, and it is probable that, but for her devoted and more than wifely help, and her rare practical ability, the greatest of her husband's works would never have seen the light. He was by nature unmethodical and disorderly, and she supplied him with method and order. His temperament was studious but indolent, while she was active and energetic. She abounded in the qualities which he most lacked. He had the genius to which her vigorous nature gave the force and impulse. When Sir William Hamilton was elected to his professorship, after a severe and even bitter contest, his opponents, professing to regard him as a visionary, predicted that he could never teach a class of students, and that his appointment would prove a total failure. He determined, with the help of his wife, to justify the choice of his supporters, and to prove that his enemies were false prophets. Having no stock of lectures on hand, each lecture of the first course was written out day by day, as it was to be delivered on the following morning. The wife sat up with him night after night, to write out a fair copy of the lectures from the rough sheets, which he drafted in the adjoining room. On some occasions, says his biographer, the subject of the lecture would prove less easily managed than on others, and then Sir William would be found writing as late as 9 o'clock in the morning, while his faithful but wearied amanuensis had fallen asleep on a sofa. Sometimes the finishing touches to the lecture were left to be given just before the class hour. Thus helped, Sir William completed his course, his reputation as a lecturer was established, and he eventually became recognized throughout Europe as one of the leading intellects of his time. The woman who soothes anxiety by her presence, who charms and allays irritability by her sweetness of temper, is a consoler as well as a true helper. Niebuhr always spoke of his wife as a fellow-worker with him in this sense. Without the peace and consolation which he found in her society, his nature would have fretted in comparative uselessness. "Her sweetness of temper and her love," said he, "raise me above the earth, and in a manner separate me from this life." But she was a helper in another and more direct way. Niebuhr was accustomed to discuss with his wife every historical discovery, every political event, every novelty in literature, and it was mainly for her pleasure and approbation in the first instance that he labored while preparing himself for the instruction of the world at large. The wife of John Stuart Mill was another worthy helper of her husband, though in a more abstruse department of study, as we learn from his touching dedication of the treatise On Liberty. "To the beloved and deplored memory of her who was the inspirer, and in part the author of all that is best in my writings, the friend and wife whose exalted sense of truth and right was my strongest incitement, and whose approbation was my chief reward, I dedicate this volume." Not less touching is the testimony borne by another great living writer to the character of his wife, in the inscription upon the tombstone of Mrs. Carlyle, where are inscribed these words: "In her bright existence she had more sorrows than are common, but also a soft amiability, a capacity of discernment, and a noble loyalty of heart, which are rare. For 40 years she was the true and loving helpmate of her husband, and by act and word unweariedly forwarded him as none else could in all of worth that he did or attempted." Besides being a helper, woman is emphatically a consoler. Her sympathy is unfailing. She soothes, cheers, and comforts. Never was this more true than in the case of the wife of Tom Hood, whose tender devotions to him during a life that was a prolonged illness, is one of the most affecting things in biography. A woman of excellent good sense, she appreciated her husband's genius, and by encouragement and sympathy cheered and heartened him to renewed efforts in many a weary struggle for life. She created about him an atmosphere of hope and cheerfulness, and nowhere did the sunshine of her love seem so bright as when lighting up the couch of her invalid husband. Nor was he unconscious of her worth. In one of his letters to her, when absent from his side, Hood said, "I never was anything, dearest, till I knew you, and I have been a better, happier, and more prosperous man ever since. Lay by that truth in lavender, sweetest, and remind me of it when I fail. I am writing warmly and fondly, but not without good cause. First, your own affectionate letter, lately received. Next, the remembrance of our dear children, pledges, what darling ones, of our old familiar love. Then a delicious impulse to pour out the overflowings of my heart into yours. And last, not least, the knowledge that your dear eyes will read what my hand is now writing. Perhaps there is an afterthought that, whatever may befall me, the wife of my bosom will have the acknowledgment of her tenderness, worth, excellence, all that is wifely or womanly, from my pen." Many other similar true-hearted wives rise up in the memory, to recite whose praises would more than fill up our remaining space, such as Flaxman's wife, Anne Denham, who cheered and encouraged her husband through life in the prosecution of his art, accompanying him to Rome, sharing in his labors and anxieties, and finally in his triumphs, and to whom Flaxman, in the 40th year of their married life, dedicated his beautiful designs illustrative of faith, hope, and charity, in token of his deep and undimmed affection, such as Catherine Butcher's Dark-Eyed Kate, the wife of William Blake, who believed her husband to be the first genius on earth, worked off the impression of his plates and colored them beautifully with her own hand, bore with him in all his erratic ways, sympathized with him in his sorrows and joys for 45 years, and comforted him until his dying hour, his last sketch, made in his 71st year, being a likeness of himself, before making which, seeing his wife crying by his side, he said, "Stay, Kate, just keep as you are. I will draw your portrait, for you have ever been an angel to me." Trial and sufferings are the test of married life. They bring out the real character, and often tend to produce the closest union. They may even be the spring of the purest happiness. Uninterrupted joy, like uninterrupted success, is not good for either man or woman. When Heine's wife died, he began to reflect upon the loss he had sustained. They had both known poverty, and struggled through it hand in hand, and it was his greatest sorrow that she was taken from him at the moment when fortune was beginning to smile upon him, but too late for her to share in his prosperity. "Alas," said he, "among my griefs must I reckon even her love, the strongest, truest, that ever inspired the heart of woman, which made me the happiest of mortals, and yet was to me a fountain of 1,000 distresses, inquietudes, and cares? To entire cheerfulness, perhaps, she never attained, but for what unspeakable sweetness, what exalted enrapturing joys, is not love indebted to sorrow? Amidst growing anxieties, with the torture of anguish in my heart, I have been made, even by the loss which caused me this anguish and these anxieties, inexpressibly happy. When tears flowed over our cheeks, did not a nameless, seldom felt delight stream through my breast, oppressed equally by joy and sorrow? There is a degree of sentiment in German love which seems strange to English readers. The German betrothal is a ceremony of almost equal importance to the marriage itself, and in that state the sentiments are allowed free play, while English lovers are restrained, shy, and as if ashamed of their feelings. Take, for instance, the case of Herder, whom his future wife first saw in the pulpit. "I heard," she says, "the voice of an angel, and soul's words such as I had never heard before. In the afternoon I saw him, and stammered out my thanks to him. From this time forth our souls were one." They were betrothed long before their means would permit them to marry, but at length they were united. "We were married," says Caroline, the wife, "by the rose light of a beautiful evening. We were one heart, one soul." Herder was equally ecstatic in his language. "I have a wife," he wrote, "that is the tree, the consolation, and the happiness of my life. Even in flying, transient thoughts, which often surprise us, we are one." Take again the case of Fichte, in whose history his courtship and marriage form a beautiful episode. He was a poor German student living with a family at Zurich in the capacity of tutor, when he first made the acquaintance of Johanna Maria Rahn. Her position in life was higher than that of Fichte. Nevertheless, she regarded him with sincere admiration. When Fichte was about to leave Zurich, his troth plighted to her, she, knowing him to be very poor, offered him a gift of money before setting out. He was inexpressibly hurt by the offer, and at first even doubted whether she could really love him, but, on second thought, he wrote to her expressing his deep thanks, but at the same time the impossibility of him accepting such a gift from her. He succeeded in reaching his destination, though entirely destitute of means. After a long and hard struggle with the world, extending over many years, Fichte was at length earning money enough to enable him to marry. In one of his charming letters to his betrothed, he said, "And so, dearest, I solemnly devote myself to thee, and thank thee that thou hast thought me not unworthy to be thy companion on the journey of life. There is no land of happiness here below, I know it now, but a land of toil, where every joy but strengthens us for greater labor. Hand in hand we shall traverse it, and encourage and strengthen each other until our spirits, oh, may it be together, shall rise to the eternal fountain of all peace." What a contrast does the courtship and married life of the blunt and practical William Cobbett present to the aesthetical and sentimental love of these highly refined Germans. When he first set eyes upon the girl that was afterwards to become his wife, she was only 13 years old, and he was 21, a sergeant major in a foot regiment, stationed at St. John's in New Brunswick. He was passing the door of her father's house one day in winter, and saw the girl out in the snow, scrubbing a washing-tub. He said at once to himself, "That's the girl for me." He made her acquaintance, and resolved that she should be his wife so soon as he could get discharged from the army. On the eve of the girl's return to Woolwich with her father, who was a sergeant major in the artillery, Cobbett sent her 150 guineas which he had saved, in order that she might be able to live without hard work until his return to England. The girl departed, taking with her the money, and 5 years later Cobbett obtained his discharge. On reaching London, he made haste to call upon the sergeant major's daughter. "I found," he says, "my little girl a servant of all work, and hard work it was, at £5 a year, in the house of a Captain Brissac, and without hardly saying a word about the matter, she put into my hands the whole of my 150 guineas unbroken." Admiration of her conduct was now added to love of her person, and Cobbett shortly after married the girl, who proved an excellent wife. He was, indeed, never tired of speaking her praises, and it was his pride to attribute to her all the comfort and much of the success of his after-life. End of chapter 24. Companionship in Marriage. Read by John Greenman. This is section 25 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Examples, Models. read by John Greenman. Children may be strangled, but deeds never. They have an indestructible life, both in and out of our consciousness. George Eliot. There is no action of man in this life which is not the beginning of so long a chain of consequences as that no human providence is high enough to give us a prospect to the end. Thomas of Malmesbury. Example is one of the most potent of instructors, though it teaches without a tongue. It is the practical school of mankind, working by action, which is always more forcible than words. Precept may point to us the way, but it is silent, continuous example, conveyed to us by habits, and living with us in fact, that carries us along. Good advice has its weight, but without the accompaniment of a good example, it is of comparatively small influence, and it will be found that the common saying of, "Do as I say, not as I do," is usually reversed in the actual experience of life. All persons are more or less apt to learn through the eye rather than the ear, and whatever is seen in fact makes a far deeper impression than anything that is merely read or heard. This is especially the case in early youth, when the eye is the chief inlet of knowledge. Whatever children see, they unconsciously imitate. They insensibly come to resemble those who are about them, as insects take the color of the leaves they feed on. Hence the vast importance of domestic training. For whatever may be the efficiency of schools, the examples set in our homes must always be of vastly greater influence in forming the characters of our future men and women. The home is the crystal of society, the nucleus of national character, and from that source, be it pure or tainted, issue the habits, principles, and maxims which govern public as well as private life. The nation comes from the nursery. Example in conduct, therefore, even in apparently trivial matters, is of no light moment, inasmuch as it is constantly becoming inwoven with the lives of others, and contributing to form their natures for better or for worse. The characters of parents are thus constantly repeated in their children, and the acts of affection, discipline, industry, and self-control which they daily exemplify live and act when all else which may have been learned through the ear has long been forgotten. Hence a wise man was accustomed to speak of his children as his future state. Even the mute action and unconscious look of a parent may give a stamp to the character which is never effaced, and who can tell how much evil action has been stayed by the thought of some good parent whose memory their children may not sully by the commission of an unworthy deed, or the indulgence of an impure thought. The veriest trifles thus become of importance in influencing the characters of men. "A kiss from my mother," said West, "made me a painter." It is on direction of such seeming trifles when children that the future happiness and success of men mainly depend. Fowell Buxton, when occupying an eminent and influential station in life, wrote to his mother, "I constantly feel, especially in action and exertion for others, the effects of principles early implanted by you in my mind." Buxton was also accustomed to remember with gratitude the obligations which he owed to an illiterate man, a gamekeeper named Abraham Plastow, with whom he played and rode and sported, a man who could neither read nor write, but was full of natural good sense and mother wit. "What made him particularly valuable," says Buxton, "were his principles of integrity and honor. He never said or did a thing in the absence of my mother of which she would have disapproved. He always held up the highest standard of integrity, and filled our youthful minds with sentiments as pure and as generous as could be found in the writings of Seneca or Cicero. Such was my first instructor, and, I must add, my best." Early impressions are most lasting, and hence it is that parents cannot be too guarded in the example set before children. The Reverend John Newton's career is a striking example of the permanency of early impressions. His devout mother died when he was but 6 years of age. Although this event practically ended his moral education, the instruction received in those early years was not lost. Though apparently forgotten amid the dissipation of his seafaring life, the impressions received were never wholly dismissed. Though the immediate cause of his reform was a dream at sea, yet the efficient cause was the quiet and apparently uneventful years of earliest childhood spent in a humble cottage home. A curious circumstance is related by a survivor of the wreck of the Central America, which sailed from Havana in 1847 and sunk in mid-ocean. He had been some hours in the water, and floated away from the rest, when the voice of his mother sounded in his ears. Years had passed away since he, a thoughtless child, had stolen one evening into the room of a dying sister, and devoured some grapes which had been placed beside her bed for her refreshment during the night. Terrified at his selfishness, he had slunk off to his chamber, but his mother, guessing who was the guilty intruder, had come to him and said, "Johnny, did you eat sister's grapes?" And now those words, uttered in a reproachful tone, again sounded distinctly in his ear, and he saw the pale face and tearful eyes of his mother as she turned away and left him. The act had wounded his conscience, but had long since been forgotten. Now, however, it rose upon his mind with a clearness and force which were appalling. Lord Langdale, looking back upon the admirable example set him by his mother, declared, "If the whole world were put into one scale, and my mother into the other, the world would kick the beam." Mrs. Pennock, in her old age, was accustomed to call to mind the personal influence exercised by her mother upon the society amidst which she moved. When she entered a room, it had the effect of immediately raising the tone of the conversation, and as if purifying the moral atmosphere, all seeming to breathe more freely and stand more erectly. "In her presence," says the daughter, "I became for the time transformed into another person." So much does the moral health depend upon the moral atmosphere that is breathed, and so great is the influence daily exercised by parents over their children by living a life before their eyes, that perhaps the best system of parental instruction might be summed up in these 2 words: improve thyself. There is indeed an essence of immortality in the life of man, even in this world. No individual in the universe stands alone. He is a component part of a system of mutual dependencies, and by his several acts he either increases or diminishes the sum of human good now and forever. As the present is rooted in the past, and the lives and examples of our forefathers still to a great extent influence us, so are we by our daily acts contributing to form the condition and character of the future. Man is a fruit formed and ripened by the culture of all the foregoing centuries, and the living generation continues the magnetic current of action and example destined to bind the remotest past with the most distant future. No man's acts die utterly, and though his body may resolve into dust and air, his good or his bad deeds will still be bringing forth fruit after their kind, and influencing future generations for all time to come. It is in this momentous and solemn fact that the great peril and responsibility of human existence lies. Thus, every act we do or word we utter, as well as every act we witness or word we hear, carries with it an influence which extends over and gives a color, not only to the whole of our future life, but makes itself felt upon the whole frame of society. We may not, and indeed cannot possibly trace the influence working itself into action in its various ramifications amongst our children, our friends, or associates, yet there it is assuredly, working on forever. And herein lies the great significance of setting forth a good example, a silent teaching which even the poorest and least significant person can practice in his daily life. There is no one so humble but that he owes to others this simple but priceless instruction. Even the meanest condition may thus be made useful, for the light set in a low place shines as faithfully as that set upon a hill. Everywhere, and under almost all circumstances, however externally adverse, in moorland districts, in cottage hamlets, in the close alleys of great towns, the true man may grow. He who tills a space of earth scarce bigger than is needed for his grave may work as faithfully and to as good purpose as the heir of thousands. The commonest workshop may thus be a school of industry, science, and good morals on the one hand, or of idleness, folly, and depravity on the other. It all depends on the individual men, and the use they make of the opportunities for good which offer themselves. A life well spent, a character uprightly sustained, is no slight legacy to leave to one's children and to the world, for it is the most eloquent lesson of virtue and the severest reproof of vice, while it continues an enduring source of the best kind of riches. Well for those who can say, as Pope did, in rejoinder to the sarcasm of Lord Hervey, "I think it enough that my parents, such as they were, never cost me a blush, and that their son, such as he is, never cost them a tear." True-hearted persons, even in the humblest station in life, who are energetic doers, may give an impulse to good works out of all proportion, apparently, to their actual station in society. Thomas Wright might have talked about the reclamation of criminals, and John Pounds about the necessity for ragged schools, and yet done nothing, instead of which they simply set to work without any other idea in their minds than that of doing, not talking. And how the example of even the poorest man may tell upon society. Hear what Dr. Guthrie, the apostle of the Ragged School movement, says of the influence which the example of John Pounds, the humble Portsmouth cobbler, exercised upon his own working career. "The interest I have been led to take in this cause is an example of how a man's destiny, his course of life, like that of a river, may be determined and affected by very trivial circumstances. It is rather curious, at least it is interesting to me to remember, that it was by a picture I was first led to take an interest in ragged schools, by a picture in an old, obscure, decaying burg that stands on the shores of the Firth of Forth, the birthplace of Thomas Chalmers. I went to see this place many years ago, and going into an inn for refreshment, I found the room covered with pictures of shepherdesses with their crooks, and sailors in holiday attire, not particularly interesting. But above the chimney-piece there was a large print, more respectable than its neighbors, which represented a cobbler's room. The cobbler was there himself, spectacles on nose, an old shoe between his knees, the massive forehead and firm mouth indicating great determination of character, and beneath his bushy eyebrows benevolence gleamed out on a number of poor ragged boys and girls who stood at their lessons round the busy cobbler. My curiosity was awakened, and in the inscription I read how this man, John Pounds, a cobbler in Portsmouth, taking pity on the multitude of poor ragged children left by ministers and magistrates, and ladies and gentlemen, to go to ruin on the streets, how like a good shepherd he gathered in these wretched outcasts, how he had trained them to God and to the world, and how, while earning his daily bread by the sweat of his brow, he had rescued from misery and saved to society not less than 500 of these children. I felt ashamed of myself. I felt reproved for the little I had done. My feelings were touched. I was astonished at this man's achievements, and I well remember, in the enthusiasm of the moment, saying to my companion, "That man is an honor to humanity, and deserves the tallest monument ever raised within the shores of Britain." I took up that man's history, and I found it animated by the spirit of him who had compassion on the multitude. John Pounds was a man of tact besides, and, like Paul, if he could not win a poor boy any other way, he won him by art. He would be seen chasing a ragged boy along the quays, and compelling him to come to school, not by the power of a policeman, but by the power of a hot potato. He knew the love an Irishman had for a potato, and John Pounds might be seen running, holding under the boy's nose a potato, like an Irishman, very hot, and with a coat as ragged as himself. When the day comes when honor will be done to whom honor is due, I can fancy the crowd of those whose fame poets have sung, and to whose memory monuments have been raised, dividing like the wave, and, passing the great and the noble and the mighty of the land, this poor, obscure old man stepping forward and receiving the especial notice of him who said, "Inasmuch as ye did it to one of the least of these, ye did it also to me." The education of character is very much a question of models. We mold ourselves so unconsciously after the characters, manners, habits, and opinions of those who are about us. Good rules may do much, but good models far more. For in the latter we have instruction in action, wisdom at work. Good admonition and bad example only build with one hand and pull down with the other. Hence the vast importance of exercising great care in the selection of companions, especially in youth. There is a magnetic affinity in young persons which insensibly tends to assimilate them to each other's likeness. Mr. Edgeworth was so strongly convinced that from sympathy they involuntarily imitated or caught the tone of the company they frequented, that he held it to be of the most essential importance that they should be taught to select the very best models. No company or good company was his motto. Lord Collingwood, writing to a young friend, said, "Hold it as a maxim that you had better be alone than in mean company. Let your companions be such as yourself, or superior, for the worth of a man will always be ruled by that of his company." It was a remark of the famous Dr. Sydenham that everybody, some time or other, would be the better or the worse for having but spoken to a good or a bad man. As Sir Peter Lely made it a rule never to look at a bad picture if he could help it, believing that whenever he did so his pencil caught a taint from it, so whoever chooses to gaze often upon a debased specimen of humanity, or to frequent his society, cannot help gradually assimilating himself to that sort of model. It is therefore advisable for young men to seek the fellowship of the good, and always to aim at a higher standard than themselves. Francis Horner, speaking of the advantages to himself of direct personal intercourse with high-minded, intelligent men, said, "I cannot hesitate to decide that I have derived more intellectual improvement from them than from all the books I have turned over." Contact with the good never fails to impart good, and we carry away with us some of the blessing, as travelers' garments retain the odor of the flowers and shrubs through which they have passed. Those who knew the late John Sterling intimately have spoken of the beneficial influence which he exercised on all with whom he came into personal contact. Many owed to him their first awakening to a higher being. From him they learnt what they were and what they ought to be. Mr. Trench says of him, "It was impossible to come in contact with his noble nature without feeling one's self in some measure ennobled and lifted up, as I ever felt when I left him, into a higher region of objects and aims than that in which one is tempted habitually to dwell." It is thus that the noble character always acts. We become insensibly elevated by him, and cannot help feeling as he does, and acquiring the habit of looking at things in the same light. Such is the magical action and reaction of minds upon each other. The chief use of biography consists in the noble models of character in which it abounds. Our great forefathers still live among us in the records of their lives, as well as in the acts they have done, which live also, still sit by us at table, and hold us by the hand, furnishing examples for our benefit, which we may still study, admire, and imitate. Indeed, whoever has left behind him the record of a noble life, has bequeathed to posterity an enduring source of good, for it serves as a model for others to form themselves by in all time to come, still breathing fresh life into men, helping them to reproduce his life anew, and to illustrate his character in other forms. Hence a book containing the life of a true man is full of precious seed. It is a still living voice. It is an intellect. To use Milton's words, it is the precious life-blood of a master spirit, embalmed and treasured up on purpose to a life beyond life. Franklin was accustomed to attribute his usefulness and eminence to his having early read Cotton Mather's Essays to Do Good, a book which grew out of Mather's own life, and see how good example draws other men after it, and propagates itself through future generations in all lands, for Samuel Drew avers that he framed his own life, and especially his business habits, after the model left on record by Benjamin Franklin. Thus it is impossible to say where a good example may not reach, or where it will end, if indeed it have an end. Hence the advantage, in literature as in life, of keeping the best society, reading the best books, and wisely admiring and imitating the best things we find in them. In literature, said Lord Dudley, I am fond of confining myself to the best company, which consists chiefly of my old acquaintance, with whom I am desirous of becoming more intimate. And I suspect that 9 times out of 10 it is more profitable, if not more agreeable, to read an old book over again than to read a new one for the first time. Sometimes a book containing a noble exemplar of life, taken up at random, merely with the object of reading it as a pastime, has been known to call forth energies whose existence had not before been suspected. Loyola, when a soldier serving at the siege of Pampeluna, and laid up by a dangerous wound in his leg, asked for a book to divert his thoughts. The Lives of the Saints was brought to him, and its perusal so inflamed his mind that he determined thenceforth to devote himself to the founding of a religious order. Luther, in like manner, was inspired to undertake the great labors of his life by a perusal of the life and writings of John Huss. Dr. Wolfe was stimulated to enter upon his missionary career by reading the Life of Francis Xavier, and the book fired his youthful bosom with a passion the most sincere and ardent to devote himself to the enterprise of his life. William Carey also got the first idea of entering upon his sublime labors as a missionary from a perusal of the voyages of Captain Cook. Of Condorcet's Eloge of Haller, Horner said, I never rise from the account of such men without a sort of thrilling palpitation about me, which I know not whether I should call admiration, ambition, or despair. And speaking of the discourses of Sir Joshua Reynolds, he said, Next to the writings of Bacon, there is no book which has more powerfully impelled me to self-culture. He is one of the first men of genius who has condescended to inform the world of the steps by which greatness is attained. The confidence with which he asserts the omnipotence of human labor has the effect of familiarizing his reader with the idea that genius is an acquisition rather than a gift, whilst with all there is blended so naturally and eloquently the most elevated and passionate admiration of excellence, that upon the whole there is no book of a more inflammatory effect. It is remarkable that Reynolds himself attributed his first passionate impulse towards the study of art to reading Richardson's account of a great painter, and Haydn was in like manner afterwards inflamed to follow the same pursuit by reading the career of Reynolds. Thus the brave and inspiring life of one man lights a flame in the minds of others of like faculties and impulse, and where there is equally vigorous effort, like distinction and success will almost surely follow. Thus the chain of example is carried down through time in an endless succession of links, admiration exciting imitation, and perpetuating the true aristocracy of genius. Dr. Arnold was a noble and cheerful worker, throwing himself into the great business of his life, the training and teaching of young men, with his whole heart and soul. It is stated in his admirable biography that The most remarkable thing in the Laleham circle was the wonderful healthiness of tone which prevailed there. It was a place where a newcomer at once felt that a great and earnest work was going forward. Every pupil was made to feel that there was a work for him to do, that his happiness, as well as his duty, lay in doing that work well. Hence an indescribable zest was communicated to a young man's feeling about life. A strange joy came over him on discerning that he had the means of being useful, and thus of being happy, and a deep respect and ardent attachment sprang up towards him who had taught him thus to value life and his own self, and his work and mission in the world. All this was founded on the breadth and comprehensiveness of Arnold's character, as well as his striking truth and reality, on the unfeigned regard he had for work of all kinds, and the sense he had of its value, both for the complex aggregate of society and the growth and protection of the individual. In all this there was no excitement, no predilection for one class of work above another, no enthusiasm for any one-sided object, but a humble, profound, and most religious consciousness that work is the appointed calling of man on earth, the end for which his various faculties were given, the element in which his nature is ordained to develop itself, and in which his progressive advance toward heaven is to lie. End of chapter 25. Examples, Models. Read by John Greenman. This is section 26 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Character, the True Gentleman. That which raises a country, that which strengthens a country, and that which dignifies a country, that which spreads her power, creates her moral influence, and makes her respected and submitted to, bends the heart of millions, and bows down the pride of nations to her, the instrument of obedience, the fountain of supremacy, the true throne, crown, and scepter of a nation. This aristocracy is not an aristocracy of blood, not an aristocracy of fashion, not an aristocracy of talent only. It is an aristocracy of character. That is the true heraldry of man. The London Times. The crown and glory of life is character. It is the noblest possession of a man, constituting a rank in itself, and an estate in the general goodwill, dignifying every station and exalting every position in society. It exercises a greater power than wealth, and secures all the honor without the jealousies of fame. It carries with it an influence which always tells, for it is the result of proved honor, rectitude, and consistency, qualities which, perhaps more than any other, command the general confidence and respect of mankind. Character is human nature in its best form. It is moral order embodied in the individual. Men of character are not only the conscience of society, but in every well-governed state they are its best motive power. For it is moral qualities in the main which rule the world. Even in war, Napoleon said, the moral is to the physical as 10 to 1. The strength, the industry, and the civilization of nations all depend upon individual character, and the very foundations of civil security rest upon it. Laws and institutions are but its outgrowth. In the just balance of nature, individuals, nations, and races will obtain just so much as they deserve, and no more. And as effect finds its cause, so surely does quality of character amongst a people produce its befitting results. Though a man have comparatively little culture, slender abilities, and but small wealth, yet, if his character be of sterling worth, he will always command an influence whether it be in the workshop, the counting-house, the mart, or the senate. Canning wisely wrote in 1801, "My road must be through character to power. I will try no other course, and I am sanguine enough to believe that this course, though not perhaps the quickest, is the surest." You may admire men of intellect, but something more is necessary before you will trust them. Hence Lord John Russell once observed in a sentence full of truth, "It is the nature of party in England to ask the assistance of men of genius, but to follow the guidance of men of character." This was strikingly illustrated in the career of the late Francis Horner, a man of whom Sidney Smith said that the 10 Commandments were stamped upon his countenance. "The valuable and peculiar light," says Lord Cockburn, "in which his history is calculated to inspire every right-minded youth, is this: he died at the age of 38, possessed of greater public influence than any other private man, and admired, beloved, trusted, and deplored by all, except the heartless or the base. No greater homage was ever paid in Parliament to any deceased member. Now let every young man ask, how was this attained? By rank? He was the son of an Edinburgh merchant. By wealth? Neither he nor any of his relations ever had a superfluous sixpence. By office? He held but one, and only for a few years, of no influence, and with very little pay. By talents? His were not splendid, and he had no genius. Cautious and slow, his only ambition was to be right. By eloquence? He spoke in a calm, good taste, without any of the oratory that either terrifies or seduces. By any fascination of manner? His was only correct and agreeable. By what, then, was it? Merely by sense, industry, good principles, and a good heart, qualities which no well-constituted mind need ever despair of attaining. It was the force of his character that raised him, and this character not impressed upon him by nature, but formed, out of no peculiarly fine elements, by himself. There were many in the House of Commons of far greater ability and eloquence, but no one surpassed him in the combination of an adequate portion of these with moral worth. Horner was born to show what moderate powers, unaided by anything whatever except culture and goodness, may achieve, even when these powers are displayed amidst the competition and jealousy of public life. Franklin also attributed his success as a public man, not to his talents or his powers of speaking, for these were but moderate, but to his known integrity of character. Hence it was, he says, that I had so much weight with my fellow citizens. I was but a bad speaker, never eloquent, subject to much hesitation in my choice of words, hardly correct in language, and yet I generally carried my point. The rules of conduct followed by Lord Erskine, a man of sterling independence of principle and scrupulous adherence to truth, are worthy of being engraven on every young man's heart. "It was a first command and counsel of my earliest youth," he said, "always to do what my conscience told me to be a duty, and to leave the consequences to God. I shall carry with me the memory, and I trust the practice, of this parental lesson to the grave. I have hitherto followed it, and I have no reason to complain that my obedience to it has been a temporal sacrifice. I have found it, on the contrary, the road to prosperity and wealth, and I shall point out the same path to my children for their pursuit." Every man is bound to aim at the possession of a good character as one of the highest objects of life. The very effort to secure it by worthy means will furnish him with a motive of exertion, and his idea of manhood, in proportion as it is elevated, will steady and animate his motive. It is well to have a high standard of life, even though we may not be able altogether to realize it. "The youth," says Mr. Disraeli, "who does not look up will look down, and the spirit that does not soar is destined, perhaps, to grovel. He who has a high standard of living and thinking will surely do better than he who has none at all. "Pluck at a gown of gold," says the Scotch proverb, "and you may get a sleeve on't." Whoever tries for the highest results cannot fail to reach a point far in advance of that from which he started, and though the end attained may fall short of that proposed, still the very effort to rise of itself cannot fail to prove permanently beneficial. There is a truthfulness in action as well as in words which is essential to uprightness of character. A man must really be what he seems or proposes to be. When a gentleman wrote to Granville Sharp that from respect for his great virtues he had named one of his sons after him, Sharp replied, "I must request you to teach him a favorite maxim of the family whose name you have given him. Always endeavor to be really what you would wish to appear." This maxim, as my father informed me, was carefully and humbly practiced by his father, whose sincerity, as a plain and honest man, thereby became the principal feature of his character, both in public and private life. Every man who respects himself, and values the respect of others, will carry out the maxim in act, doing honestly what he proposes to do, putting the highest character into his work, slighting nothing, but priding himself upon his integrity and conscientiousness. The true character acts rightly, whether in secret or in the sight of men. That boy was well trained who, when asked why he did not pocket some pears, for nobody was there to see, replied, "Yes, there was. I was there to see myself, and I don't intend ever to see myself do a dishonest thing." This is a simple but not inappropriate illustration of principle or conscience dominating in the character, and exercising a noble protectorate over it, not merely a passive influence, but an active power regulating the life. Such a principle goes on molding the character hourly and daily, growing with a force that operates every moment. Without this dominating influence, character has no protection, but is constantly liable to fall away before temptation, and every such temptation succumb to, every act of meanness or dishonesty, however slight, causes self-degradation. And here it may be observed how greatly the character may be strengthened and supported by the cultivation of good habits. Man, it has been said, is a bundle of habits, and habit is second nature. Metastasio entertained so strong an opinion as to the power of repetition in act and thought, that he said, "All is habit in mankind, even virtue itself." Butler, in his Analogy, impresses the importance of careful self-discipline and firm resistance to temptation, as tending to make virtue habitual, so that at length it may become more easy to do good than to give way to sin. As habits belonging to the body, he said, are produced by external acts, so habits of the mind are produced by the execution of inward practical purposes, i.e., carrying them into act, or acting upon them, the principles of obedience, veracity, justice, and charity. And again, Lord Brougham says, when enforcing the immense importance of training and example in youth, "I trust everything under God to habit, on which, in all ages, the lawgiver as well as the schoolmaster has mainly placed his reliance. Habit, which makes everything easy, and casts the difficulties upon the deviation from a wonted course." Thus, making sobriety a habit, and intemperance will be hateful. Make prudence a habit, and reckless profligacy will become revolting to every principle of conduct which regulates the life of the individual. Hence the necessity for the greatest care and watchfulness against the inroad of any evil habit. For the character is always weakest at that point at which it has once given way, and it is long before a principle restored can become so firm as one that has never been moved. It is a fine remark of a Russian writer that habits are a necklace of pearls. Untie the knot, and the whole unthreads. Wherever formed, habit acts involuntarily, and without effort, and it is only when you oppose it that you find how powerful it has become. What is done once and again soon gives facility and proneness. The habit at first may seem to have no more strength than a spider's web, but once formed it binds as with a chain of iron. The small events of life, taken singly, may seem exceedingly unimportant, like snow that falls silently, flake by flake, yet accumulated, these snowflakes form the avalanche. Self-respect, self-help, application, industry, integrity, all are the nature of habits, not beliefs. Principles, in fact, are but the names which we assign to habits. For the principles are words, but the habits are the things themselves, benefactors or tyrants, according as they are good or evil. It thus happens, as we grow older, a portion of our free activity and individuality becomes suspended in habit. Our actions become the nature of fate, and we are bound by the chains which we have woven around ourselves. It is indeed scarcely possible to overestimate the importance of training the young to virtuous habits. In them they are the easiest formed, and when formed, they last for life. Like letters cut on the bark of a tree, they grow and widen with age. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Remember, said Lord Collingwood to a young man whom he loved, before you are 25 you must establish a character that will serve you all your life. As habit strengthens with age, and character becomes formed, any turning into a new path becomes more and more difficult. Hence it is often harder to unlearn than to learn, and for this reason the Grecian flute-player was justified who charged double fees to those pupils who had been taught by an inferior master. To uproot an old habit is sometimes a more painful thing, and vastly more difficult, than to wrench out a tooth. Try and reform a habitually indolent or improvident or drunken person, and in a large majority of cases you will fail. For the habit in each case has wound itself in and through life until it has become an integral part of it, and cannot be uprooted. As daylight can be seen through very small holes, so little things will illustrate a person's character. Indeed, character consists in little acts, well and honorably performed. Daily life being the quarry from which we build it up, and rough hew the habits which form it. One of the most marked tests of character is the manner in which we conduct ourselves towards others. A graceful behavior towards superiors, inferiors, and equals is a constant source of pleasure. It pleases others because it indicates respect for their personality, but it gives tenfold more pleasure to ourselves. Every man may, to a large extent, be a self-educator in good behavior, as in everything else. He can be civil and kind, if he will, though he have not a penny in his purse. Gentleness in society is like the silent influence of light, which gives color to all nature. It is far more powerful than loudness or force, and far more fruitful. It pushes its way quietly and persistently, like the tiniest daffodil in spring, which raises the clod and thrusts it aside by the simple persistency of growing. Morals and manners, which give color to life, are of much greater importance than laws, which are but their manifestations. The law touches us here and there, but manners are about us everywhere, pervading society like the air we breathe. Good manners, as we call them, are neither more nor less than good behavior, consisting of courtesy and kindness. Benevolence being the preponderating element in all kinds of mutually beneficial and pleasant intercourse, amongst human beings. Civility, said Lady Montague, costs nothing, and buys everything. The cheapest of all things is kindness, its exercise requiring the least possible trouble and self-sacrifice. Win hearts, said Burleigh to Queen Elizabeth, and you have all men's hearts and purses. If we would only let nature act kindly, free from affectation and artifice, the results on social good humor and happiness would be incalculable. The little courtesies which form the small change of life may separately appear of little intrinsic value, but they acquire their importance from repetition and accumulation. They are like the spare minutes or the groat a day, which proverbially produce such momentous results in the course of a year or in a lifetime. Manners are the ornament of action, and there is a way of speaking a kind word or of doing a kind thing which greatly enhances their value. What seems to be done with a grudge or as an act of condescension is scarcely accepted as a favor. Yet there are men who pride themselves upon their gruffness, and though they may possess virtue and capacity, their manner is often such as to render them almost insupportable. It is difficult to like a man who, though he may not pull your nose, habitually wounds your self-respect, and takes a pride in saying disagreeable things to you. There are others who are dreadfully condescending, and cannot avoid seizing upon every small opportunity of making their greatness felt. When Abernethy was canvassing for the office of surgeon to St. Bartholomew Hospital, he called upon such a person, a rich grocer, one of the governors. The great man behind the counter, seeing the great surgeon enter, immediately assumed the grand air towards the supposed suppliant for his vote. "I presume, sir, you want my vote and interest at this momentous epoch of your life." Abernethy, who hated humbugs and felt nettled at the tone, replied, "No, I don't. I want a pennyworth of figs. Come, look sharp and wrap them up. I want to be off." The cultivation of manner, though in excess it is foppish and foolish, is highly necessary in a person who has occasion to negotiate with others in matters of business. Affability and good breeding may even be regarded as essential to the success of a man in any eminent station and in large sphere of life, for the want of it has not unfrequently been found in a great measure to neutralize the results of much industry, integrity, and honesty of character. There are, no doubt, a few strong, tolerant minds which can bear with defects and angularities of manner, and look only to the more genuine qualities. But the world at large is not so forbearant, and cannot help forming its judgments and likings mainly according to outward conduct. Another mode of displaying true politeness is consideration for the opinions of others. It has been said of dogmatism that it is only puppyism come to its full growth, and certainly the worst form this quality can assume is that of opinionativeness and arrogance. Let men agree to differ, and when they do differ, bear and forbear. Principles and opinions may be maintained with perfect suavity, without coming to blows or uttering hard words, and there are circumstances in which words are blows, and inflict wounds far less easy to heal. As bearing upon this point, we quote an instructive little parable, spoken some time since by an itinerant preacher of the Evangelical Alliance on the borders of Wales. "As I was going to the hills," said he, "early one misty morning, I saw something moving on a mountain-side, so strange-looking that I took it for a monster. When I came nearer to it, I found it was a man. When I came up to him, I found he was my brother." The inbred politeness which springs from right-heartedness and kindly feelings is of no exclusive rank or station. The mechanic who works at the bench may possess it, as well as the clergyman or the peer. It is by no means a necessary condition of labor that it should, in any respect, be either rough or coarse. The politeness and refinement which distinguish all classes of the people in many continental countries show that those qualities might become ours too, as doubtless they will become with increased culture and more general social intercourse, without sacrificing any of our more genuine qualities as men. From the highest to the lowest, the richest to the poorest, to no rank or condition in life has nature denied her highest boon, the great heart. There never yet existed a gentleman but was lord of a great heart, and this may exhibit itself under the hodden gray of the peasant as well as under the laced coat of the noble. Robert Burns was once taken to task by a young Edinburgh blood with whom he was walking, for recognizing an honest farmer in the open street. "Why, you fantastic Gomerel!" exclaimed Burns. "It was not the great coat, the Scone bonnet, and the Saunders boot hose that I spoke to, but the man that was in them. And the man, sir, for true worth, would weigh down you and me, and 10 more such any day." There may be a homeliness in externals which may seem vulgar to those who cannot discern the heart beneath, but to the right-minded, character will always have its clear insignia. William and Charles Grant were the sons of a farmer in Invernessshire, whom a sudden flood stripped of everything, even to the very soil which he tilled. The farmer and his sons, with the world before them where to choose, made their way southward in search of employment until they arrived in the neighborhood of Bury in Lancashire. From the crown of the hill near Walmesley they surveyed the wide extent of country which lay before them, the river Irwell making its circuitous course through the valley. They were utter strangers in the neighborhood, and knew not which way to turn. To decide their course they put up a stick and agreed to pursue the direction in which it fell. Thus their decision was made, and they journeyed on accordingly until they reached the village of Ramsbottom, not far distant. They found employment in a print work, in which William served his apprenticeship, and they commended themselves to their employers by their diligence, sobriety, and strict integrity. They plodded on, rising from one station to another, until at length the two men themselves became employers, and after many long years of industry, enterprise, and benevolence, they became rich, honored, and respected by all who knew them. Their cotton mills and print works gave employment to a large population. Their well-directed diligence made the valley teem with activity, joy, health, and opulence. Out of their abundant wealth they gave liberally to all worthy objects, erecting churches, founding schools, and in all ways promoting the well-being of the class of workingmen from which they had sprung. They afterwards erected on the top of the hill above Walmesley a lofty tower in commemoration of the early event of their history which had determined the place of their settlement. The brothers Grant became widely celebrated for their benevolence and their various goodness, and it is said that Mr. Dickens had them in his mind's eye when he delineated the character of the brothers Cheeryble. One amongst many anecdotes of a similar kind may be cited to show that the character was by no means exaggerated. A Manchester warehouseman published an exceedingly scurrilous pamphlet against the firm of Grant Brothers, holding up the elder partner to ridicule as Billy Button. William was informed by someone of the nature of the pamphlet, and his observation was that the man would live to repent of it. "Oh," said the libeller, when informed of the remark, "he thinks that some time or other I shall be in his debt, but I will take good care of that." It happens, however, that men in business do not always foresee who shall be their creditor, and it so turned out that the Grant's libeller became a bankrupt, and could not complete his certificate and begin business again without obtaining their signature. It seemed to him a hopeless case to call upon that firm for any favor, but the pressing claims of his family forced him to make the application. He appeared before the man whom he had ridiculed as Billy Button accordingly. He told his tale, and produced his certificate. "You wrote a pamphlet against us once," said Mr. Grant. The supplicant expected to see his document thrown into the fire, instead of which Grant signed the name of the firm, and thus completed the necessary certificate. "We make it a rule," said he, handing it back, "never to refuse signing the certificate of an honest tradesman. and we have never heard that you were anything else." The tears started into the man's eyes. "Ah," continued Mr. Grant, "you see my saying was true, that you would live to repent writing that pamphlet. I did not mean it as a threat. I only meant that some day you would know us better, and repent having tried to injure us. I do indeed repent it. Well, you know us now. But how do you get on? What are you going to do?" The poor man stated that he had friends who would assist him when his certificate was obtained. "But how are you off in the meantime?" The answer was that, having given up every farthing to his creditors, he had been compelled to stint his family in even the common necessaries of life, that he might be enabled to pay for his certificate. "My good fellow, this will never do. Your wife and family must not suffer in this way. Be kind enough to take this £10 note to your wife from me. There now, don't cry. It will be all well with you yet. Keep up your spirits, set to work like a man, and you will raise your head among the best of us." The overpowered man endeavored with choking utterance to express his gratitude, but in vain, and putting his hand to his face, he went out of the room, sobbing like a child. The true gentleman is one whose nature has been fashioned after the highest models. It is a grand old name, that of gentleman, and has been recognized as a rank and power in all stages of society. "The gentleman is always a gentleman," said the old French general to his regiment of Scottish gentry at Roussillon, "and invariably proves himself such in need and in danger." To possess this character is a dignity of itself, commanding the instinctive homage of every generous mind, and those who will not bow to titular rank will yet do homage to the gentleman. His qualities depend not upon fashion or manners, but upon moral worth, not on personal possessions, but on personal qualities. Riches and rank have no necessary connection with genuine gentlemanly qualities. The poor man may be a true gentleman in spirit and in daily life. He may be honest, truthful, upright, polite, temperate, courageous, self-respecting, and self-helping, that is, be a true gentleman. The poor man with a rich spirit is in all ways superior to the rich man with a poor spirit. The brave and gentle character may be found under the humblest garb. Here is an old illustration, but a fine one. Once on a time, when the Adige suddenly overflowed its banks, the bridge of Verona was carried away with the exception of the center arch, on which stood a house, whose inhabitants supplicated help from the windows, while the foundations were visibly giving way. "I will give 100 French louis," said the Count Spolverini, who stood by, "to any person who will venture to deliver these poor unfortunate people." A young peasant came forth from the crowd, seized a boat, and pushed into the stream. He gained the pier, received the whole family into the boat, and made for the shore, where he landed them in safety. "Here is your money, my brave young fellow," said the Count. "No," was the answer of the young man, "I do not sell my life. Give the money to this poor family who have need of it." Here spoke the true spirit of the gentleman, though he was in the garb of a peasant. Not less touching was the heroic conduct of a party of Deal boatmen in rescuing the crew of a collier brig in the Downs but a short time ago. A sudden storm which set in from the northeast drove several ships from their anchors, and it being low water, one of them struck the ground at a considerable distance from the shore, when the sea made a clean breach over her. There was not a vestige of hope for the vessel, such was the fury of the wind and the violence of the waves. There was nothing to tempt the boatmen on shore to risk their lives in saving either ship or crew, for not a farthing of salvage was to be looked for. But the daring intrepidity of the Deal boatmen was not wanting at this critical moment. No sooner had the brig grounded than Simon Pritchard, one of the many persons assembled along the beach, threw off his coat and called out, "Who will come with me and try to save that crew?" Instantly 20 men sprang forward with, "I will," and "I." But 7 only were wanted. and running down a galley punt into the surf, they leapt in and dashed through the breakers amidst the cheers of those on shore. How the boat lived in such a sea seemed a miracle, but in a few minutes, impelled by the strong arms of these gallant men, she flew on and reached the stranded ship, catching her on the top of a wave, and in less than a quarter of an hour from the time the boat left the shore, the 6 men who composed the crew of the collier were landed safe on Walmer Beach. A nobler instance of the indomitable courage and disinterested heroism on the part of the Deal boatmen, brave though they are always known to be, perhaps cannot be cited, and we have pleasure in here placing it on record. There are many tests by which a gentleman may be known, but there is one that never fails. How does he exercise power over those subordinate to him? How does he conduct himself toward women and children? How does the officer treat his men, the employer his servants, the master his pupils, and man in every station those who are weaker than himself? The discretion, forbearance, and kindliness with which power in such cases is used may indeed be regarded as the crucial test of gentlemanly character. When Lamotte was one day passing through a crowd, he accidentally trod upon the foot of a young fellow, who forthwith struck him on the face. "Ah, sir," said Lamotte, "you will surely be sorry for what you have done, when you know that I am blind." He who bullies those who are not in a position to resist may be a snob, but cannot be a gentleman. He who tyrannizes over the weak and helpless may be a coward, but no true man. The tyrant, it has been said, is but a slave turned inside out. Gentleness is indeed the best test of gentlemanliness. A consideration for the feelings of others, for his inferiors and dependents as well as his equals, and respect for their self-respect, will pervade the true gentleman's whole conduct. He will rather himself suffer a small injury than by an uncharitable construction of another's behavior incur the risk of committing a great wrong. He will be forbearant of the weaknesses, the failings, and the errors of those whose advantages in life have not been equal to his own. He will be merciful even to his beast. He will not boast of his wealth, or his strength, or his gifts. He will not be puffed up by success, or unduly depressed by failure. He will not obtrude his views upon others, but speak his mind freely when occasion calls for it. He will not confer favors with a patronizing air. Sir Walter Scott once said of Lord Lothian, "He is a man from whom one may receive a favor, and that's saying a great deal in these days." Lord Chatham has said that the gentleman is characterized by his sacrifice of self and preference of others to himself in the little daily occurrences of life. In illustration of this ruling spirit of considerateness in a noble character, we may cite the anecdote of the gallant Sir Ralph Abercrombie, of whom it is related that when mortally wounded in the battle of Aboukir, he was carried in a litter on board the ship, and to ease his pain, a soldier's blanket was placed under his head, from which he experienced considerable relief. He asked what it was. "It's only a soldier's blanket," was the reply. "Whose blanket is it?" said he, half lifting himself up. "Only one of the men's." "I wish to know the name of the man whose blanket it is." "It is Duncan Roy's of the 42nd, Sir Ralph." "Then see that Duncan Roy gets his blanket this very night." Even to ease his dying agony, the general would not deprive the private soldier of his blanket for one night. The incident is as good in its way as that of the dying Sidney handing his cup of water to the private soldier on the field of Zutphen. End of chapter 26. Character. The True Gentleman. Read by John Greenman. This is section 27 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. The Discipline of Experience. Read by John Greenman. Be the day weary, or be the day long, at length it ringeth to evensong. Ancient couplet. Practical wisdom is only to be learned in the school of experience. Precepts and instructions are useful so far as they go, but without the discipline of real life, they remain of the nature of theory only. The hard facts of existence have to be faced, to give that touch of truth to character which can never be imparted by reading or tuition, but only by contact with the broad instincts of common men and women. To be worth anything, character must be capable of standing firm upon its feet in the world of daily work, temptation, and trial, and able to bear the wear and tear of actual life. Cloistered virtues do not count for much. The life that rejoices in solitude may be only rejoicing in selfishness. Seclusion may indicate contempt for others, though more usually it means indolence, cowardice, or self-indulgence. To every human being belongs his fair share of manful toil and human duty, and it cannot be shirked without loss to the individual himself, as well as to the community to which he belongs. It is only by mixing in the daily life of the world, and taking part in its affairs, that practical knowledge can be acquired and wisdom learned. It is there that we find our chief sphere of duty, that we learn the discipline of work, and that we educate ourselves in that patience, diligence, and endurance which shape and consolidate the character. There we encounter the difficulties, trials, and temptations which, according as we deal with them, give a color to our entire afterlife. And there, too, we become subject to the great discipline of suffering, from which we learn far more than from the safe seclusion of the study or the cloister. Contact with others is also requisite to enable a man to know himself. It is only by mixing freely in the world that one can form a proper estimate of his own capacity. Without such experience, one is apt to become conceited, puffed up, and arrogant. At all events, he will remain ignorant of himself, though he may heretofore have enjoyed no other company. Any one who would profit by experience will never be above asking help. He who thinks himself already too wise to learn of others will never succeed in doing anything either good or great. We have to keep our minds and hearts open, and never be ashamed to learn, with the assistance of those who are wiser and more experienced than ourselves. The man, made wise by experience, endeavors to judge correctly of the things which come under his observation, and form the subject of his daily life. What we call common sense is, for the most part, but the result of common experience wisely improved. Nor is great ability necessary to acquire it, so much as patience, accuracy, and watchfulness. Hazlitt thought the most sensible people to be met with are intelligent men of business and of the world, who argue from what they see and know, instead of spinning cobweb distinctions of what things ought to be. For the same reason, women often display more good sense than men, having fewer pretensions and judging of things naturally by the involuntary impression they make on the mind. Their intuitive powers are quicker, their perceptions more acute, their sympathies more lively, and their manners more adaptive to particular ends. Hence their greater tact as displayed in the management of others, women of apparently slender intellectual powers often contriving to control and regulate the conduct of men of even the most impractical nature. Pope paid a high compliment to the tact and good sense of Mary, Queen of William III, when he described her as possessing, not a science, but, what was worth all else, prudence. The whole of life may be regarded as a great school of experience in which men and women are the pupils. As in a school, many of the lessons learned there must needs be taken on trust. We may not understand them, and may possibly think it hard that we have to learn them, especially where the teachers are trials, sorrows, temptations, and difficulties, and yet we must not only accept their lessons, but recognize them as being divinely appointed. The results of experience are, of course, only to be achieved by living, and living is a question of time. The man of experience learns to rely upon time as his helper. "Time and I against any two," was a maxim of Cardinal Mazarin. Time has been described as a beautifier and as a consoler, but it is also a teacher. It is the food of experience, the soil of wisdom. It may be the friend or the enemy of youth, and time will sit beside the old as a consoler or as a tormentor, according as it has been used or misused, and the past life has been well or ill spent. Time, says George Herbert, is the rider that breaks youth. To the young, how bright the new world looks, how full of novelty, of enjoyment, of pleasure. But as years pass, we find the world to be a place of sorrow as well as of joy. As we proceed through life, many dark vistas open upon us, of toil, suffering, difficulty, perhaps misfortune and failure. Happy they who can pass through, and amidst such trials with a firm mind and pure heart, encountering trials with cheerfulness, and standing erect beneath even the heaviest burden. A little youthful ardor is a great help in life, and is useful as an energetic motive power. It is gradually cooled down by time, no matter how glowing it has been, while it is trained and subdued by experience. But it is a healthy and hopeful indication of character, to be encouraged in the right direction, and not to be sneered down and repressed. It is a sign of a vigorous, unselfish nature, as egotism is of a narrow and selfish one. And to begin life with egotism and self-sufficiency is fatal to all breadth and vigor of character. Life, in such a case, would be like a year in which there was no spring. Without a generous seed-time, there will be an unflowering summer and an unproductive harvest. And youth is the spring-time of life, in which, if there be not a fair share of enthusiasm, little will be attempted, and still less done. It also considerably helps the working quality, inspiring confidence and hope, and carrying one through the dry details of business and duty with cheerfulness and joy. It is the due admixture of romance and reality, said Sir Henry Lawrence, that best carries a man through life. The quality of romance or enthusiasm is to be valued as an energy imparted to the human mind to prompt and sustain its noblest efforts. Sir Henry always urged upon young men, not that they should repress enthusiasm, but sedulously cultivate and direct the feeling as one implanted for wise and noble purpose. When the two faculties of romance and reality, he said, are duly blended, reality pursues a straight, rough path to a desirable and practicable result, while romance beguiles the road by pointing out its beauties, by bestowing a deep and practical conviction that, even in this dark and material existence, there may be found a joy with which a stranger intermeddleth not, a light that shineth more and more into the perfect day. The apprenticeship of difficulty is one which the greatest of men have had to serve. It is usually the best stimulus and discipline of character. It often evokes powers of action that, but for it, would have remained dormant. As comets are sometimes revealed by eclipses, so heroes are brought to light by sudden calamity. It seems as if, in certain cases, genius, like iron struck by the flint, needed the sharp and sudden blow of adversity to bring out the divine spark. There are natures which blossom and ripen amidst trials, which would only wither and decay in an atmosphere of ease and comfort. Thus it is good for men to be roused into action and stiffened into self-reliance by difficulty, rather than to slumber away their lives in useless apathy and indolence. It is the struggle that is the condition of victory. If there were no difficulties, there would be no need of efforts. If there were no temptations, there would be no training in self-control, and but little merit in virtue. If there were no trial and suffering, there would be no education in patience and resignation. Thus, difficulty, adversity, and suffering are not all evil, but often the best source of strength, discipline, and virtue. The Spaniards are even said to have meanly rejoiced in the poverty of Cervantes, but for which they supposed the production of his great works might have been prevented. When the Archbishop of Toledo visited the French ambassador at Madrid, the gentlemen in the suite of the latter expressed their high admiration of the writings of the author of Don Quixote, and intimated their desire of becoming acquainted with one who had given them so much pleasure. The answer they received was that Cervantes had borne arms in the service of his country, and was now old and poor. "What!" exclaimed one of the Frenchmen, "is not Señor Cervantes in good circumstances? Why is he not maintained, then, out of the public treasury?" "Heaven forbid," was the reply, "that his necessities should ever be relieved, if it is those which make him right, since it is his poverty that makes the world rich." "I remember," says Northcote, "when Mr. Locke of Newbury Park first came over from Italy, and old Dr. Moore, who had a very high opinion of him, was crying up his drawings, and asked me if I did not think he would make a great painter. I said, 'No, never.' 'Why not?' 'Because he has 6,000 a year.'" No doubt Thomas Gray would have given us many other literary productions equal or superior to his elegy, had he been persecuted by the stings and arrows of outrageous fortune, instead of being possessed of a patrimony which enabled him to follow a life of retirement, devoting most of his time to literary acquisition. He possessed one of the best stored minds of his age. His Elegy, written in a country churchyard, is of itself sufficient to immortalize his name. It was written immediately after his return from a long journey abroad, in which he wandered over much of Europe. The changes which his few years of absence wrought among those he had been accustomed to meet, flushed with life's hopes and busy cares, the reminiscences called up by the newly made inscriptions in the old familiar churchyard, no doubt gave inspiration to the now familiar lines. It is a mistake to suppose that men succeed through success. They much oftener succeed through failure. By far the best experience of men is made up of their remembered failures in dealing with others in the affairs of life. Such failures in sensible men incite better self-management, and greater tact and self-control, as a means of avoiding them in the future. Ask the diplomatist, and he will tell you that he has learned his art through being baffled, defeated, thwarted, and circumvented, far more than from having succeeded. Precept, study, advice, and example could never have taught them so well as failure has done. It has disciplined them experimentally, and taught them what to do as well as what not to do, which is often still more important in diplomacy. Many have to make up their minds to encounter failure again and again before they succeed, but if they have pluck, the failure will only serve to rouse their courage and stimulate them to renewed efforts. Talma, the greatest of actors, was hissed off the stage when he first appeared on it. Lacordaire, one of the greatest preachers of modern times, only acquired celebrity after repeated failures. Montalembert said of his first public appearance in the church of Saint-Roch, "He failed completely, and, on coming out, everyone said, 'Though he may be a man of talent, he will never be a preacher.'" Again and again he tried until he succeeded, and only 2 years after his début, Lacordaire was preaching in Notre-Dame to audiences such as few French orators have addressed since the time of Bossuet and Massillon. Thus it is not ease and facility that tries men and brings out the good that is in them, so much as trial and difficulty. Adversity is the touchstone of character. As some herbs need to be crushed to give forth their sweetest odor, so some natures must be tried by suffering to evoke the excellence that is in them. Hence trials often unmask virtues, and bring to light hidden graces. Men apparently useless and purposeless, when placed in positions of difficulty and responsibility, have exhibited powers of character before unsuspected, and where we before saw only pliancy and self-indulgence, we now see strength, valor, and self-denial. As there are no blessings which may not be perverted into evils, so there are no trials which may not be converted into blessings. All depends on the manner in which we profit by them or otherwise. Perfect happiness is not to be looked for in this world. If it could be secured, it would be found profitless. The hollowest of all gospels is the gospel of ease and comfort. Difficulty and even failure are far better teachers. Sir Humphrey Davy said, "Even in private life, too much prosperity either injures the moral man and occasions conduct which ends in suffering, or it is accompanied by the workings of envy, calumny, and malevolence of others." Life, all sunshine without shade, all happiness without sorrow, all pleasure without pain, were not life at all, at least not human life. Take the lot of the happiest. It is a tangled yarn. It is made up of sorrows and joys, and the joys are all the sweeter because of the sorrows. Bereavements and blessings, one following another, making us sad and blessed by turns. Even death itself makes life more loving. It binds us more closely together while here. Dr. Thomas Brown has argued that death is one of the necessary conditions of human happiness, and he supports his argument with great force and eloquence. But when death comes into a household, we do not philosophize, we only feel. The eyes that are full of tears do not see, though in course of time they come to see more clearly and brightly than those that have never known sorrow. The wise person gradually learns not to expect too much from life. While he strives for success by worthy methods, he will be prepared for failures. He will keep his mind open to enjoyment, but submit patiently to suffering. Wailings and complainings of life are never any use. Only cheerful and continuous working in right paths are of real avail. Nor will the wise man expect too much from those about him. If he would live at peace with others, he will bear and forbear, and even the best have often foibles of character which have to be endured, sympathized with, and perhaps pitied. Who is perfect? Who does not suffer from some thorn in the flesh? Who does not stand in need of toleration, of forbearance, of forgiveness? What the poor imprisoned Queen Caroline Matilda of Denmark wrote on her chapel window ought to be the prayer of all. "Oh, keep me innocent, make others great." Then how much does the disposition of every human being depend upon their innate constitution and their early surroundings, the comfort or discomfort of the homes in which they have been brought up, their inherited characteristics, and the examples, good or bad, to which they have been exposed through life. Regard for such considerations should teach charity and forbearance to all men. At the same time, life will always be to a large extent what we ourselves make it. Each mind makes its own little world. The cheerful mind makes it pleasant, and the discontented mind makes it miserable. "My mind to me a kingdom is," applies alike to the peasant as to the monarch. The one may be in his heart a king, as the other may be a slave. Life is for the most part but the mirror of our own individual selves. Our mind gives to all situations, to all fortunes, high or low, their real characters. To the good, the world is good. To the bad, it is bad. If our views of life be elevated, if we regard it as a sphere of useful effort, of high living and high thinking, of working for others' good as well as our own, it will be joyful, hopeful, and blessed. If, on the contrary, we regard it merely as affording opportunities for self-seeking, pleasure, and aggrandizement, it will be full of toil, anxiety, and disappointment. There is much in life that, while in this state, we can never comprehend. There is indeed a great deal of mystery in life, much that we see as in a glass darkly. But though we may not apprehend the full meaning of the discipline of trial through which the best have to pass, we must have faith in the completeness of the design of which our little individual lives form a part. We have each to do our duty in that sphere of life in which we have been placed. Duty alone is true. There is no true action but in its accomplishment. Duty is the end and aim of the highest life. The truest pleasure of all is that derived from the consciousness of its fulfillment. Of all others, it is the one that is most thoroughly satisfying, and the least accompanied by regret and disappointment. In the words of George Herbert, the consciousness of duty performed gives us music at midnight. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Shakespeare. Might I give counsel to any young man, I would say to him, try to frequent the company of your betters. In books and in life, that is the most wholesome society. Learn to admire rightly. The great pleasure of life is that. Note what great men admired. They admired great things. Narrow spirits admire basely, and worship meanly. W. M. Thackeray. Man is his own star, and the soul that can render an honest and a perfect man commands all light, all influence, all fate. Nothing to him falls early or too late. Our acts our angels are, or good or ill, are fatal shadows that walk by us still. Beaumont and Fletcher. End of chapter 27, The Discipline of Experience, and end of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. Read by John Greenman.